Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic and the new Wild Root Liquid Cream Shampoo present The Adventures of Sam Spade.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Me, sweetheart.
Oh, Sam. I'm glad you're back in town.
So am I, Effie, so am I. Confidentially, I didn't think I'd make it. Confidentially, that is.
Was it dangerous, Sam?
I should say it was. Why, for the past 24 hours, I've been at it hammer and tongs over hill and dale, through shot and shell. It was enough to turn any ordinary man's blood to ice and his hair pure white.
Oh, that sounds terrifying, Sam.
I wish it had been only terrifying, Effie. It was blood-curdling, spine-chilling, hair-raising. I was bored. It was also rural and countrified.
Well, what happened, Sam? Tell me.
You've heard of the Monks and the Coys?
No.
And the Boston Massacre?
No.
Custer's Last Stand?
No.
Well, put them all together and they spell what I'll shortly begin to dictate, a report which I call in a burst of clever literary plagiarism, The Farmer's Daughter Caper.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective, starring Howard Duff. Produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. To look your holiday best, friends, be sure to use Wild Root Cream Oil, America's favorite hair tonic. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves annoying dryness, removes loose, ugly dandruff. What's more, it's non-alcoholic and contains soothing lanolin. Get Wild Root Cream Oil in the big family-size bottle or handy tube. Ask for it at your drug or toilet goods counter very first chance you get. For the holiday and all year round, use Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. And now, with Howard Duff as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
Effie,
I'm right here, Sam.
pull up all the shades.
All right, Sam.
Now, turn on every light in the place.
But it's daylight.
Do what I say.
All right, Sam.
Now, check the closets.
But what for?
For snipers, what do you think?
All right, Sam. Nobody here.
Okay, I guess it's safe to come all the way in.
Oh, what's this all about, Sam? I don't understand.
Effie, it's just that I don't ever want to be caught in the dark again, especially when people are shooting at me. I want to see every nook and cranny of every square foot of land that surrounds me.
Sam, who was shooting at you? Where?
They were shooting from the left, from the right, from up above, down below, everywhere. Death was winging in on every breeze that blew, and they all blew my way.
Oh, Sam, now stop this. I'm just dying of curiosity.
When my time comes, I hope that's all I ever die of. Ready?
Yeah.
Date this week to Mr. Elliot Parson, Parson Drive Yourself Garage, 1618 St. Charles Street, San Francisco, 13, California. From Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, the farmer's daughter caper. Dear Mr. Parson, I fear you have an explanation coming, one that you can pass along to your insurance company as to why the car I rented from you last week appeared as late as it did and in the condition it did. As you know, I rented said vehicle to drive to Middletown to bail a client out of the drunk tank. On the way back, a native showed me a shortcut, and I'll get him if it's the last thing I do. Dusk was falling, and so were my eyelids, when I saw a sign that said Tourists Invited. Behind it stood a ramshackle farmhouse in a surly woodland setting. I should never have knocked on that farmhouse door, but then I wouldn't have had any story to tell, would I?
Good evening, young man.
Good evening, madam. I'm afraid I need a room for the night.
Well, of course you do. Land sakes, you're tired. I can tell by your eyes. Been on the road long?
Too long.
Land sakes, of course you have. Come in, please.
Thank you, ma'am.
You'll find this is the homiest tourist home in California.
Really like mother's, eh?
Like your grandmother's. No electricity, no phones, just quiet.
I see.
Now, I have two rooms, a $3 one and a $5 one. Which one do you think you'd like?
What's the difference?
One less blanket, one squeaky spring, and with the $3 one, you might have to take a walk.
I'll take the $5 one, thank you.
I'm Mrs. Elkins. Mrs. Bert Elkins. Who might you be?
Sam Spade.
Spade? Land sakes, that's a very unusual name. And who are you traveling with, Mr. Spade?
I'm alone.
Oh, I mean what company? We only accept traveling salesmen. You realize that.
Oh, yes. Well, I'm traveling for the makers of Mouton mustache wax.
Oh, use it all the time.
You are well groomed, madam.
You will go far, young man.
Yeah, but before that, I'd like to go to bed.
Well, come on. This way.
She led me upstairs to my $5 room and left me. As lumpy as it was, the bed invited me, but I decided to shave first and thus facilitate an early start in the morning. I poured myself a drink out of my traveling bar kit and then stepped in to shave. It wasn't easy because all I had for light in there was an oil lamp. When I came back to the bedroom with the lamp in one hand, I stopped short in utter surprise. I'd heard about these things in traveling salesman stories, but I never expected to see it. She was sitting in an armchair, smoking a cigarette. High heels, silk stockings, light rayon dress, and a face right off the cover of Cosmopolitan.
Hello, Sam.
Hello.
Mary Smith.
Huh?
Hope you don't mind me just barging in.
Well, no. Well, no, that is,
Afraid I'll bite you?
It never entered my mind.
Well, I might. I'm so tired of talking to myself, I need someone like you. You know, you're not bad to look at.
Who, me?
Where do you live? What do you do for a living?
Well, I guess you'd call me independently wealthy. I wish someone would.
How nice. San Francisco?
Must be some fog on my lapel.
Look, Sam, I'll give it to you straight. I want to get out of here, go to San Francisco. Could you take a passenger tomorrow?
Well, what would your mother say?
She's my aunt. What do I care what she says? I don't belong on a farm. Out in the west, wet pasture ruins my nylons. I'm a city girl, Philadelphia.
Why did you leave?
My parents died. Look, Sam, I won't be a burden to you. I just want to get to San Francisco. After that, I'm on my own. Sam, take me with you. Please take me with you. You won't regret it.
What am I going to do with this lamp?
Who cares? Oh, Sam.
What?
Oh, I thought I'd find something like this going on in here.
Aunt Maud,
Get out of here. Go back to your room, young lady. Go on. Now, Mr. Spade.
It does look bad, doesn't it?
Oh, I'm not blaming you, Mr. Spade. Nan sakes, it's her. She ain't responsible for what she does. She's like this all the time.
Oh, I see.
Now, when I go out, you just lock your door. Just keep it locked.
But, man, this is a $5 room. A sleepless hour later, I heard something slide under my door. I looked and found it was a note that read, Mr. Spade, Sam, please unlock your door, and when the house is quiet, I'll come and see you. I'm desperate, terribly, terribly desperate. Don't leave me. Give me a chance to tell you what it's all about, please. Stupid me, I unlocked my door, dressed again, and waited. An hour and a half later, I heard my doorknob turning in the dark. The door opened quietly and quickly.
Sam, the things that go on in this house, they're insane.
Oh.
I've been here 3 months. When my father died, I had no money, and because Aunt Maud was my only relative, I came here. And ever since I came, they never let me out of the house for more than an hour. They never let me see anyone or do anything.
Why?
I wish I knew. 5 days ago, Uncle Bert left early one morning. He hasn't come back since. Aunt Maud says he's away on business. He doesn't have any business.
Yeah, well, even so, that doesn't seem strange to me.
Then there's my dog.
And what about it?
It disappeared the same night Bert did. They told me it ran away. I know it didn't. I've had it for 3 years. It never ran away.
Well, what do you think?
Well, I was sure I could hear it howling somewhere for 2 or 3 nights. Then the howling stopped. I think I know where it is, but I don't know why. It scares me.
Well, where do you think it is?
Sam, you're going to think I'm crazy right out of my mind, but... Well, about 150 yards behind the house, there's a hillside with an old cave in it.
Oh, an old cave.
I don't know what it's used for, but yesterday I saw the whole front end of it closed with dirt. Sam, they buried that dog alive in that cave. I know it.
Oh, wait a minute now. Did you ask Mrs. Elkins?
Yes. All she said was the dog ran away and mind your own business. She told me to leave the cave alone. Sam, let's go out there and look. Please.
Well... So big, brave, stupid Sam, idiot boy, allowed her to show me the back way out of the house, and we sneaked to the barn together. She found a shovel, and we walked to the cave. When my eyes got accustomed to the dark, I saw the entrance had been covered with dirt, and recently. I took the shovel while she stood watching. I cleared half of the dirt away and worked as quietly as I could, but apparently not quietly enough. A flashlight suddenly hit both of us in the face, and a shotgun barrel flashed in the beam.
Get away from there before I shoot your head off.
Point that thing someplace else, please, ma'am.
Just what do you think you're doing, mister?
Digging.
Mary, you get back to the house.
No. Aunt Maud, I won't.
Get back to the house before I count 3, or I'll put a load of buckshot right through you. Now, 1.
Aunt Maud, my dog is in there.
2.
All right, I'll go.
Now, Mrs. Elkin, suppose you put that gun down and tell me what this is all about.
I got one thing to say to you, mister. Get in your car and get out of here, and don't waste any time doing it.
But, madam,
Your suitcase is in the car, and your $5 is with it.
Yeah, but...
Now get, before I shoot you as a trespasser. And I could do it, mister. Land sakes, I could do it. Now get.
So I got under guard to my car. I got in and drove off. And was in the driveway with the shotgun still pointed at me until I was out of sight. I turned left at the first crossroad, parked the car, and cut through the woods back to the farm. I could see a light in the living room. Nobody was in or near the barn. And when I got to the cave, there wasn't a sound anywhere. I picked up the shovel I dropped and started digging again. 30 minutes later, the shovel broke a small hole through into that cave, and a stifling blast of fetid air rushed out, and something leaped out at me in the dark. And it wasn't the dog. It was a human hand on a human arm.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of America's favorite private detective, Sam Spade. Now, here's important news on good grooming. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who actually purchased Wild Root Cream Oil were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. Remember, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil contains lanolin. It grooms the hair naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. So if you want your hair to be more attractive than ever before, get the new 25-cent get-acquainted bottle of Wild Root Cream Oil, America's leading hair tonic, on sale at all drug and toilet goods counters. It's also available in larger economy bottles and the handy new tube. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too, and mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. And now, back to the Farmer's Daughter Caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade. In
a night already full of surprises, I should have been ready for the next one, but I wasn't. The loose earth, which had blocked the entrance to the cave, suddenly fell away, and I fell with it. Then I heard something like nothing on earth. Nails dragged across my face, taking skin and flesh with them. I twisted and went down, and something went down with me. The snarl became a voice.
Bury me alive! Bury me alive! I'll kill you! I'll kill you!
And he did his best, which was pretty good. Finally, I got a good hold on him and sat on his chest. After that, I lit a match and looked at a tall, thin man in his middle 40s. He was caked with mud from head to foot. His hands were impossibly torn and bleeding. I could guess why. Judging from the stubble on his face, he'd been bottled up in that cave at least 5 days. How he was still alive, I didn't know. He acted like a madman, and he had every right to. But surprise, when his eyelids fluttered open again, he read a very sane line.
I'm all done in. You got a drink, friend?
Not on me.
They hit me on the head and left me there. They thought I'd stay in there forever. Forever.
Who put you there? Who did it?
But they couldn't get me there. I dug my way out, didn't I? Didn't I? I dug my way out. Didn't I?
The force of the bullets knocked them halfway back down the incline to the cave. All I could do was hit the dirt. Finally, when it seemed safe, I broke cover and ran smack into somebody carrying 2 bags.
Oh, no, please.
Let's have a look at you.
Sam, it's me. Sam, I knew you wouldn't go away without me. I knew it. I couldn't stay in that awful house any longer.
None of that now. Who was that shooting at you?
I don't know.
Where's your aunt?
In the house, I suppose. I slipped out the back way.
Any visitors tonight?
No. What is it? What is it?
I think I found your Uncle Bert. Come on. I led her back to the cave entrance and showed her the body of the man I'd dragged out. I watched her face a long time as she looked at him very carefully.
It's not Uncle Bert, Sam.
Really?
No. It's Mr. Linden. A jewelry salesman. Came to the place a few nights ago.
5 nights ago?
Yes, come to think of it.
The same night your uncle disappeared. Tell me, did you ask Mr. Linden to take you back to San Francisco the same way you asked me? Did you?
Yes. He said he would. He got up early and left without me.
He didn't get far. What kind of car was he driving?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Do you drive a car?
Yes, but
Here. Mine's down the road about 500 yards. Go to the nearest phone and call the highway patrol, a sheriff, anybody who represents law. Got that?
Yes, I know exactly what to do.
To make sure we were both thinking of the same thing to do, I followed her in the dark, watched her get into the car I rented from you, and drive off. Then I turned around, put a new clip in my gun, and walked back to the old homestead. It was still very homey. By the light of an oil lamp, Mrs. Elkins was peacefully knitting what looked like a shroud.
Why, Mr. Spade?
Why, Mrs. Elkins?
Land sakes.
Land sakes. Now that we got that out of the way, let's get down to business.
If you're here to make trouble, young man, believe me, I can handle trouble. My kind of stock know about trouble.
Well, suppose you tell me about the trouble I just had, or haven't you heard all the shots that were fired around here tonight?
Shots? My.
My.
Seems I would have heard gunshots.
Seems you would. Look, I've got a sheriff on the way.
Have you, Mr. Spade? Why?
I suppose you didn't hear the shooting.
Oh, yes, I'd forgotten. Was anyone hurt?
A man named Linden. He's dead.
Linden. Now that sounds familiar.
It should. He stayed here 5 nights ago. He was a jewelry salesman.
Yes, now I remember. You say he's dead?
Somebody tried to bury him alive in your little cave.
How awful. I do declare.
I thought you would. Well?
You must be joshing, Mr. Spade.
I'm not joshing at all, Mrs. Elkins.
Well. Buried alive, you say?
Look, let's talk just like plain folks. Where's your husband? Where's the jewelry samples you probably stole from Linden? Is there anything else you want to say?
Gunshots, eh? Well.
I left the sweet old thing knitting and rocking and made my way through the house looking for guns, jewelry, and killers. I got downstairs in time to see Mrs. Elkins disappear out the front door. When I tried to follow, I stumbled over the rocking chair, which was indeed a lucky thing for me. After a few minutes of silence, bravely crawling on my stomach, I followed the shadows of the house until they blended into the shadows of a large, hulking building, which happened to be the barn. Inside, I bumped my head on the radiator of a car. Naturally, I didn't find any keys in it, but I did find a familiar jewelry salesman-type mud-soaked corpse. I was trying to remember how to cross ignition wires. I heard the hum of a motor and saw 2 headlight beams swinging up the driveway. They lasted as long as any other lights. The car came to a lurching stop, and a thick-set figure in a Stetson hat stumbled towards me, tugging at a gun.
That burn gall-blame cuss thing,
Undo the flap.
Oh, thanks. Huh? Put your hands up, whoever you are.
You be the sheriff?
You're dead blame right on the sheriff. You're dead blame right on the sheriff. Who are you? What's the idea of shooting the lights out my car?
My car.
Oh, you Slade?
Spade.
Well, I'm Homer Pickett, sheriff of this county.
Homer?
The girl come, woke me up, said all sorts of funny things going on around here. Said there'd been a murder. Now, who's killed? What's going on, Stan?
Sam. Well, for one thing, somebody's been trying all sorts of ammunition on me for size.
You don't say.
I do say, Mr. Sheriff.
Why?
Because I found a man in a cave who'd been left there to die.
Want to look at the corpse?
You can look at him right here. He's sitting in this car.
So, yeah. How'd he get here?
Somebody moved him here.
Shouldn't have moved a corpse till the police examine it.
I didn't move it.
Huh?
Now, listen closely. Listening?
Huh?
I found the man. He was still alive. Then somebody shot him.
Shouldn't have moved him.
Then they tried to kill me because I found him. When they didn't kill me, they decided to hide his body.
Illegal.
They probably intended to drive away and dispose of it so there'd be no evidence when an efficient, smart, alert, courageous police officer like yourself came around to ask questions.
Hey, that sounds reasonable. Who's behind all this?
Well, Mrs. Elkins threatened me once and tried to kill me once.
More! Well, land say.
That's her, yes.
I want to talk to her. Where's she?
Roaming the countryside with a gun, no doubt.
Well, we'll have to clear all this up, see what it's all about. Now, who's this fellow in the car?
His name's James Linden.
Got a pencil? Better write that down. Tilden, huh?
Linden.
Well,
By any strange coincidence, Sheriff, you happen to know a man named Dundee, San Francisco homicide?
Lieutenant Dundee, old Tom.
Old Tom, yes.
Shucks, I learned everything I know about police work from him.
Yeah, well, that figures.
And law's law. Dundee always said.
Yeah, I've heard him say it, Sheriff, but...
And I aim to enforce it around here. One side, Mr. Slade.
Spade. Hey, you'll be sorry. Well...
Now look here, all you Elkins. This is Homer Pickett talking, and I ain't no small-town constable. I'm the sheriff of this county. You'll get a square deal from me, but first I order you in the name of the law to throw down your guns. Well? My.
You all right?
Nothing but my feelings hurt. Oh,
I warned you.
I thought that'd do some good.
Well, now you know. Hey, look, maybe it did do some good.
I'm giving up, Sheriff. I'm giving up. It's me, Mrs. Elkins.
She came across the farmyard as the first light was showing in the eastern sky. Her hands were above her head. One held a shotgun.
Maud, get back where you belong, Maud.
We could hear, but we couldn't see him. Maud stopped, hesitated for a moment, and then began running towards us. She almost made it. I ran out to drag her back, expecting any second to be the target for the night. There was a sudden and curious silence as I pulled her into the barn. She was still alive.
Thanks. That man's been missing everybody all night. Never thought he'd be able to hit me.
Easy.
I come from good stock. I'm no criminal, Mr. Spade. Sheriff, you know that.
Yeah, I know, Maud. I know.
Let me take a look at you. You'll be okay.
Don't blame Bert too much. He wanted to have money once in his life. So when this man came along with all the jewelry, Bert went out of his mind, I guess. He put the man in the cave. And the dog, too. So the dog wouldn't call attention to him. And then he took the man's car, went into San Francisco to try to sell the jewels and the underwear.
No luck, eh?
Bert says they laughed at him. The jewels were just paste. Stampos.
And he came back and found me at the cave, and he figured he had to knock us both off.
I just stuck by him all the way. Now he's like a tiger that smelled blood. No telling what he'll do.
We'll have to get help, Spade. Roadblocks, bloodhound.
No, this is his land. He won't run. He'll hide here.
Where?
Why, in the cave.
Well, I reasoned, one, that no matter how much a man loved his land, he was not going to let himself be trapped in a cave with only one exit, and two, it followed, therefore, that if he did hide in the cave, there was more than one way out, which the late Linden hadn't found. Sheriff Pickett volunteered to watch the front of the cave while I looked around for a rear exit. After a 20-minute search, which netted me nothing, I remembered the car parked inside the barn and how quickly Elkins had carried Linden's body to it. I went back there and took a look around. In a corner of the barn, I found a trail of dirt leading to a bale of hay. When I moved the bale, I found, you guessed it, a trap door. I pulled it open, caught a familiar whiff of used-up air, and lowered myself into a black hole that turned out to be a passageway. I cautiously made my way forward in the darkness for a few yards.
Who is it? Who is it?
I pressed back against the dirt wall, listening to him approach. When I figured he was close enough, I threw a cloud of dirt toward him across the passageway. His gun flashed and lit up the whole place for a second, and I fired 3 times at the silhouette. I waited, then I went towards him. He was lying on his back. I kicked his gun away, and when I bent over him to feel his pulse, he suddenly came to life. Something crashed against the side of my head, and everything became darker than the inside of a cave. The next thing I knew, I was looking at a pair of red-rimmed eyes. Several minutes had gone by.
Thought you was a goner for sure. You ain't used to this country fighting, are you?
Is this country liquor, Sheriff?
Yeah.
Give me.
Here.
Yeah, country liquor. Tell me, Sheriff, Did you by any
Well,
chance?
sure. Of course I did. I got him, Slade.
Period and a report.
Sam,
Hmm?
do you mean to tell me you let a little country sheriff outdo you?
Well, Effie, Homer Pickett's coming up for re-election next fall, and besides, you might think I was egotistical if I told you how it really ended.
But your reputation. You're the greatest private detective of them all.
And so I can afford to be generous. Now, not another word. Scoot, type that up.
If your supply of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic is getting low, better make a note to get some more tonight or first thing tomorrow. Remember, Wild Root Cream Oil is the famous hair tonic that grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, removes loose dandruff. Always keep a big bottle or tube on hand. And ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too.
Here it is, Sam.
Let me see. Let me see here. F. You rewrote the ending.
I had to, Sam. You're much too modest.
And Sam Spade, with a knot of cold fury in the pit of his stomach, a vindictive fire in his eyes, stepped wearily over the loose rocks in the cave floor to do battle with the thing that loomed up in the darkness ahead. The thing's roar filled the night with terror. But Sam Spade, dauntless and knowing not fear, stepped up to the monster, laughed in its hairy face, and with one quick convulsion of his powerful shoulder muscles, dropped the thing in its tracks. I see. Well, is that the way you think it ended, Effie?
Oh, Sam, I guess I was being a little foolish. I'll change it.
No. No, as long as you've done it this way, we'll leave it this way. Can't waste paper.
No, I'll change it, Sam.
Leave it!
Oh! Sam,
Yeah?
I copied that ending out of an old Black Mask magazine.
You what?
Yes, Sam. Don't be mad.
Come here. Come here. I copied that out of an old whiz-bang.
Oh, Sam. Good night.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade was written for radio by John Michael Hayes and E. Jack Newman. Musical direction by Lud Gluskin, with score composed by Pierre and Renee Garrigang. Join us again next Sunday when producer William Spear presents another adventure with Sam Spade. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. This is Dick Joy speaking. Here's an exciting new shampoo that's grand for all the family. And here's our own Squeaky to tell you about it.
Look at your hair, is it stringy and dull? Does it only cover your skull? The Wild Root Liquid Cream Shampoo is just the thing for girls like you. Gleams your hair, know what I mean, and leaves your hair squeaky clean.
Squeaky clean?
Squeaky clean. Wild Root Liquid Cream Shampoo.
Stay tuned for the Summer Symphony with Katherine Grayson on NBC.
Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. Well, once again it's Monday night and time to call on our good friend and host, Dr. Watson. I'm sure he's waiting for us in his study, so let's join him, shall we? Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Ah, there you are, Mr. Bell. I was just having a glass of extremely mellow port. Perhaps you'd care to join me.
Thank you, Dr. Watson. You're always the perfect host, just as you are the perfect storyteller.
Ah, you flatter me, my boy, though I must confess that the ingredients which make up tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure are so strangely assorted that even an old gentleman like myself can hardly fail to make it an exciting yarn.
And just what are the ingredients in tonight's story, Dr. Watson?
Well, let me see. Take an almost deserted island set deep in a Scottish loch. Sprinkle it generously with the following assorted selections of humanity. 1 measure of evil scientist, a faint wisp of human skeleton, a considerable pinch of fat lady, a handful of professional contortionist, and a dash of midget. Agitate these ingredients well, then add to the mixture a detective by the name of Sherlock Holmes and a certain doctor with the name of Watson. Season generously with fear, danger, and sudden death. And you have the recipe for the story I call The Island of Death.
Dr. Watson, you're beginning to make the hackles rise in the back of my neck.
Indeed, then, since hackle means hair, I think perhaps you'd better have your word with our listeners before I begin my story.
Yes, I will. Men, if you want to be a success in life, if you want to look like a success in life, remember that well-groomed hair means a lot to a man's appearance. I've heard so many men complain lately that the hairdressing they use is too greasy or too highly perfumed, that it leaves a sticky and flaky residue on the hair. That's why I urge you to try Kreml Hair Tonic. This highly specialized hair tonic has just enough light oil to keep hair handsomely groomed, every hair in place, with a rich, healthy-looking luster. And it gives hair such a natural, well-groomed appearance. Yet Kreml never leaves hair looking or feeling greasy or sticky. This is because Kreml contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. After you apply Kreml, just run your hand over your hair. Notice how delightfully clean your hair feels. So tempting for the ladies to touch. Notice how no greasy film comes off on your hand or hatband. Kreml always gives hair such a handsome, clean-cut look, as if you just combed it. And it keeps it that way all day long. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. And now, Dr. Watson, how about the new Sherlock Holmes story, The Island of Death?
Well, Mr. Bell, as I told you, most of that exciting adventure took place on a tiny island in the Scottish Lake District. However, it began innocuously enough, as so many of our adventures began, in our rooms at Baker Street. It was on a stormy September evening, and Holmes and I were seated on either side of our fireplace. I remember after dinner that he began to analyze the old cliché that truth is indeed stranger than fiction. I can almost hear him now as he said,
"My dear Watson, the true picture of the criminal world is stranger than anything which the mind of man could invent."
"Oh, I'm not sure that I agree with you, Holmes. The police reports in the papers are usually quite undistinguished and dull."
"True, old chap, but that's the fault of the reporters. Depend upon it, Watson, there's nothing so unnatural as the commonplace."
"Oh, let's put it to a practical test. I pick up the evening paper. Here is the first heading upon which I come. A husband's cruelty to his wife. Now, there's half a column of print, and I bet you that without reading it, I can tell you the gist of the trouble."
"I accept your bet, Watson. Give me your deduction."
"Oh, it's not very hard. There is, of course, the other woman. The extra drink, the push, the blow, the bruise, and the sympathetic sister or landlady. The crudest of writers could invent nothing more crude."
"Your example is an unfortunate one for your argument, old fellow.
Very fortunate.
The article to which you refer is the Dundas separation case. The husband was a teetotaler. There was no other woman, and the conduct complained of was that he had drifted into the unfortunate habit of winding up every meal by taking out his false teeth and hurling them at his wife. An action which I think you will agree is not likely to occur to the imagination of the average storyteller."
"Hurling false teeth? Oh, absolutely fantastic."
"Quite."
What else can that be? You expecting a visitor?"
"Yes, Watson, I am. And he might well prove a client who will point up the moral of our little discussion."
"Oh, what makes you say that?"
"The gentleman calling on me is a distinctly colorful personality by the name of Stephen Singer. He's nearly 7 feet tall, and yet he weighs under 8 stone. A card from him this morning informed me of his intention of calling here at 7 o'clock tonight."
"You said that he weighs under 8 stone? That's only 130 pounds. He must be a human skeleton."
"That was the unfortunate title applied to him at the circus sideshow at which I first met him."
"Good Scott, circus freaks here in Baker Street. Huh. I'll have seen everything.
Freak is an unkind and inappropriate word, Watson. Stephen Singer's a fellow human being, and a more than unusually worthy one. In the case of the Bagshot Circus murders, he was good enough to take advantage of his almost unique physical proportion and oblige me by hiding in the barrel of a circus cannon. His evidence was instrumental in sending a diabolical murderer to the gallows. Let him in, will you, Watson?
Yeah, of course. Good evening, Mr. Singer. Come along in, won't you? It's all right, thank you, Mrs. Hudson.
It's good to see you again, Stephen.
Hello, Mr. Holmes. Don't want to make a nuisance of myself, but I did have a little problem, and I thought perhaps you'd help me with it.
Of course, Stephen. Sit down, won't you? By the way, this is my colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, Doctor?
How do you do, Mr. Singer? My friend was just telling me that you once helped him in a murder case.
Oh, that? 'Twas nothing. Just slipped myself into the cannon barrel and heard one or two things I wasn't meant to.
Nevertheless, your help was invaluable, Stephen. I shall be only too happy to do what I can to repay the favor. What's your problem?
Well, perhaps I'm imagining things and perhaps I'm not. But wouldn't you say it was a rum thing if a professor offered me and three of my pals from the circus 50 quid apiece to go to some island in Scotland for a week?
Yes, indeed. I should say that's extremely odd.
Can you give me a few more facts?
Well, Mr. Holmes, this professor come to the circus 3 nights ago when we was playing at Stafford at the Bow.
What was his name?
Professor McElwraith. Funny-looking cove with a bushy red beard he was.
Indeed. I've heard of the gentleman. I understand that he is something of a rebel in the medical profession. He returned from Vienna recently where he's been studying under Dr. Freud.
Dr. Freud? Never heard of him.
You will, Watson, you will.
Mm-hmm.
He devotes himself to the psychological aspects of the human body. Pray continue with your story, Stephen.
Well, Mr. Holmes, he approached me and three of me pals.
And who are those pals?
Well, there was Bill Carew, the major we call him. He's a midget. And there was Belle Brackett, the fat lady. And the third was a bloke who joined the circus 2 days ago. Jeff Walner's his name. I haven't seen his act, but he bills himself as the Injure Rubber Man. The professor promised us 50 quid apiece, our tickets on the Scotch Express tomorrow morning, and told us he'd have a boat waiting to ferry us out to his island when we got there.
Holmes, there's something devilish going on here. A professor who studies psychology wants 4 people to go to a lonely island. A midget, a contortionist, a fat lady, and the fourth...
Oh, that's all right. I'm used to it, Doctor. The force a human skeleton.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
That's what you were going to say. Now, we all agreed to go up there. We didn't like the bloke, but none of us can turn down 50 quid. But we got to talking after he'd gone. Supposing he's up to doing us a bit of no good. And anyway, he made us sign that paper.
Paper? What paper?
I don't remember it too well, Mr. Holmes, but it did say that if anything was to happen to us, the professor wasn't responsible. That's what started us to talking and worrying after he'd gone. And that's why I've come to you.
I'm glad that you did, Stephen. Did you inform your friends of your decision to come to see me?
No, Mr. Holmes, I didn't. I might have done it if I'd have been sure you wouldn't have laughed at me.
I'm convinced that this is no laughing matter, Stephen. Unless I'm much mistaken, there's devil's work afoot.
And then you'll come up there with us, Mr. Holmes?
Yes. Tomorrow morning, Dr. Watson and I will meet you in Scotland.
Well, the lake looks extremely choppy, Holmes. The boat's quite small. I hope it's not too far to the island. I'm a wretched sailor, you know.
I'm sure it'll be a smooth trip, Watson.
Well, I certainly hope so. Hello? Here comes Singer with the other 3. Great Scott. What strange-looking traveling companions.
Well, since they traveled on an earlier train, I think it's time to have Stephen introduce us. Hello, Stephen.
Hello, Mr. Holmes. I'd like you to meet some pals of mine. Dr. Watson, Mr. Holmes. This is Miss Belle Brackett. Careful, Belle. Watch your step on the gangplank.
Well, dearie, got to be a strong plank to roll me up. How are you, Mr. Holmes? Dr. Watson?
How do you do?
This is Bert Olney. Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, son?
Don't know what you do on the bill, governors, but I can kick the back of my head with both feet at once.
Oh, really? Very useful, I should imagine. Providing you're not standing up.
What's your act, gentlemen?
Act?
Well, we haven't exactly got an act. Just regard us as friends of Stephen's. We thought a little trip to the Highlands might do us good.
Huh. It'll do me £50 worth of good. That's all I know.
Put 50 more pounds on me, dearie, and I'd explode.
And this is Bill Carew, the Major, we call him. And Dr. Watson, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
How do you do, Mr. Holmes?
Gentlemen, I do hope this isn't going to be a long journey. I'm really rather a poor sailor.
Well, I just said the same thing myself, Mr. Carew.
Oh, call me Major. Everyone calls me Major. I suppose it's incongruous when you consider that I'm only 4'3", but I do like the nickname. Have a cigar.
Cigar? Oh, no, thank you very much.
Well,
Major?
we're all aboard, Mr. Holmes. Might as well get going, I suppose.
Why not, Stephen?
All right, Captain. We're all here. You may as well get started.
Dr. Watson.
Yes, Mr. Alden?
Do me a favour, will you? Give us a scratch between the shoulder blades.
Give you a what?
A scratch between the shoulder blades.
Oh,
That's it. As soon as we cross the border, these Scots fleas started to bite on me. Thank you kindly.
A starlit night, Watson, and a spanking breeze. I wonder what adventure lies in store for us. I have a feeling that Professor McElwraith may not be too glad to see us.
Why did you come here, Holmes? I know who you are and what you do. Why are you so interested in my obscure experiments?
For two reasons, Professor McElwraith. First, Stephen Singer's a friend of mine, and second, I have an insatiable curiosity, particularly for experiments that require obscurity. I want to know why a student of psychology wishes to isolate 4 malformed humans on a lonely island.
All right, stay. Stay into the devil with you both. You can't leave this island until I give the word. My inquisitive friends. Quiet! Quiet! The 4 of you and my employees for the next few days. 2 of you, Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson, are uninvited guests. Professional meddlers, as they assured me. And I've no reason to doubt that assurance.
Holmes, the man's as mad as a hatter.
Quiet, Watson.
Since you're all to be on my island during my experiments, I should like you to study this map and acquaint yourself with the place. Here you'll see are the guest houses, all interconnected by telephones. And I've installed the very latest form of that admirable new device. Now, down this path lies the snake house.
Snakes? I can't bear snakes.
It may not be necessary for you to meet them, Miss Brackett. Of course, I do use them in my experiments.
Oh!
Now, this path over here leads to the haunted watchtower. An interesting edifice, as you will discover. 7 enemies of James VI met a most peculiar death there. You'll find that they continue to meet that death quite regularly.
Look here, Professor. I don't like the sound of this.
Nor do I. You tell us what these experiments are that you keep talking about.
With pleasure.
Tell us.
I've long known that the malformation of the body, of freaks, if you'll forgive the expression, is caused by glandular deficiencies and imbalances. My studies have convinced me that these same glandular defects produce psychological alterations. For instance, you, Miss Brackett, weigh 4 times as much as you, Mr. Singer. It'll be interesting to see how differently each of you reacts to the same stimuli.
What do you think we are? Guinea pigs?
You talk of applying different stimuli to these people, Professor McElwraith. What kind of stimuli do you intend to apply, may I ask?
Every stimulus that the men and resources of this island will enable me to apply. Fear, hunger, desire, envy, hatred. It should prove most illuminating. Most illuminating.
I won't stand for it. We're human beings, not a bunch of animals.
That's right. Let's go on.
No, you're right, Belle.
Of course he is. The bloke's balmy. Let's get on the boat and go back.
I quite agree with you, sir. You're absolutely inhuman, Professor.
Mind your own business, you meddling fool. I paid these people to come here, and they're going to stay. You and your friend are more than welcome to leave, however.
No, Professor. I shall make myself personally responsible for seeing that these good people return to the mainland tonight.
That's right.
Indeed. Then you must be an extremely strong swimmer, Mr. Holmes.
What do you mean?
The boat left this island an hour ago. It will not return for 5 days. You fools! You grotesque idiots! You're trapped! So go to your quarters, all of you. Go on! And don't be surprised if I begin my experiments before the night is over.
Holmes, if we are marooned on an island with a madman and 4 members of a circus, I suppose we might as well make the best of it. Oh, dear. I think I'll turn in. What the devil's that?
The telephone.
Wretched instruments. They're just a passing fad. They'll never catch on, you mark my words.
Yes, what is it?
Mr. Holmes, are you in your cottage?
Since I'm obviously at the other end of this wire, yes.
Dr. Watson, is he with you?
Yes, why?
I'm worried, Holmes. A few moments ago, I caught the glimpse of a figure standing near my library window. I'm speaking from there now. I thought it might be you or Dr. Watson. But if it isn't, I'm afraid...
And, well, you might be, if only of your own conscience.
I'm afraid of them, the freaks. They're so angry. They might will...
I'd hardly blame them. If you're frightened for your safety, the best thing to do is to let us all leave here at once. Are you sure it's impossible to summon the boat before 5 days are gone?
Well, no, I did lie about that. I could give a signal in the morning by hoisting a flag on the watchtower. Just a moment. That was a stone just against my window. I'll be back, Holmes. Don't hang up.
What does that devil want, Holmes?
Sounds distinctly subdued. He's frightened, Watson. He says there's someone lurking outside his window.
Holmes, are you still there?
Yes, Professor. What's wrong?
That figure just standing in the shadows. I can see it from where I'm talking. I can't see the face, but it's... Holmes! It's raising it on! It's got it! Oh!
I'm afraid it's murder, Watson. Quick, we must get over to the big house as fast as we can.
In just a moment, we'll find out just what happened to Professor McElwraith. Every man who takes pride in his appearance should know that handsome, healthy-looking hair needs a hygienic scalp. And when you buy a hair tonic, be sure to get your money's worth. Be sure that you enjoy the extra advantages of Kreml Hair Tonic. This highly specialized hair tonic contains an amazing combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. Kreml keeps dry, stubborn hair neatly in place all day. And it always gives hair such a natural, well-groomed appearance, never sticky or greasy. But men, Kreml does lots more than keep hair looking handsome. Kreml leaves your scalp feeling so alive. At the same time, it removes dandruff flakes, and it's simply great to lubricate a dry scalp. And if you, like so many men, have hair so dry it breaks off and falls when you comb it, Kreml actually helps condition the hair in that it makes it feel softer and more pliable. So men, buy a bottle of Kreml at any drug counter. Ask for an application at your barber shop. Let Kreml help keep your scalp hygienic, your hair always looking its very best. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Well, Dr. Watson, when you got over to the big house, did you find Professor McElwraith was dead?
Yes, Mr. Bell. A quick examination of his crumpled body told me that he was beyond mortal aid. Holmes lost no time in examining that room of death.
This crime isn't very hard to reconstruct, Watson. The dead man was standing here as he spoke his last words to me on this telephone.
Yes, and the window is beside the instrument. The glass in one pane is shattered.
Yes, at a height of approximately 5 feet. The professor was shot in the temple. He was about 6 feet tall. The line from his wound through the broken pane would indicate that the killer stood out there in the rose garden.
What's up, Mr. Holmes?
Yes, we heard a shot. Anyone get hurt, dearie?
Yes, I'm afraid they did. Professor McElwraith has just been murdered.
Murdered? Well, can't say I'm sorry.
Perhaps not, Major, but the fact remains that his killer must be brought to justice. By the way, only 3 of you are here.
Yes, where's Bert Allner, the contortionist?
I don't know. He went straight to his cottage when we got back from the big house. That's the last I saw of him.
You know, it's a funny thing. I was only half awake, Mr. Holmes, but I thought I heard 2 shots, about 5 minutes apart.
2 shots? And Bert Allner has not appeared? We must go over to his cottage at once.
Oh, poor Bert. Is he hurt bad, Dr. Watson?
No, a flesh wound in the back. He was lucky.
Curious. Observe the revolver lying on the floor beside him. The same caliber as the one used to kill the professor.
I see what Bert's done, Mr. Holmes. He killed the professor to save us all.
That's right, Stephen. And then he tried to kill himself because he knew you'd catch him, Mr. Holmes.
That's the way it must have been. Oh, he was a brave man.
An interesting theory.
Yes, but only a theory. Look at the position of the wound. I'll stake my medical reputation that it couldn't possibly have been self-inflicted. Holmes, this has been an attempt at another murder.
More coffee, Watson?
No, thank you, Holmes. I've drunk a blasted gallon and I'm still sleepy.
And I've smoked almost the entire supply of tobacco I brought on this trip, and I'm still very wide awake. I asked questions until well after midnight. And what did I learn?
The servants all alibi each other.
Precisely. And that of our party of 4, no one is able to provide an alibi for the other.
So that it must be one of them. As ill-assorted a group of suspects as we ever met.
Yes. It's a strange business. Why the attack on Olney? The professor, yes, that's quite understandable. But why Olney? What singled him out from the others?
Well, I don't know. He's a contortionist, but he's perfectly normal looking. He doesn't seem like a freak.
Of course. That's it. Thank you, Watson. You've given me the other end of the thread.
Oh, have I?
Round up the others and bring them to the haunted tower. The dawn is beginning to break, but before we hang that signal for rescue, I shall find the answer to this bizarre problem. Before we fix this signal flag, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to warn you that as soon as we reach land, I shall turn Professor McElwraith's murderer over to the authorities.
Let it go, Mr. Holmes. Whoever it was did us all a good turn. Let's forget it.
I'm afraid that murder is not a matter to be forgotten, Major.
But surely you haven't forgotten the attempt on your own life, Mr. Olney.
I feel nearly as good as new, Governor. I think the Major's right. Let's forget it.
No, Mr. Olney. Not even on your request. Because the whole case centers around you.
Who, me?
Last night, while the murderer was standing outside his window, the professor telephoned me. He wanted to know if both Dr. Watson and I were in our cottage. The implication is obvious.
You mean that the mysterious figure he'd seen resembled us in build?
Precisely, Watson. Now, Mr. Singer's nearly 7 feet tall. You, Miss Brackett, if you'll forgive me, could hardly be mistaken for us.
You said it, dearie.
Well, no, because the Major, he told us that he's only 4'3". It must have been you, Mr. Olney.
But I got shot too. And you said when you examined me that it was impossible I could have done it.
Medically impossible for a normal man, but I'd forgotten your profession. You're a contortionist. You could easily have shot yourself at such an angle.
What do you have to say, Mr. Olney?
That I,
Why not admit the truth? You're not a contortionist, are you?
No, Mr. Holmes, I'm not. You see, my twin brother got the bid for this here job, but he had another engagement. And since the professor was so particular about the date, my brother told me to come here and we'd split the fee.
But how did you know that he wasn't a contortionist, Holmes?
You should remember, Watson.
Huh?
When we first saw him on the boat, he complained of the Scottish fleas and asked you to scratch between his shoulders.
So he did, yes.
A real contortionist would not have needed your assistance. So your medical verdict still holds good, Watson. Olney could not have shot himself.
But you've ruled the rest of us out, Mr. Holmes.
Not quite, Stephen. The simplest answer is that the mysterious figure that the professor described was disguised.
Disguised?
That theory would be confirmed by the fact that the killer, when he was in the garden, saw the professor standing at the telephone and deliberately attracted his attention by throwing a pebble at the window.
Look here, Mr. Holmes. The sun's well up. I'm tired of all this theory stuff. I'm going to hang the flag on the tower.
Very well, Major.
But, Mr. Holmes, don't keep us on edge like this.
Yes, dearie. You said someone disguised themselves. Now, who was it?
Well, surely the answer's apparent.
Not to me, it ain't.
Could you, Miss Brackett, have reduced your excessive weight to appear the size of a normal man? No. Nor could you, Stephen, have decreased your excessive height. But the Major could have made himself appear taller with improvised stilts.
Then the Major's the only possibly guilty party.
The Major?
Well, I mean, it's hard to believe he done it.
Well, even if he did, I still don't think we ought to turn him in, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, no. Remember, he did it for us, dearie.
Well, he didn't really hurt me when he took that shot at me.
But that's just it, Olney. I might have been tempted if it were only the professor's murder. But he deliberately tried not to murder you, Mr. Olney, but to make it appear that you had killed the professor.
But if he's arrested, there'll be a trial, dearie. And if there's a trial, you know how it'll be. They'll make out it was all because he's a freak. It'll be harder than ever for people to accept us just as people.
Bell's right, Mr. Holmes. It'd be bad for all of us.
I think the Major has thought of that possibility. Look at him up there on the tower.
He's hoisted the flag. Huh? Now he's teetering on the edge of the parapet. He's going to... Major!
Blimey, he jumped.
Must be a couple of 100 feet down there. He doesn't have a chance.
Oh, the poor Major. He done it for us.
Come on, Belle. I'll take you back to the cottage.
I suggest we all return to our quarters and pack. This unhappy tragedy has reached its final conclusion.
What a shocking business.
You're right, Dr. Watson. When I came to you in Baker Street, I never dreamed it would end up like this. But one thing I'd like to say, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, Stephen?
I want to thank you, not just for solving the case, but because you treated all of us not as freaks, but as ordinary human beings. Makes a big difference, you know.
I know of only one way to treat people, Stephen, and that is as each person deserves to be treated. If Professor McElwraith had only realized that truth, he would not have paid with his life.
When you girls go out on an important date, you naturally want your hair to appear just as beautiful and lustrous as it can be. So here's a tip from some of the world's most divinely beautiful girls, Powers models. Girls who are famous for their enchantingly lovely silken sheen hair.
We glamour bathe our hair with Kreml shampoo. And I want to state that no other shampoo leaves the hair more sparkling clean. Really, girls, you'll be amazed how Kreml shampoo brings out all your hair's natural gleaming luster. It leaves hair shimmering with brilliant highlights that last for days.
Kreml shampoo is not a cream shampoo, not a soapless shampoo, not a drying detergent. After a Kreml shampoo, the hair fairly radiates natural glossy highlights. Kreml shampoo even has a built-in oil base, which actually helps keep the hair from becoming dry or brittle.
How right you are, Mr. Bell. Kreml shampoo leaves the hair so much softer, silkier, with satin smoothness. The hair holds a wave better, too.
So, ladies, buy a bottle of Kreml shampoo at any drug counter. See how easy it is to have naturally lustrous hair and a vision of shining beauty. Kreml, Kreml shampoo. Now, Dr. Watson, what about next week?
Well, I'll never see it next week. Well, now, next week, I think I'll tell you about another of our encounters with the infamous Professor Moriarty, and how Holmes deduced that an apparently unimportant robbery in a Sussex vicarage was in reality part of a plot that threatened the safety of all England. I call it the strange adventure of the pointless robbery.
Tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, A Case of Identity. Nigel Bruce appeared through the courtesy of California Pictures. Tom Conway through the permission of Eagle Lion Pictures. The Sherlock Holmes series is produced by Tom McKnight, with original music composed and conducted by Alex Steinert. This is Joseph Bell speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo, and inviting you to be with us next week at this same time, when Dr. Watson will tell us about the strange adventure of the pointless robbery. America is strong only if her school system is strong. Today it's overcrowded and inadequate. So support your Parent-Teachers Association. Do all you can to improve conditions in America's schools. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. And now for that pleasant moment when we pay our weekly visit to Sherlock Holmes' celebrated friend, the eminent Dr. John H. Watson.
Good evening, Mr. Bell. Come in and sit down.
I thought you might have forgotten your date, Dr. Watson, when I saw that your door was closed.
Not at all, my dear fellow. Rather the opposite. I'm afraid I neglected to keep an eye on the time. I was so deeply engrossed in searching through my files.
With satisfactory results, I trust?
Well, I hope you will find them so. You may remember after I told you the story of the lion's mane the week before last, that you asked if Holmes had any other adventures in his beekeeping days.
I do indeed, Dr. Watson.
Well, I've been running through my notes concerning the remarkable affair of the pointless robbery, and I think you will find it thrilling enough to keep you on the edge of your chair.
I'm sure we all will, Dr. Watson. But first, men, I'm sure you'll be interested to hear why Kreml Hair Tonic is preferred among America's most prosperous and successful men. Kreml keeps hair handsomely groomed from morning until night, just the way you combed it in the morning. Kreml contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. This wonderful, natural-looking hair dressing has just enough light oil to keep hair perfectly groomed with an attractive, healthy-looking luster. Yet Kreml never leaves the hair looking or feeling greasy or sticky. Kreml always looks and feels so clean on both hair and scalp. Be sure to try it, men. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, what's the story of the pointless robbery?
Well, it all began, Mr. Bell, on a delightful summer morning in August 1913. I was spending the first day of a week's holiday visiting Holmes at the small farm on the South Downs to which he'd retired and where he was devoting himself to nothing more serious than the raising of bees. I must say, Holmes, that the quality of breakfast here convinces me that I've discovered the real reason for your devotion to rustic life.
A very sound deduction, Watson.
And there's much to be said for the peaceful atmosphere of the countryside after the noisy hubbub of London.
A peace which I fear may be only too transient, Watson. I suggest that you omit reading the morning paper during your stay.
All that talk of war in Europe, you mean? Nonsense, Holmes. In this year of our Lord, 1913, no civilized nation would dream of resorting to the outmoded fallacies of armed force.
I trust you're right, Watson. I trust you're right. But,
I say, Holmes, you've got a visitor. Somebody's coming up the path.
It's Mr. Kenmore, the rector of our local church. Another donation is indicated, no doubt. It would take the national budget to keep the church's ancient organ in good repair. Be a good fellow, Watson, and open the door while I refill the teapot.
That you are, Holmes. Good morning, Mr. Holmes.
Good morning, Mr. Kenmore. This is my good friend, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, sir?
A cup of tea?
No, thank you. No tea. And I must apologize for this unwarranted intrusion at such an early hour.
Some pressing matter in connection with the church?
No, Mr. Holmes. The cause of my visit is a most mysterious and disturbing occurrence which took place at my residence last night.
Oh, really? Suppose you give me the facts.
No doubt it will seem a minor matter to you, but I feel considerable agitation over it. Briefly, at some time last night, the rectory was broken into by thieves who ransacked the entire house, with the exception of the rooms in which my daughter Alice and I were sleeping.
Gracious me.
And what was stolen?
Nothing. Nothing whatever.
Was the thief frightened off?
No, Mr. Holmes. We knew nothing of it until Alice came downstairs this morning to prepare my breakfast. She found the house in a state of the utmost confusion, obvious signs of forcible entry, and not a single thing missing.
Odd. Very odd.
I hesitate to ask you, Mr. Holmes, to concern yourself with such a trifle, but you know our worthy constable, Tom Wilson.
Yes, an excellent man when it comes to unlighted bicycle lamps, but beyond that... come, Watson, let's accompany Mr. Kenmore to the rectory and see what we can discover.
So you see, Mr. Holmes, as Father told you, absolutely nothing seems to be missing.
Not that the possessions of a country rector are of such great value.
Nevertheless, that silver service on the sideboard would undoubtedly attract any thief's eye.
A family inheritance, Mr. Holmes. One of my few valuables.
I see that you've got quite a large library, Mr. Kenmore. Any books of great value there?
Not at all, Dr. Watson.
Sound suggestion, though, Watson.
Oh,
this French window, which gives onto the garden, seems to be where the thief made his entry.
Quite. A circle of glass cut out of one of the panes. Then a gloved hand reaching in to turn the key.
A gloved hand, Mr. Holmes?
Undoubtedly, my dear. The blurred impressions are quite characteristic.
And now that you've seen everything, Mr. Holmes, what do you make of it?
It presents a most interesting problem, Mr. Kenmore. The disorder of the rooms would indicate a search for some definite object, even though you assure me that you know of nothing of value in your possession. We must wait for developments. I think you and your daughter should most certainly be on your guard against the thief's return.
You really think there is...
Mr. Kenmore, my friend is apt to see criminals behind every bush, the natural result of a lifelong career.
Perhaps, Watson, perhaps. Well, we must be getting along.
I wonder, Mr. Holmes, if you and Dr. Watson would do me a great favor before you go.
Of course, if it's in our power.
Well,
what is it?
Would you think me too bold if I asked you to let me take a snapshot of you both?
Oh, really, Alice? I gave Alice a camera for her birthday last week, Mr. Holmes, and ever since then she's been making life miserable for everyone.
I'm sure you could find two handsomer subjects, my dear. But Watson and I will be glad to have you immortalize our features.
Yes, of course, naturally.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Holmes. I brought my camera down from my room, hoping you'd say yes.
Well, I'm very sorry. I was just wearing this old Norfolk jacket.
If you stand here, right beside the front door.
Oh, just a moment. The wind's blowing my hair about a bit. There we are.
All right. Just look this way. Fine. Thank you so much.
I hope you'll spare me a print or two if they turn out, my dear.
I'll be very glad to. As a matter of fact, that was the last picture in the roll. Now I can take it down to the village and have Mr. Dilworthy, the chemist, develop it for me.
I say, we're passing by the chemist's shop. Can't I drop it off for you?
Thank you very much, Mr. Watson. That's very kind. Here it is.
And thank you again, Mr. Holmes, for your kindness in troubling yourself with my problem.
Not at all. And remember, Mr. Kenmore, be on your guard against a return visit. Looks to me as though you're falling asleep over your book, Watson.
That's it. Well, I must admit, Holmes, that the combination of country air and that excellent dinner had a very soporific effect on me.
Oh, don't apologize. We country dwellers keep early hours.
Certainly different from the old days in Baker Street. I'm surprised that you don't miss the excitement of the chase, Holmes.
Professor Moriarty was the spice who kept the daily routine from becoming monotonous. But apparently he, too, seems to be in retirement.
Oh, have you any news of him, Holmes?
The last I heard, Scotland Yard had him fairly definitely located in South America.
South America, huh?
Which would indicate to anyone knowing the professor as well as I do that he may be anywhere on the face of the globe with the exception of South America.
Well, old fella, I'm going upstairs to sleep. What the devil's that?
The church bell. Come on, Watson. There must be something wrong at the rectory.
And I thought the quickest way of raising the alarm, Mr. Holmes, was to sound the church bell.
Very wise. Tell me, Mr. Kenmore, what was the first thing you heard?
A sharp cry from my daughter awakened me, followed by a thud. I rushed into her room and found her.
Well, she'll be all right, don't you worry, Mr. Kenmore. I've had to take several stitches, but she'll have a slight concussion for the next few days. But there's no cause for alarm.
Oh, thank heaven, Doctor. When I rushed in and saw her lying on the floor...
Her assailant had fled by the time you entered?
The open window showed only too clearly the miscreant's path.
Well, you keep her in bed for a few days, give her a light diet, and she'll be right as rain.
Oh, that face. The window.
Well, she's semi-conscious, poor girl, to be quite expected after such a blow.
No, don't touch me. Please. It's there on the shelf. No.
The sleeping draught that I gave her will take effect soon.
I blame myself, Mr. Holmes, for not having paid more attention to your warning. But
That's of no importance now, Mr. Kenmore.
What's that?
Someone at the door. Pardon me. Wilson, high time you got here. You received my message?
Oh, take your message as it brought me here, Mr. Kenmore.
Worthy Constable Watson.
There's been worse things happening in the village.
What is it, Wilson?
Oh, good evening, Mr. Holmes. Oh, there's fair devil's work afoot tonight.
Well, come, my man, what's up?
Well, it's Mr. Dilworthy, the chemist.
Well, what about him?
In his rooms where he lives, back of his shop. Dead. Lying there on the floor with his head crushed in something savage.
Dilworthy? How horrible. Some prowling thief.
No. Oh, no, sir. With the cash box sitting there in plain sight. With £4 and some odd shillings plain to see and not a penny touched.
Dilworthy, Wait a moment. The ransacking of this house, the attack on Miss Alice, and now this. There's only one common denominator which applies to all three.
I don't understand, Mr. Holmes.
That film from Alice's camera, Watson. After we left here this morning and went to the village, you left it at Dilworthy's?
Of course, it's got a... Well, as a matter of fact, Holmes, I'm afraid I forgot all about it. Here's the roll in my pocket. I must apologize to Miss Alice.
Not a bit of it, Watson.
What do you mean, not a bit of it, Watson?
I'm convinced that roll of film holds the solution of the mysterious events of the past 24 hours. And due to your convenient lapse of memory, we are in possession of the prize.
But what prize are we in possession of?
That, Watson, remains to be seen. Come, we just have time to catch the late train for London. A visit to Scotland Yard's laboratory will reveal the precious secret which that film is evidently concealing.
In just a moment, we'll find out what that precious secret is. Men, when you buy a hair tonic, why not buy one that does lots more than just keep hair looking handsome? Why not get your money's worth and buy Kreml hair tonic? No other hair tonic keeps the hair more neatly groomed and attractive looking. In addition, Kreml is simply great to lubricate a dry scalp. At the same time, it removes itchy, loose dandruff and leaves the scalp feeling so clean, refreshed, and alive. No wonder Kreml is preferred among America's most successful men. Buy a bottle of Kreml at any drug counter. Ask for an application at your barber shop. Use this highly specialized hair tonic daily for better groomed hair, a more hygienic scalp. Kreml. Kreml hair tonic. And now, Dr. Watson, what did you discover on that precious roll of film which had already caused the death of one person and a murderous assault upon another?
Well, as soon as we reached Scotland Yard's laboratory, Holmes wasted no time in getting permission to develop the photographs.
Just hand me that second tray, will you, Watson? The one this side of the red lamp.
There you are.
There. That does it. Look, Watson. The images are starting to appear.
Well, I'll take your word for it. That red lamp gives about as much light as a glowworm.
Sorry, but that's all we can use until we finish the development. Look, Watson. They're coming much more strongly now.
Yes, I see. That seems to be a picture of the rector. Doesn't look to me as though that were worth committing murder for.
There are 12 pictures on the roll, Watson. This next one seems to be a somewhat out-of-focus picture of the directory.
That third one, sharper. Evidently a croquet match. I'm quite sure that we haven't gone tearing off on a wild goose chase, Holmes.
Impossible, Watson. All the evidence indicates that this film must have been the objective.
Ah, now that looks more interesting. Two girls on the beach in bathing suits. I say, Holmes.
What?
That girl on the left's got a fine figure, eh?
Undoubtedly. But the composition is not improved by those other people in the middle background. I think that... Watson, hand me that lens. The large magnifier there.
Ah, I thought you were displaying a cavalier lack of interest in such a shapely young lady. Well, I trust it's repaying your intense study.
Look, Watson. Look here. Examine it closely through the lens.
Well, a daring bathing suit, I must say. Has no sleeves.
Not the girl, you idiot.
Huh? The girl?
The two men in the background. Take a good look at that one on the right.
Oh, there's certainly something familiar about him. Holmes, it can't be.
But it is, Watson. Beyond any shadow of doubt. Professor Moriarty himself, and no nearer to South America than the beaches of England.
But I don't see why Moriarty should have been so anxious to secure this film. After all, Holmes, there's nothing particularly damning in a photograph of two men seated on a beach.
When one of them is the world's most notorious criminal, and when he's quite ready to commit murder to regain the film. Watson, ask the inspector to call us a car.
Where are we going?
You and I and this precious film are paying a visit to Sir Edward at the Foreign Office at once.
Your deduction was absolutely sound, Holmes.
You recognize Moriarty's companion, then, Sir Edward?
Beyond any question. He goes by many names, but our files would indicate that the real one is von Schäling, probably the cleverest among the senior members of the Imperial German Secret Service.
Good heavens, a spy.
Yes, precisely, Dr. Watson.
I should imagine, Sir Edward, that his dealings with Moriarty must be of great importance, since they required him to come to England in person.
I'm quite sure of it.
But the peaceful surroundings of the South Downs and the quiet beaches, what would a spy be doing there?
With Portsmouth, England's greatest naval base only a few miles away, and the present situation in Europe, Professor Moriarty does not concern himself with trifles.
Under the circumstances, I have no hesitation in telling you two gentlemen that the first trials of our new battle cruisers have been taking place off Portsmouth these last few days.
Great Scott.
Yes, Doctor. In what we thought was the utmost secrecy.
There's still a ray of hope, Sir Edward. Moriarty would not have gone to such lengths to suppress this photograph had his transactions with von Schayling been completed.
Do you mean, Holmes, that there may still be time to forestall him?
Dr. Watson and I will do whatever is in our power, Sir Edward.
Well, Holmes, judging from the sudden change in your expression after your silence this past hour, you've evidently had an inspiration.
We must bait a trap, Watson. And that film must be our bait. Professor Moriarty must be in a fury at his bungling subordinates, who've twice failed to recover it. If I know the professor, he'll make the next attempt himself.
Well, you can't take an advertisement in the newspaper, Holmes, to lure Moriarty into a trap.
If Alice and her father will cooperate, I have a method that is better than any advertisement.
Oh? What's that?
Evidently, Watson, you're not acquainted with the post office and the postmistress of the average village, to which Falworth is no exception. She fills the function of a town crier with the utmost efficiency. She will be our advertisement.
Well, good morning, Mr. Kenmore. And how are you this fine morning? And how is poor Miss Alice coming along?
Very well indeed, thank you, Mrs. Roberts.
That's a blessing. And what can I do for you today?
A shilling's worth of penny stamps, please.
I do hope the young lady will be up and about again soon. We miss her cheery face.
You know, Mrs. Roberts, there was an odd thing about that robbery at the rectory.
What was that?
All the intruder took was Alice's camera.
Fancy that.
After he struck her down. Not a very valuable bit of loot.
No, indeed.
Alice is glad she happened to remove the film that very afternoon. It's still on the library desk.
Is it really now?
I must remember to have it developed.
Well, it's a mercy that nothing worse happened. Oh, I almost forgot. Here's your stamps, Mr. Kenmore.
And I think I can assure you, Mr. Holmes, knowing our worthy postmistress as I do, that the misinformation I gave her has by now been widely disseminated.
Excellent, Mr. Kenmore. And I appreciate what you and Alice have been willing to risk on behalf of your country.
At least the falsehood I told was in a worthy cause.
I only wish Dr. Watson would let me get out of bed and come downstairs into the library with you when you take up your vigil tonight. I'd like to see that those horrible men get their just deserts.
Really, my dear, you sound almost bloodthirsty.
Well, I can't say that I blame Miss Alice for that. If someone had given me a crack on the head, I'd look forward to their downfall.
Mr. Kenmore, I would have felt happier if you and Alice were not in the house. But with my knowledge of Moriarty, I fear that he may have the place under observation, and the departure of you and your daughter might make him suspicious.
Is that why you and Dr. Watson are wearing those filthy farmer's clothes, Mr. Holmes?
Precisely, my dear. 8 o'clock. Time we were beginning our vigil. Mr. Kenmore, you will remain on guard with Alice here in her room. No matter what happens in the library, this is your post of duty.
Very well, Mr. Holmes.
You have your service revolver, Watson?
Certainly.
Come then. We must be concealed and in readiness for our visitor at whatever hour he may arrive.
Only 2 o'clock. I'm so cramped from standing behind these curtains that I thought it must be the morning.
What price the peaceful countryside now, Watson?
Well, I must say that...
What is it? A faint sound on the gravel path. It might be a nocturnal animal or... No. There it is again. Footsteps. Is your gun ready, Watson?
Ready, Holmes.
It'll probably come through the French windows. It's the most inviting entrance. On your guard. Cutting up a pane of glass. Don't move. We've got you covered. The light switch, Watson, with your left hand. There. Well, Professor Moriarty, we meet again.
If it isn't Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Keep that gun on him, Watson, while I see if he's carrying a weapon.
And render myself liable to a long prison sentence. My dear Holmes, your retirement to pastoral pursuits must have impaired your reasoning powers.
It's all right, Watson. He's unarmed. You can lower your hands now, Professor. But I'd strongly advise against making any sudden move.
I wish he would, the dirty traitor.
I'm inclined to agree with your sentiments, Watson. Moriarty, for once I intend to take the law into my own hands. I can forgive a criminal, or a forger, or a thief, or even a murderer. But a traitor is something else.
I don't understand what you're driving at.
Certain backward Balkan countries, Moriarty, have an extremely convenient system of disposing of unwanted prisoners. They are invariably shot while attempting to escape.
You wouldn't dare. You who have always stood on the side of the law.
Have you ever known me to break my word? I assure you, Moriarty, that unless you consent to turn over von Schayling to us, together with any information you have for him, you will be dead by the time I count 10. And I promise you that Watson won't hesitate either.
Yeah, you bet I won't, Holmes.
Take your choice, Moriarty. 1, 2, 3, 4.
All right, Holmes. You win. This time.
A wise decision. Where were you to meet von Schayling? And what were you to deliver to him?
At midnight tomorrow, on a beach 6 miles south of here. He has a rendezvous there with a submarine that is to take him back to Germany. And the figures on the new cruisers are hidden at my lodgings in Portsmouth.
We'll keep that appointment with von Schayling tomorrow night. And to make sure that you have no chance for further treachery, you'll remain with us until he's in our hands. This is the spot, Professor Moriarty?
500 yards south of the abandoned dock, yes.
Very well. Watson and I will remain here behind these bushes. You, Professor, will walk out alone onto the sands. I intend to take no chances of scaring off our quarry.
I haven't much choice in the matter.
Just a moment.
Yes?
Remember that we have you in plain sight, that the moonlight is strong, and that the slightest sign of treachery will be the signal for your well-deserved execution.
I won't forget, Mr. Holmes.
I hate to think of his going scot-free, Holmes.
You cannot hate it more than I do, Watson. But letting him go free is a cheap price to pay for the scotching of his plans and the capture of von Schayling. Here comes a car. This must be von Schayling. No one else would be on this deserted road at this hour of night.
Oh, the car's stopping.
There's only one man in it. He's getting out. It is von Schayling.
Ah, Herr Professor. I knew I could depend on you.
Right, Watson.
Put up your hands, you.
The devil...
Look out, Watson. Quick work, Watson.
Oh, curse you, Moriarty. You have betrayed me.
Precisely, Herr von Schayling. But why should the fact that a traitor will engage in a double betrayal surprise you?
He'll be all right, Holmes. Hiding a nasty flesh wound in his leg.
Well, Mr. Holmes, you have the papers and the SPADE. I've kept my part of the bargain. Now you keep yours.
Don't worry, Moriarty, I shall. But you can count yourself lucky that the stakes for which we were playing were far more value than your traitorous life. I promise you that next time we meet, you will pay your long overdue reckoning.
I shall look forward to it. Au revoir. Till our next meeting.
What infernal cheek. I hate to see him go free.
No more than I do, Watson. Well, at least we've had the best of the bargain. Now let's load our prisoner into the car.
And who are you, anyway? The devil?
Oh, hardly so eminent a personage, von Schayling. My name is Sherlock Holmes.
So, I might have guessed.
Oh, he's fainted. Just as well, perhaps. Here, Holmes, we'll put him in the back seat of the car. Well, you've got the spy. That finishes that.
I wonder. There's an east wind coming, Watson.
East wind? Oh, I don't think so, Holmes. It's particularly warm.
Good old Watson. You're the one fixed point in a changing age. There's an east wind coming all the same. Such a wind as never blew on England yet. It will be cold and bitter, and a good many of us may wither before its blast. But it's God's own wind nonetheless, and a cleaner, better, stronger land will lie in the sunshine when the storm has cleared. Start the car up, Watson. It's time we were on our way.
And now may I introduce one of the outstanding authorities on feminine beauty. He is John Robert Powers, who has received hundreds of thousands of requests from girls all over the country. Girls wishing to join his exclusive Powers Girls. And now, especially transcribed, Mr. John Robert Powers.
Good evening, friends. I'm very happy tonight to bring along one of my very attractive Powers girls, Miss Pat Fordyce. And maybe we can coax Pat to tell us what she considers one of the most important requirements of a Powers girl. How about it, Pat?
Well, I think one of the most important requisites is lovely, shining, bright hair. Hair that reflects natural, glossy luster and highlights.
I certainly agree, Pat.
And I heartily agree with you about using Kreml shampoo.
Yes, Pat, I advise all my Powers girls to use Kreml shampoo. In my opinion, no other shampoo leaves the hair more radiant with such natural gloss and highlights. Why, I've interviewed hundreds of girls with beautiful faces, but with such dull, lifeless-looking hair. Then after using Kreml shampoo, what a difference. Their hair emerges a vision of shining beauty.
I love its rich, velvety oil base, too.
A very good point, Pat, because this oil base actually helps hair from becoming dry or brittle.
Kreml shampoo also whips up a wonderful, luxurious, active foam, even in the hardest water.
Yes, Pat, to glamour bathe the hair, you simply can't beat Kreml shampoo. And I sincerely recommend it to every girl who is discouraged about the way her hair looks. To every girl who wants her hair to look its shining best.
Thank you, Mr. Powers, and also your very, very beautiful Powers girls, Miss Pat Fordyce. And now, Dr. Watson, what about next week?
Well, now, let me see. Next week, I think I shall tell you a weird story about the strange experience of Mr. John Scott Eccles, wherein Holmes solves a murder of a certain Aloysius, or as you say, Aloysius, Garcia, and finds a kitchen full of voodoo fetishes. I call the story The Adventure of Wisteria Lodge.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, His Last Bow. Nigel Bruce appeared by permission of California Pictures. Tom Conway through the courtesy of Eagle Lion Pictures. The Sherlock Holmes series is produced by Tom McKnight, with original music composed and conducted by Alex Steinert. This is Joseph Bell, speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo, and inviting you to listen next week at this same time, when Dr. Watson will tell us about the adventure of Wisteria Lodge. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. Now, once again, here we are in Dr. Watson's comfortable study. Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Good evening, Mr. Bell. Sit down, my boy, and make yourself comfortable.
Thank you. Warm tonight, isn't it?
It is indeed. Quite summery, in fact.
Let's see. Tonight you're going to tell us about the strange adventure of Mr. John Scott Eccles at Wisteria Lodge, aren't you?
Yes, and I think I can promise you that you'll find it weird enough to make you shiver a bit, in spite of the weather.
Good. I can hardly wait. Men, if you want that prosperous, successful look which stands out in the crowd, remember, well-groomed hair means a lot to a man's appearance. And I'm sure you'll want to know why so many of America's most prosperous and successful men use Kreml hair tonic. You see, Kreml contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. This is why Kreml gives a man's hair such a natural, well-groomed look. Why it keeps hair neatly in place longer. Yet Kreml never leaves hair looking or feeling greasy, sticky, or dirty. Kreml never leaves hair feeling cakey or stiff. Just make this test, men. After you apply Kreml, rub your hand over your hair. Notice how delightfully clean your hair feels. Notice how no greasy film comes off on your hand or your hatband. Kreml always gives your hair such a handsome, clean-cut appearance, as if your barber had just combed it. At the end of the day, your hair looks just as neatly groomed as when you combed it in the morning. Buy a bottle at any drug counter. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, what about the strange experience of Mr. John Scott Eccles and Wisteria Lodge?
It was a bleak, wintry day. The year was 1892, I believe. We were in our rooms in Baker Street, and Holmes had received a telegram during lunch. He'd read it and sent off a reply. The lunch things were subsequently cleared away, and Holmes was standing in front of the fireplace, smoking his pipe, a thoughtful look on his face. Suddenly, he turned to me with a mischievous twinkle in his eyes.
Watson, you are supposed to be a man of letters. How would you define the word grotesque?
Grotesque? Why, something strange, remarkable.
No, there's more in it than that. Grotesque. There's an underlying suggestion of the tragic and the terrible.
Yes, but why all this introspection? Who's been using the word now?
This telegram. Read it.
Oh, let's have a look. I've just had most incredible and grotesque experience. May I consult you? Signed J.S. Eccles. And sent from the Charing Cross post office. Eccles. I wonder if it's a man or a woman.
Man, of course. No woman would have sent a reply-paid telegram.
No?
No. She would have come herself. And that, if I'm not mistaken, is Mr. Eccles himself. Let's take a peek at him before Mrs. Hudson lets him in. Watson, don't joggle the curtain like that. It's too obvious.
Respectable looking, eh, Holmes? Notice the grey whiskers? Pompous old bird.
Yes. Everything from his spats to the gold-rimmed spectacles and top hat pronounce him a conservative. A churchman, a good citizen, orthodox and conventional to the last degree.
Yes, but what is such a paragon coming here for?
Accidents, my dear Watson, sometimes happen even in the best regulated circles. Here he is. Come in. Good day. Mr. Eccles, I presume?
Yes, Eccles. John Scott Eccles. I've just had a most upsetting and unpleasant experience, Mr. Holmes. Most improper, most outrageous.
Pray sit down, Mr. Eccles.
Oh, thank you.
This is my colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, sir?
It's an outrage. That's what it is.
Oh, sorry.
May I ask, Mr. Eccles, why you didn't come to me at once?
Oh, what do you mean?
It's now 2:15. Your telegram was dispatched at 1:15. And yet one glance at the somewhat disheveled state of your attire shows that the disturbance dates from the moment of your waking.
You're right, Mr. Holmes. I never gave a thought to my appearance. My one idea was to get out of that house. But I've been busy since then, running round to the house agents, you know. The fellow's rent was paid right enough.
Come, Mr. Eccles, I'm afraid you've acquired my friend Dr. Watson's deplorable habit.
Huh?
He is prone to tell his stories wrong end foremost.
Now, look here, Holmes, I really
don't
see why
interrupt, Watson. Now, Mr. Eccles, will you please give us the facts of the case? Now what? Come in.
Aha!
Oh, so it's you, Lestrade, the watchdog of Scotland Yard. I might have known no one else would come thundering at the door in that fashion.
I thought I'd find him here. Are you not Mr. John Scott Eccles of Poppermouse Lee?
Naturally he is. You traced him through his telegram to me. It's all perfectly obvious, so why be so melodramatic?
Who is this gentleman?
Allow me to introduce Inspector Lestrade, mastermind of Scotland Yard.
You got a blazes, Mr. Holmes. It's Mr. Eccles I'm after.
And what for, if I may be so impertinent?
The murder of Mr. Aloysius Garcia of Wisteria Lodge near Isha.
Dead?
You say he's dead?
Now, none of that surprise stuff. This letter was found in his pocket. You wrote it, didn't you?
Of course.
You accepted his invitation to spend last night in his house, didn't you?
Yes,
You did stay the night there, eh?
Yes, but I can explain.
Explain, eh?
One moment, Lestrade. Mr. Eccles was on the verge of telling me what happened during his visit. I suggest we allow him to proceed. Draw up a chair, Lestrade. You might learn something.
Oh, very well, but I warn you, Mr. Eccles, anything you say may be used in evidence against you.
But I'm sure my story, but also... Oh, dear me.
Go on, please. Go on.
Oh, yes. Well, you see, Mr. Holmes, I'm a bachelor of a rather sociable turn of mind. I cultivate a large number of friends, among them Mr. Gerald Melville.
Gerald Melville, the retired brewer?
Yes, that's the one.
Well, nothing like a glass of Melville's double brew to quench a thirst on a hot day, eh, Lestrade?
Oh, Watson, don't interrupt.
Well, it was there some weeks ago that I met a fellow named Garcia. He was, I understood, of Spanish descent and connected with the embassy. We struck up quite a friendship. One thing led to another, ended by his inviting me to spend a few days at his house, Wisteria Lodge, between Isha and Oxshott.
How many were there in his household?
He had a sort of valet butler, a countryman of his named Jose, and a half-breed cook called Grogo.
Queer household to find in the heart of Surrey, eh, Holmes?
Yes, Dr. Watson. So I thought at the time. It proved a good deal queerer than I expected.
Yeah, now, let's get to the point. You went to the house?
Yes. I arrived last night, a few hours after dinner. Drove over from Isha. Storm was brewing. The house was fair-sized, a crazy tumble-down affair. I'll admit I had some doubts as to the wisdom of my visit as we went up the drive.
Delighted to see you, my dear friend. Delighted. I was afraid you might not reach this place before the storm arrived. Jose, you will take the Senor Eccles things to his room. The one in front, across the hall from my own.
Si, senor.
That is he, my priceless Jose.
A bidding-looking fellow, I must say, Garcia. Looks more like a brigand than a servant.
Yes, that is what makes him so truly remarkable. But come in here into my study. There is a fire and some good red wine and a sandwich for you which my good Groco has made especially. In here. Come.
Oh, yes, thank you. Well, this is better. I'll admit I was chilled from that drive, and your hall is a trifle draughty, my dear Garza.
But here we are what you call cozy, eh? Come, sit by the fire.
I feel good.
A glass of wine, no?
Not a bad idea.
Good. I will have one, too. So, and here is your sandwich.
Thank you. Oh, by Jove. I say, this sandwich is hot.
Yes, a Spanish specialty. It is full of onion.
So I noticed.
Dios, what was that?
Sounds like someone at the front door. There it is again. I say, Garcia, you look white as a sheet. Is anything the better?
No, nothing at all. Only that it is so late for someone to be calling.
Look here, I'll go to the door if you're afraid.
No, senora. It is not necessary. Jose will go. Listen, he is going now.
Wonder who it is on a night like this.
Come in. What is it, Jose? What has happened?
A message for you, senor. A letter.
Good. Give it to me. So, that is it.
It is what, senor?
Never mind, Jose. And close the door.
Look here, Garcia. What's the matter? Did the letter have bad news?
Bad news? The letter? Oh, but no, senor. Just an invitation. I do not even bother to answer. See, it goes into the fire.
Why are you trembling?
Trembling? Me? It is the cold. I am not accustomed to this climate. But it is late, and I am a bad host, no? You want to go to bed?
Not particularly. And look here. If you're afraid of something, I'm perfectly willing to sit up all night.
Afraid? Come on. Show you to your room. You will take this candle, please.
Oh, that's a bad draft you have in this hall, Garcia. I can hardly keep the candle from blowing out.
This way, please. This is your room, senor. I am in there, across the hall.
Good. Then you can call to me if you get the jumps again.
Or if I see a ghost, eh? Good night, senor.
Good night.
And pleasant dreams.
Pleasant dreams. I'm more apt to have nightmares in a place like this. Not even a fire in here. Looks like an iceberg. Storm's getting nearer. What a clock. Sounds like the knell of doom. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Right, midnight. Had no idea it was so late. My watch must have stopped. Says only 11:15. Suppose I forgot to wind it.
Senor Eccles. Senor Eccles, are you still awake?
Well, if I hadn't been, that clock would have wakened me.
So sorry. Never mind. Next time it strikes only once for 1 o'clock.
That's a revelation.
What I want to say, senor, is the bell by the bed. If you will ring it in the morning when you wake up, Jose will bring you your hot water.
Oh, thanks.
Good night again, senor. So far, I have seen no ghosts.
What does he mean by that? Ghosts. Oh, this would certainly be the place for them. That storm is going to break any minute now. Wish that candle wouldn't flicker so. Weird shadows. I don't like the way they move about. Get on my nerves. Better blow the candle out. That'll finish them. Now, if I can get a little sleep. Oh, what a bed. What's that?
So you think you heard a scream, Mr. Eccles?
Well, I wasn't sure. The storm broke at about that time. It may have been the wind. What a curious evening.
The most curious thing about it was the clock. Do you often let your watch run down, Mr. Eccles?
No, I can't say that I do. Well, next morning the storm had cleared. I woke about dawn and tossed about half an hour. When I found that I couldn't go back to sleep, I rang for my hot water. Place. That bed should be in a museum. Oh, it's even colder than last night. Confound that, Jose. Where's my hot water? Never did like the country. That fellow's probably still asleep. Maybe if I shout. Jose! I say, Jose! I don't like it. This place is too quiet. Jose! Grogo, where are you? What the deuce? Why doesn't all this bellowing wake Garcia? Must be a sound sleeper. Garcia! Garcia, are you up? Confound the man. Oh, you don't suppose? Oh, nonsense. I'm getting as jumpy as he was last night. Garcia, wake up! I say, I better go in and see if the man's all right. I say, Garcia, are you... Garcia! What? Oh, look here. He's gone. The bed hasn't been slept in. Garcia! Jose! Garcia! I was thoroughly upset, Mr. Holmes. I ran from room to room shouting. They were empty. The men were gone. My host, the footman, the cook, all vanished in the night.
Quite a unique experience, eh, Watson?
Yes, one of the most... I was furious. I packed my bag and set off to visit the chief land agent in the village. But I found everything in order. Garcia had rented the place right enough, but even paid 3 months in advance. My next step was to come into town, call at the Spanish embassy.
Yes?
They had never heard of Garcia. That is the end of my story.
Well, I admit it seems to fit in with what we discovered at Wisteria Lodge. We even found the note you spoke of.
But Garcia threw it into the fire. I saw him do it.
It was a dog grate. He overpitched it. I found this crumpled up at the back.
Yes, that's it. I recognize the paper.
May I see it?
What's it say?
Our own colors. Green and white. Green open, white shut. Main stair, first corridor, 7th right, green baize. Godspeed, sign D. Woman's writing. An assignation of some sort, I'd say.
Well, why should he turn pale if it was just an amorous intrigue?
It was more than that. She writes Godspeed. It was a serious and dangerous undertaking.
Who do you suppose she is? She signs a sub D. He was Spanish, and she must have been too. D. That might stand for Dolores.
Very good, Watson.
Oh, thank you.
But unfortunately, she wasn't Spanish.
Wasn't Spanish? Why not?
She writes to our Spanish friend in English. And there were others in it, too. The envelope is addressed in a different hand, a man's writing. And the print of a man's cufflink has been pressed into the sealing wax. A remarkable note. There's something about it I don't quite like. Lestrade, where did you say Garcia was found?
Oxshot Common, about an eighth of a mile from his home. Head battered in.
Footprints?
Well, there weren't any we could see. The rain had washed them out.
Robbed?
No. His watch and money were left intact. Well, Mr. Eccles, if you don't mind stepping around the yard, I'd like your story in writing.
Certainly. I'll come at once. But I should like to retain your services, Mr. Holmes.
I shall be delighted to collaborate with Scotland Yard if Lestrade doesn't mind.
And what good would it do if I did?
Then it's settled. I suggest we take a run down to Esher, Watson. I find I have a longing for the country.
Yeah, I'm coming too.
Splendid. Suppose we meet tonight at Mr. Garcia's poetically named villa. What was it? Yes. Wisteria Lodge. I fancy it will be a case of cherchez la femme.
Oh, French. Look for the woman. Oh, what woman?
The woman who wrote that note. If I'm not mistaken, she's in a decidedly dangerous position.
In just a moment, we'll find out what Sherlock Holmes discovers on the visit to Wisteria Lodge. Every man who takes pride in his appearance should know that handsome, healthy-looking hair needs a hygienic scalp. That's why, when you buy a hair tonic, be sure to get your money's worth. Don't settle for just any hair dressing when you can enjoy the extra advantages of Kreml Hair Tonic. This highly specialized hair tonic contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients, the like of which has never been duplicated in any other hair tonic. Kreml keeps dry, stubborn hair neatly in place all day, and always gives hair such a natural, well-groomed appearance, never sticky or greasy. But men, Kreml does lots more than keep hair looking handsome. Kreml leaves your scalp feeling so alive and tingling. At the same time, it removes itchy, loose dandruff. It's simply great to lubricate a dry scalp. And if your hair is so dry it breaks off and falls when you comb it, Kreml actually helps condition the hair, in that it makes it feel softer, more pliable. So men, buy a bottle of Kreml at any drug counter. Ask for an application at your barber shop. Let Kreml help keep your scalp hygienic. Your hair always looking handsome, always looking its very best. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, you and Sherlock Holmes went down to Wisteria Lodge.
Yes, Mr. Bell. That night found us walking in the neighborhood of Esher. It was pitch black, and there was a wind blowing. Look here, Holmes. Why go plodding about on a night like this? There's another storm brewing up. Why not wait until daylight? It's too dark to see anything now anywhere. Even the road.
Oh, stop grumbling, Watson. We promised Lestrade we'd pick him up at the villa.
Yes, but
Besides, we've got to rescue that woman. That note was written under pressure. The writing was shaky. Someone else addressed the envelope, sent it off, and lured Garcia to his death. She's probably being kept prisoner at this moment, unless they've killed her, too.
How are we going to find her?
The note ran, main stair, first corridor, 7th right, green vase. That indicates a large house.
Yes, but there aren't many large houses in the neighborhood.
Quite. Moreover, it had to be a house Garcia could get to, do what he intended to do, and be back by 12 o'clock. Less than an hour's time.
What do you mean?
I mean that Garcia invited our friend Mr. Eccles to visit him with one purpose in mind.
Oh, what was that?
He wanted an alibi. That is why the clock struck 12 when Mr. Eccles' watch indicated it was only 11:15, which was the correct time, by the way. Garcia intended to be somewhere else at 12 o'clock.
Yes, but where?
Somewhere within the radius of a mile. There are only 2 large houses within this radius. One belongs to Lord Weaverly, a conservative old fellow. He's out of the question. The other, High Gables, was rented just last month by a man who calls himself Henderson, but who looks like a foreigner. The whole house is run by foreign servants, with the exception of an English governess for his little girl.
You think that she may be the woman in question?
I only know she has not been seen for the last 3 days.
It looks bad.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, that is a light from Wisteria Lodge shining through the trees.
Yes, the stars here ahead of us. Lugubrious-looking place. Eh, Holmes?
Yes. Come on across the driveway. That's Lestrade sitting in the middle of the study with a light beside him. What's the matter with the man? He's as stiff as a ramrod. Tap on the window, Watson.
Oh, it's you. Thank God for that.
What's up, Lestrade? Open the window.
never expected to see the day when I'd be so glad to see your face, Mr. Holmes. It's been a bad evening.
Here, Watson. Step over the sill. That's it. You can close the window behind you. Now then, Lestrade, what's been giving you the jumps?
Well, it's a lonely, silent house, and what with that queer thing in the kitchen, when I heard you tapping at the window, I thought it had come again.
It? What is it?
The devil, for all I know. I got here a bit earlier. I was sitting here reading a book when all of a sudden something made me look up. And there was a face looking in at me through the lower pane.
Great Scott. What was it like?
Well, it wasn't black, nor was it white. Sort of a clay color. Like it was dead and had earth on it. And the size of it, twice as big as yours.
Good gracious me.
But the look on the face was the worst of it. Great goggle eyes and a line of white teeth like a hungry beast. I tell you, I couldn't move a finger. I just shut my eyes and held my breath, and when I got the courage to look again, it was gone. Like that, into thin air.
Let's have a look round the house.
Wait till you see what's in the kitchen.
Oh, no time like the present. You know the place, Lestrade. You lead the way.
Not in your life. I'll go with you, but not ahead of you.
Oh, all right.
Here. Down this corridor to the right.
Watson, you had better hold the lamp. Lestrade's hand doesn't seem to be as steady as usual.
This is the kitchen.
Untidy looking place. Look. What an extraordinary thing. Chicken feathers all over the room.
Yes. A white cock torn savagely to pieces.
And over in that corner is a goat with its throat slit and blood all over the place.
How perfectly beastly.
Yeah, but that's not the worst of it. Look here, by the sink. Here's something to make your flesh creep.
What a sinister, shriveled-up thing. Looks like a barbaric doll or a mummified monkey.
That is no doll, Watson. Nor yet a monkey. That was once a human being. A South American native, to be exact.
What?
Down there, some of the wilder tribes have a secret process by which they can dry and dwarf the bodies of their dead enemies until they look like this. It's a voodoo fetish. And all this mess of blood and slain animals indicates a South American voodoo sacrifice. South American? Green and white, of course.
What is it, Holmes?
Never mind, Watson. No time for discussion. Hurry. We must go to High Gables and find the governess. She must be made to talk while she's still able. That's the house. Governess's room is at the back. Hello. What's this? Closed carriage without lights drawn up at the front door and baggage piled on top.
They're trying to make a getaway.
We must stop them.
How can we? We've got no warrant.
Thank heavens I'm not a member of the official police. My revolver's warrant enough for me.
Look. The front door's opening. 2 men are coming out.
The one in the greatcoat is Henderson, as he calls himself. I think I can tell you his real name if I get a look at his face.
They're carrying something between them.
Why, it's a woman.
The governess. Why can't she walk? What have they done to her?
They're putting her in the carriage.
Come on, we must stop them. Now then, hands up, both of you.
Carlo, drive on. Take notice. Drive on.
No, you don't, Carlo. One move to pick up those reins and you'll get a bullet through you. Now then, what have you done to that woman?
She's sick. We are taking her to London. You must not stop us.
Lestrade, light the carriage lamp. Watson, take a look at that woman. What seems to be the matter with her?
Pulse? Few pulls of eyes? Yes, she's been drugged. Opium. She's half conscious.
You will kill her. She is sick. We must get her to a doctor. Every moment is vital.
No. Don't let him. He's a devil. He killed Garcia.
Don't listen to her. She's delirious. We must go to a doctor.
I am a doctor, my good man.
Don't worry. She's in good hands. Dr. Watson will take care of her. Now, Lestrade, if you will remove the gentleman's hat so we can have a good look at his face. Aha! As I expected. Lestrade, arrest this man. He is the murderer of Garcia, and heaven knows how many other poor souls.
Yeah, but who is he?
Don Murillo, the tiger of San Pedro, the most bloodthirsty tyrant that ever ruled a helpless people.
I must say
afraid, Dr. Watson, I'm still a bit confused.
Yes, and so was I, Mr. Bell, until the English governess explained the whole thing to me. Don Murillo had been a dictator of the country of San Pedro in South America. Its colors are green and white.
Yes, I know.
He was a terrible man who had no scruples about butchering anyone who stood in his way politically. One of his victims had been the Spanish husband of the English lady who later became Murillo's governess.
Oh, I see.
His reign of terror ended in a revolution, but he managed to escape the country with all the government funds. The inhabitants of San Pedro plotted to bring him to justice, but failed until the Englishwoman managed to worm her way into his household.
So that's why she was there.
Yes, it is. She and a party headed by Garcia planned to kidnap Murillo and take him back to San Pedro where he could be tried for his crimes. Murillo, however, suspected the governess, intercepted her note, and killed Garcia.
Well, that's perfectly clear now. Oh, just one more thing. The hideous face at the window, what was that?
Oh, that was Grogo, Garcia's huge native cook, who was sneaking back to get his voodoo fetish, the shriveled mummy.
That was certainly a blood-curdling story. Dr. Watson will return in just a moment to give us a hint about next week's story. Here's something of real interest for our lady listeners. I'm sure we all know or have heard how beautiful Powers models are. But did you know that these famous beauties make up to $35,000 a year?
Which shows they have brains as well as beauty.
Yeah.
But seriously, Joe, what impresses me most is that Powers models can afford to spend a fortune on their hair. Yet when they wash it, they rely on inexpensive Kreml shampoo.
Which proves how wonderful Kreml shampoo really is. Powers models were among the first to discover that no other shampoo leaves hair more shining bright with natural gloss and luster.
And under no circumstances does Kreml shampoo ever dry the hair.
Kreml shampoo is not a soapless shampoo. It's not a cream shampoo. It's not a harsh soap or drying detergent. Kreml shampoo is entirely different.
I'll check with that, Joe. After a Kreml shampoo, the hair actually radiates natural, brilliant highlights. And Kreml shampoo even has a built-in oil base, which helps keep hair from becoming dry or brittle. It rinses out so easily and positively never leaves any dull, soapy film.
So, ladies, always wash your hair with Kreml shampoo. It leaves hair a vision of shining, sparkling beauty, yet in no way hurts its texture. Kreml, Kreml shampoo. Now, Dr. Watson, what about next week?
Well, now let me think. Next week. No, I won't. Next week, I think I'll tell you about another one of our meetings with the infamous Professor Moriarty. Yes, that's what I'll tell you. It's a strange story. A very strange story of violence and sudden death. Death that struck from the London shadows. I call it The Adventure of the Harley Street Murders.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes mystery was adapted from Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Adventure of Wisteria Lodge. Nigel Bruce appeared through the courtesy of California Pictures. Tom Conway by permission of Eagle Lion Pictures. The Sherlock Holmes series is produced by Tom McKnight, with original music composed and conducted by Alex Steiner. This is Joseph Bell, speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo, and inviting you to be with us next week at this same time when Dr. Watson will tell us about the adventure of the Harley Street Murders. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Johnny Dollar.
Harry McQueen, Mid-Eastern Indemnity Corporation.
Now, I'm glad you called, Harry.
What?
I've just been waiting for a chance to run down to New York, have some fun, taking a few shows and some nightlife.
Yeah,
On expense account, of course.
Now, look, we'll pay the expense account, but not for a lot of theaters and nightclubs.
Spoil sport.
Johnny, can you come down here right away?
Sure.
Good.
What's the trouble, Harry?
Dan Diamond.
Dan Diamond.
That's right.
Well, nice talking to you.
Now, what's that mean?
It means I suddenly think I have an important assignment in Podunk or Timbuktu.
You mean you're afraid to get involved with our friend Mr. Diamond? Ah, Johnny.
It's just that I relish the thought of maybe living to a happy middle age is all. Don't you remember what happened on that bank job over in Amityville?
Oh, I remember.
Not only a bank guard, but a police officer and the investigator from the insurance company. All of them suddenly turned their loving wives into widows.
I know.
Diamond. So he's still in business, huh?
Well, apparently not. And I use that word advisedly. Apparently he's retired from his career of crime and is growing orchids at his little home in Long Beach, California.
Yeah,
That is,
on the dough from that Amityville job.
that is when he's out there.
Oh, where is he now?
Right here in New York City, and he just happens to have lifted some $75,000 from a small but expensive jewelry store.
Then lock him up and throw the key away.
I'm afraid it's not that easy. What's more, we want that $75,000 back. Well?
Sorry, Harry.
You realize what your commission would be on a $75,000 recovery? And after all, Johnny, with an unlimited expense account to go on... Johnny?
Okay, Harry. Maybe I'll run on down there and see you.
CBS Radio brings you Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Mid-Eastern Indemnity Corporation, New York City. The following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the P.O. matter. So who wants to tangle with a character like Danny Diamond? But that bait Harry McQueen dangled in front of me was too much to refuse. Expense account item 1770 for a train to New York and a cab to his office on Park Avenue.
Friday afternoon, Johnny, week before last. They were about to send a pile of money over to the bank.
And?
Diamond simply walked in, put a gun on the man at the vault, made him crawl under a table, and then scooped up the $75,000 and slipped out into the street before the vault man could hit the alarm button. Easy as that.
That's a lot of money to walk around with.
He was careful to take it mostly in $50 and $100 bills.
The vault man didn't try to put up a fight?
Against Danny Diamond? And get killed for sure?
Well, how do you know who he was?
Danny told him.
He what?
Just like he identified himself on that Amityville job you mentioned, like he did on every job he ever pulled. We were lucky that no one got killed on this one.
You said he's here in New York. Where?
I understand the PD is going to release him sometime today.
Release him?
That's right. Thanks to a smart lawyer, an alibi they can't seem to break, and, well, let's face it, lack of evidence.
You mean the money?
That's exactly what I mean. And, of course, it's that money that we're primarily interested in. Well, Johnny?
Who's handling this for the police department?
Man over at the 18th Precinct, Lieutenant Singer.
Randy Singer?
Yeah, that's the one.
But he's in homicide.
Well, I don't know about that. But I know he's the top man on this case.
Why? There's been no killing.
Johnny, why don't you ask him?
Yeah, why don't I?
Because on nearly every previous job that Dapper Danny pulled, there was a killing. And I was assigned to him. I got to know him and his routine, his methods better than anybody else in town.
But not well enough to nail him down.
Yeah, I'm afraid that's true. Anyway, they made a special out of this one and put me on it.
And from the way you say that, Randy, you haven't got very far.
Johnny, I haven't got to first base. Oh, sure, we locked him up on suspicion, got the DA to really cloud up and rain all over him, but thanks to that smart mouthpiece he hired and an alibi so solid you couldn't smash it with a hydrogen bomb.
Plus, no sign of the money.
Yeah, that's right. Anyway, they're letting him loose, and he'll go back to California free as a bird, and 75 G's to the good.
You sure it was Danny Diamond pulled this one, huh?
Well, everything, Johnny. His perfect timing, his modus operandi, that egotistical trick of identifying himself, the description of him. His doing it solo, the fact he didn't stash it away in a bank. I've checked every bank in town. Well, everything, Johnny, says it's him.
You mean it's he? What's your English, Randy?
Oh, English, to heck with it. Him's the... I mean, he's the one that did it. But unless we can lay our hands on that $75,000...
Have you checked out where he's been staying?
What, are you kidding? Went over with a fine-tooth comb. Nothing in his hotel room, his luggage, no little package left in the hotel, save nothing. He gave us a list of where he's been, what he's done since he got in town, and it all checked out to the minute.
Yet somehow he managed to stash away that wad of money.
Yeah, you find it, Johnny, and we'll nail him.
Now, what's to have stopped him from passing it to some pal for safekeeping?
No, Johnny.
You sure of that?
No, Diamond works alone. He'd no more let anybody else have a gander at that money. Why, Danny wouldn't trust it with anybody short of the United States government. And I'm sure he isn't turning any of it over to Uncle Sam.
Ask me, Randy, you got a pretty thin case against him.
Yeah, but I'd bet my own life that he did this job. And if you or I or anybody can find that dough on him or anywhere near him...
You'll nail him.
You said it. You want to take a crack at him?
Mighty thin case, though.
Johnny?
Okay, if you're so sure that he's the one, Randy, well, that's good enough for me.
Oh, what are you going to do?
Answer your phone.
Oh, sure. Singer. Yeah? Yeah? Well, where'd he... Okay, then all I can do is alert somebody out where he lives to... Yeah. They let him go, Johnny. He's on his way.
To where?
Who knows?
Okay, then I'm on my way.
Yeah, where? What are you going to do?
To coin a real corny one, California, here I come.
Here's Hollywood star Mona Freeman.
Who feels like acting with a miserable cold? I relieve cold distress the fast way, with 4-way cold tablets.
Yes, tests of all the leading cold tablets proved 4-way fastest acting. Amazing 4-way starts in minutes to relieve muscular pains and headache, reduce fever, calm upset stomach, also overcomes irregularity.
When a cold strikes, do what I do. Take 4-way cold tablets. It's the fast way to relieve nasty cold distress and feel better quickly.
4-way, only 29 cents.
Now, here's a word about another fine product of Grove Laboratories. To get rid of embarrassing dandruff in 3 minutes, change to Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo. 3 minutes with Fitch regularly is guaranteed to keep unsightly dandruff away forever. Apply Fitch before wetting hair. Rub in 1 minute. Add water, lather 1 minute. Then rinse 1 minute. Every trace of dandruff goes down the drain. 3 minutes with Fitch and embarrassing dandruff's gone. At the same time, Fitch can brighten hair up to 35%. Get Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo today. And now, Act 2 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the P.O. Matter.
I got a recent picture and a complete description of Danny Diamond from Lieutenant Randy Singer.
And I'll find out who you ought to contact there at the PD in Long Beach, Johnny, and send you a telegram.
Then I spent item 2, $166.25 for a plane ticket to Los Angeles. When I got aboard, I began to think that maybe I'd fallen into some luck for a change. And, not for the usual reason. Though, of course, I'd hoped to find myself next to a gorgeous blonde with ideas and plenty of time on her hands. No, it was because the passenger sitting right next to me, holding a big dispatch case in his lap, and I mean holding onto it, was none other than...
Diamond's the name. Danny Diamond. What's yours, mister?
It's, Reynolds. Jerry Reynolds.
Oh. For a minute, I thought there was something familiar. I guess I was wrong.
But, haven't I heard about you somewhere?
Oh, I don't know why not. Danny Diamond? Dapper Danny, they call me.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you probably read about me in the papers. Lousy bunch of New York cops trying to hang that jewelry store heist on me.
Yeah, something like $75,000, wasn't it?
Yeah. It's going to keep somebody real happy for a long, long time, Mr., what'd you say your name is?
Reynolds. Jerry Reynolds.
Yeah. Try to pin it on Danny Diamond, huh? I'd like to see him pin anything on me. And not because I haven't been trying. Trying for years, Johnny.
It's Jerry.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I meant. But they're wasting their time. Just like they're wasting their time trying to find that 75 G's.
Hey, look, don't get me wrong, Mr. Diamond.
Call me Danny.
But the way you're hanging on to that dispatch case, you'd think it was loaded with,
Yeah? Yeah, what about it?
Nothing. Just forget I mentioned it.
Yeah. And don't you get me wrong. Maybe you'll stay a lot happier, let's say, if you forget that you mentioned it, too.
Well, now look, Danny,
Just forget it.
Sure. Why not? You live in Los Angeles?
No. Long Beach. Why?
Oh, I just wondered.
Yeah. What are you going to L.A. for?
Oh, just to spend some time with an old pal of mine.
Who? Where's he live?
Section of L.A. called Westwood Village. It's out beyond Beverly Hills.
Yeah, I know. What's his name?
Well, now, look, does it make any difference?
So maybe I know. Maybe we got mutual friends. What's his name?
Johnstone.
Johnstone?
That's right, Jack Johnstone. What's he do? Oh, he's a writer, among other things.
I don't know. Moving pictures?
Radio, television.
Radio, huh?
That's right.
I don't know.
I hardly thought you would.
Something kind of familiar about that name, though. See, I listen to radio, you know what I mean?
Doesn't everybody?
See, look, I'm going back in the galley, see if I can pry another drink out of that blonde stewardess.
Well, I doubt if you'll have any luck, but go ahead.
Just leave it to me. You want me to bring you one?
Why not? If you can.
Leave it to me.
He carefully set the dispatch case on the seat. But as he swung back up the aisle, he kept half looking over his shoulder. If I picked it up and tried to open it, he'd know exactly what I was doing. Even as he stood there talking to the stewardess, trying to force some money on her, he kept his eyes on me. But I had to find out what was in that case. And what I could do was keep looking out the window and with one hand open the clasps on it. That much he couldn't see. And then when he came back to his seat with his hands full, all I'd have to do...
How dumb can they be? Those chicks would make a lot of extra dough. Make a lot of friends, too, if they forget the rules now and then with that liquor they got back there.
Well, sit down. Don't worry about it.
Hey, wait a minute. 2 seats up, that guy sneaking a bottle out of his coat. I'll bet you a 10-spot will get that for you and me. Wait and see.
But again, he kept his eyes on me, even while he passed over the money and parted the other man from his half-pint bottle and the small plastic cup he had. But this time, as he came back to his seat, his hands were full.
See? You got brains, a little money, you get anything you want.
Sure. Hey, here, I'll move this case out of the way so you can...
Say, what do you think? You clumsy, crazy jerk.
The little case was loaded, but the papers that fell out that he quickly shoved back into it were not money. No, they were clippings from the New York newspapers. Yeah, news items about the robbery. That was all. Wait, though. Was he using them in the dispatch case for a decoy? Or just to fan that ego of his?
You dumb, clumsy fool.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, huh?
Sure, of course I am.
Listen, if I thought maybe you'd done that on purpose...
Yeah? Well...
Forget it.
Sure. Now, about that little drink you promised.
Sure. Why not?
Smoking more now, but enjoying it less. Have a real cigarette, have a Camel. The best tobacco makes the very best smoke. Have a real cigarette, have a Camel. Are you looking for flavor and mildness? Have a real cigarette, have a Camel. The best tobacco makes the very best smoke. Have a real cigarette, a real cigarette, a real cigarette.
If you're smoking more today, but enjoying it less, try Camels. The Camel blend of costly Turkish and domestic tobaccos has never been equal for rich flavor, easygoing mildness, real smoking satisfaction every time you light up. The best tobacco makes the best smoke.
Have a real cigarette, a real cigarette, a real cigarette, have a Camel.
And now, Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the P.O. matter.
There wasn't much conversation with Danny Diamond during the rest of the flight. At L.A. International Airport, after watching him pick up his luggage, I spent item 3, $50 deposit on a rental car, and drove on down to Long Beach, hoping not to see him along the way. I didn't. I got myself a room at the Villa Riviera, then checked with Western Union.
Yes, we have, Mr. Dollar. It's from a Lieutenant Randolph Singer, NYPD, whatever that means.
New York Police Department. Will you read it to me, please?
Yes, sir, I'll be glad to. It says make contact with P.O.
P.O.?
It says make contact with P.O. Your man is Sergeant Wyman.
Oh, I get it. That was a typo. Should have been P.D.
The sender must have misspelled it.
Oh, sure. But go on, please.
Your man is Sergeant Wyman. Good luck. Signed, Randy.
That's all?
That's all.
Okay, thanks. Item 4 was 10 cents for that phone call. Then I wasted no time in getting over to police headquarters into a huddle with Sergeant Raleigh Wyman.
Dollar, we know all about Danny Diamond. What he is, where he got his money for that house of his out on Fern Drive and for living it. But unless he tries to pull something around here, there's nothing we can do about it.
I know what you mean, sir.
But if you can get something on him and make it stick, this whole town will love you dearly.
Something like that 75,000 robbery in New York?
Yeah. Oh, Lieutenant Singer told me on the phone that's what you're out here for.
That's it?
Said some pretty nice things about you, too. Well, if there's anything we can do, if you just...
There is. I want to look at not only Danny's home, but the luggage he just brought in the plane.
Well, in order to get out a search warrant.
No search warrant.
What?
Look, can you get him over here for a couple of hours before he has a chance to unpack and settle down? I made real time driving here. He ought to be arriving just about now.
Well, let me think.
Hey, call him up. Tell him you want to see him here at headquarters. Can you get him down here?
Sure. He loves to sit around here and shoot off his big mouth and try and make fools out of us. What excuse?
Oh, tell him there were some prowlers around his place while he was away. Tell him anything.
Now, look, Dollar, if you're planning what I think and without a search warrant...
Sergeant, so far as you know, all I'm going to do after I leave you here is take a nice long walk along the beach. Well, okay?
Okay, Dollar.
I drove quickly out to Danny Diamond's address on Fern Drive. A rather nice, modern little home, by the way, in a very pleasant residential section. Long Beach has a lot of nice homes, and this was one of them. I'd parked a couple of blocks away, and as I sauntered as casually as possible toward his place, a taxi pulled up in front of it. Out came Danny and his luggage. He paid off the driver and went in. And I waited, praying that Sergeant Wyman would call him before he had a chance to... Wyman must have done all right. Within 3 or 4 minutes, Danny came out the back door, went into the garage, then pulled away in a fancy little sports car. I went over to the back door and found, much to my surprise, that it was a real easy job to jimmy it open. Danny's handbags were still sitting by the front door. I not only went through them, but through every inch of that house, slowly, carefully, overlooking nothing. And that's exactly what I found. Nothing. Except that is for a large floor safe under one of the rugs. But I knew he hadn't had time to get to it, and besides, the dust around it showed it hadn't been opened recently. No, Randy Singer was wrong. If Danny did take that money, he must have stashed it away somewhere, or left it with somebody, probably back in New York. Despite what Randy had said about his operating alone, trusting no one, not even the banks, about trusting no one short of the United States government. The government? Wait a minute. I beat it back to police headquarters and Sergeant Raleigh Wyman.
I kept him here just as long as I could. Danny only left a couple of minutes ago.
A couple of minutes ago, huh?
Dollar, did you find anything?
Huh?
I mean, during that, during your walk along the beach.
No. Now, listen.
Yeah?
That telegram Randy sent me.
Telegram?
Yeah. Make contact with P.O., he said.
P.O.?
Well, it was a typo. He meant to say P.D. to contact you.
Oh.
Well, it was a lucky mistake. Because, Sergeant, I may be nuts, completely nuts, but I'm betting that P.O. is the answer to this whole thing. To how he got that money out of New York, out here where he could use it.
Wait a minute.
Trust nothing short of the U.S. government, huh?
Feeling all right?
P.O. Of course. Hey, listen, you know this town where everything is.
Well, sure.
Then there's just one building around here I need to know the location of. And I hope I can get there before he does. The P.O., the post office I drove to, was only a few blocks from Danny's home. Danny's car was parked in front of it. I slipped inside and waited behind a post. At one of the windows, he was second in line, behind a ragged-looking wino who was counting out pennies to buy a stamp.
There's 2 cents. There's 3 cents. I got another one here somewhere.
Come on, you drunken bum.
Don't go.
Hey, Clark. Oh, hello, Mr. Diamond. I have a package for you.
Yeah, that's what I come for.
I've been wondering when you'd call for it. It's from New York City. Just sign here, please.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, here you are. Thank you, Mr. Diamond. Here's your package.
I want a stamp.
I came out from behind the post, bumped into the drunk, and tore at the wrapper of Danny's package.
Hey, what's the big idea?
Sorry.
It's you.
And here in the package, you mail to yourself the $75,000.
Now, get away. Get back.
Oh, no, Danny.
What are you trying to do on there?
Okay. Now, on your feet.
Listen, mister.
Oh, drop dead, Danny. Maybe the state will take care of that.
Now, listen, about that money.
Forget it. Just take a look at that poor old drunk who was in front of you. That wild shot you pulled off.
Huh?
Murder, Danny. Now it's murder. So, from here on in, of course, it's in the hands of the law, the courts. As to credit for solving this one, well, actually, it all goes to a simple typographical error. Funny. Expense account total, including hotel and the trip back to Hartford, $397.70. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Our star will return in a moment.
Constipation is something people don't talk about much, but it can be a problem for anyone, even doctors. And when constipation occurs, it's interesting to see just what doctors consider important about a laxative they might use or recommend. Well, a majority of the doctors we heard from had this to say.
A laxative should be effective, gentle, as close to natural acting as possible, and a medicine that can be used with complete confidence.
Now, X-Lax has been popular with many doctors and millions of people over the years because pleasant-tasting chocolated X-Lax is effective. Overnight, it helps you toward your normal regularity. X-Lax is gentle. Next morning, it gives you the closest thing to natural action. And that's why many doctors and millions of people use X-Lax with complete confidence. X-Lax, the laxative that helps you toward your normal regularity, gently, overnight. Is X-Lax in your medicine cabinet?
Now here's our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, a real wildie, a real strain on my sanity. But I think you'll like it. So join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey. Originates in Hollywood and is written, produced, and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in our cast were Virginia Gregg, Harry Bartell, Herb Vigran, James McCallion, Stacey Harris, and Gil Stratton. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is John Wall speaking.
Next, a modern mystery classic, Agnes Moorehead's 8th suspense performance of Sorry, Wrong Number on the CBS Radio Network.
You are invited to attend Vanity Berth's 5th Annual Sports Night, co-sponsored by Gideon Lodge number 140 and the Albany Olympic Committee. Admission is free, so plan to be there starting at 8 p.m. on Thursday, February 18th at Chancellor's Hall, to greet Mr. Olympics himself, the great Jesse Owens, who will be the featured guest of the evening. Other honored guests will be 12 high school seniors who have been each selected by their respective Albany high schools as exemplifying all-around fitness in the American boy and girl. In recognition of their outstanding achievements, Vanity Berth will award each of them an Olympic-style jacket and achievement shield, and an annual sports night would not be complete without the presentation of Vanity Berth Sports Award. This year's recipient will be Phillips Schuyler High School's popular basketball coach, Larry O'Neill, who is being given the award in recognition of his outstanding work with youth in the city of Albany. These are just a few of the reasons that you don't want to miss Vanity Berth's 5th Annual Sports Night on February 18th. Radio 59, WROW, first on the dial, serving Albany, Troy, and Schenectady.
A.G. Marshall. Our tale is all about dying, not about death, but about the actual moment of dying and how it should be approached and dealt with. I think a lot about the moment of dying. My own, of course. I picture myself in a beautiful and rather picturesque bed. Something I don't own at the moment, but I have time. I'll get around to it. My lovely wife, who will survive me, holding my feeble hand. My children at the foot of the beautiful bed, looking at me tenderly, and me looking fondly at them and saying softly, good heavens, what will I say? I've been so busy setting the scene, I haven't got around to thinking of anything to say. Our mystery drama, Death is So Trivial, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Tony Roberts and Christopher Tabori. It seems most strange to me that men should fear seeing death, a necessary end, will come when it will come. Those words were written by William Shakespeare. The important line is the last one. Will come when it will come. Not when it is expected, not when it is convenient, not even when it is desired. No, death will come when it will come, which is the theme of our strange tale.
There I was, walking to work as usual, taking deep breaths to expand my lungs, noting the time at regular intervals to be certain I'd arrive at the library on the dot, waiting for every street crossing light when... I was dead. I suppose that sound was the last to come out of my mouth, and nobody heard it but me. The next sound to reach my ears was so incredibly beautiful that I lay quietly in the street and listened. What else, after all, was there for me to do? There were voices, a marvelous blend of voices coming from far, far away. And I knew, I don't know how I knew, but I knew that these were the voices of those who had died before me. And they were summoning me to join them in a place of eternal joy. I was about to do so. Indeed, I was anxious to do so, when suddenly, it had never happened to me before in all my 24 years, suddenly I became absolutely furious.
Officer! Police! Somebody! Why isn't there ever a policeman around when you need him?
I heard some young female screaming for a policeman, but I didn't care much. I, James Blake, was enjoying a sensation I had not felt since when? I can't remember when. It must have been many, many years before. Yet I had once felt it because it swept over me. I felt such a surge of health and strength and power that it was impossible for me to think of myself as dead. Which is what I most certainly was. Dead and furious that I was dead.
I saw the whole thing. That man driving the car, that crazy man, I saw him. He was doing 60 miles an hour at the very least. He went right smack through the red light. He never slowed down, let alone stop. I think he was drunk. He must have been driving like that. One of those expensive sports cars. I think it was yellow. Yes, I'm positive it was yellow. Unfortunately, I didn't get the license number, and this poor man, he really is dead, isn't he? Are you going to take him to the morgue?
I listened with a sort of detached interest. The police questioned a few other people who'd seen the accident that ended my life, and everyone said yes, the light had been with me, I hadn't had a chance, The driver must have been drunk or stoned, etc., etc. It all seemed very unimportant, and I was completely absorbed in my own new sensation. Deep, implacable anger.
What's the ambulance for? You think there's a chance? Oh, I hope so. But he certainly looks dead to me. Still, if there's any chance at all...
I watched them, put my used-up body in the ambulance, and I knew everyone would do his duty. I didn't care. I knew I was dead, and I was furious.
Oh, I certainly hope there's a chance for him. I do hope so.
There I was, all alone, somewhere between heaven and earth, without even my body to hold me in place. Then, as the choir dimmed, one small voice, one sweet, small voice separated itself from all the others and spoke to me.
What's the matter, James?
What? Who? Are you speaking to me?
Of course. Aren't you going to join us?
I can't.
But you'll love it here.
Maybe later. Later, maybe.
When, James?
Soon as I'm finished here, I guess.
But you are finished. You know that.
But not quite. Not quite finished. Not quite yet.
Well, of course, if you want to stay in limbo forever.
Is that where I am? In limbo?
Well, you're not with the dead, and you're not with the living. What would you call it?
Am I a ghost?
Of course not. You have to be properly dead before you can be a ghost. I don't know what you are, really. However, if that's the way you want it...
Don't go away! Oh, please, don't go away!
What do you want me to do? I don't want to live in limbo.
Couldn't you sort of stick around a while?
What for?
I need someone to talk to right now.
You're a funny one, you are.
What's so funny about me?
Most people in your situation, which I might remind you is scarcely unique, can't wait to join us. You keep hanging back for some reason I can't fathom.
I want to join you, especially now that you and I have met. Well, sort of met.
Why don't we really meet? Why not, James?
You seem to know my name, but I don't know yours.
We don't bother much with names here. When I was alive, they called me Cynthia.
What a beautiful name. Cynthia. I do want to join you.
Then why don't you?
Because I'm so angry. I don't want you to see me for the first time all riled up like this. I'm not like this, really. Never have been.
Well, if you want to stay in limbo indefinitely...
Cynthia, how can I explain it to you so you'll understand? It's the senselessness, the pure, utter idiocy of it. I don't know why, but suddenly I can't stand it. I suppose because it happened to me. I know people have to die, but not so trivially. Not because somebody ran through a red light. Not for that.
It's been known to happen.
Oh, Cynthia, I never thought it would happen to me. To die in such a stupid, senseless way.
How did you think it would happen?
I don't know. But all my life I've been so sensible. Sensible above everything else. Never caused trouble, never got mixed up in anything.
Never made waves?
Yeah, you do understand.
Of course I do.
And now... Well, I may not have had much of a life as I look back on it. It wasn't much, but it could have changed. And anyway, damn it, it was mine, and no boozed-up bonehead had the right to snatch it away from me. I'm so mad I could spit.
Oh, James.
Cynthia, you may not believe this, but right this second I feel more alive than I ever did while I was living.
I believe you.
And there must be other people right here in this town who are going to die for no reason at all, just by accident. Cynthia, I can't leave this earth till I stop all these ridiculous deaths.
All of them?
All of them. I'm going to dedicate my entire afterlife to it. I shall not have died in vain.
Medical Examiner's Office, Dr. Crowley.
Crowley, this is Dr. Hatch. I'm glad you're there.
I came in early. First day on the job, you know.
Yes, I know, and that's why I hate to tell you, but you may have to go it alone.
You said alone? You're not coming in?
Well, my wife's not well.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There may be nothing serious, but on the other hand, you'll be able to manage, won't you?
Oh, I think so. Nobody's been brought in yet. Uh-oh, spoke too soon. Looks like a dead one to me. Put them on the table, boys, and let me have the report. Run over by an automobile, Dr. Hatch. Looks like a dead one to me.
Well, you know the procedure, Dr. Crowley. Just forge ahead.
Yes, sir, I will.
I'll be in as soon as I feel I can leave my wife.
Oh, Dr. Hatch.
Yes? Yes, what is it?
Maybe this one isn't dead after all. I can't see any signs of respiration, but on the other hand, he looks...
Looks how?
He looks so angry, Doctor. I better get to him right away. I never saw anybody look so angry. You must be alive. Nobody could be dead and look so enraged.
How do you intend to start, James, on your afterlife's work?
Well, I haven't quite figured that out. This is all very new to me, you understand.
I see a dog trotting along Highway 82. Are you interested in dogs?
Anybody. Anything. Where on the highway?
He's just getting to the intersection. Jackson Boulevard.
That's a terrible intersection. Nobody stops for anybody.
I know.
Marvelous how you can get around when you've got no body, isn't it?
See him? Little white dog, curly tail.
Oh, silly little thing.
And see that big blue station wagon? It's going to hit him.
No! I've got him. Got him, Cynthia. I've saved him.
You'll probably get run over anyhow one of these days.
No, he won't. No, he won't. I'm going to keep my eye on him.
What about all the others?
Them too. And cats and people and everybody. Oh, Cynthia, why did it take me so long to find out what I was born to do? I could have spent my whole life doing this. Cynthia, my afterlife is going to be 100 times more exciting than my life ever was.
I don't understand you at all, my friend. Your facial muscles should be completely relaxed. Come in. Oh.
Oh, I know I'm not supposed to be here.
No, you're certainly not supposed to be here.
Yes, but I saw the accident, and I was interested. The officer said they'd bring him here. Is that him?
Look, you can't come in here.
I just want to know if there's any hope. May I, please?
There's no hope.
Yes. That's him.
He's dead. Oh, my gosh.
What is it? What's the matter?
He's moved. He's moved.
I didn't see him move.
No, I mean when you knocked at the door. I was trying to find his pulse. There wasn't any. His arms were straight down at his sides. Now look at them.
Across his chest, like he was hugging something.
Or carrying something. This man can't be dead. He can't be.
I had always thought that at the moment of dying, the soul separated itself from the body and went its own way, while the body stayed behind to be finally disposed of with some degree of circumspection at greater or lesser expense. But what if a particular soul is too stubborn to leave the body it has inhabited for so long? Too stubborn and too angry. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Our hero, James Blake, appears to be leading a double life, in spite of the fact that he is dead. His spirit is floating in the ether between heaven and earth, pausing only long enough to save some innocent from accidental demise, while his body lies on a slab at the city hospital, watched with both horror and fascination by a nervous intern and a young girl.
He doesn't look mad anymore.
Mad?
When they first brought him in, he had such a look on his face. You wouldn't believe a person could look so angry. As though somebody had played a dirty trick on him and he wanted to get even.
Well, a man who's just been run over.
A dead man?
You're positive he's dead?
His heart isn't beating. He isn't breathing.
Well, couldn't he be in a whatchamacallit?
A coma?
Yeah.
Maybe. Or in a shock. Even so, there ought to be some sign of life. Even if it's very faint.
Well, there's got to be some reason why he's got his arms across his chest like that.
And his hands. I mean, his fingers are bent like he was, I don't know.
Like he was sort of cradling something, like he was carrying a baby.
Excuse me.
Oh, sure.
Medical examiner, Dr. Crowley.
Dr. Hatch here, Crowley. How's everything?
Well, all right. I guess only Dr. Hatch, the man that was brought in just a little while ago, James Blake, hit-and-run victim.
What about him?
There's no vital signs, Dr. Hatch. None that I can find, anyway. But there's something... I can't figure it out. He was stretched out on the table, and I was looking for a pulse beat. Both his hands were at his sides, and... Well, I just left for a few seconds. There was someone at the door. And when I got back to him, his arms had moved up to his chest. His elbows were bent.
Reflex action, Crowley. Pure reflex. It happens.
If you say so, Doctor.
Look, I'll try to get in. My wife's still running a fever, but I'll do my best.
If you would, sir.
But you can manage, can't you?
I'll try, Dr. Hatch.
Do I. So long.
So long, Dr. Hatch. He says reflex action. I guess that's why he doesn't look angry anymore, too.
Reflex action? In his face?
Well, there are muscles in the face, you know. Plenty of them. Plenty, believe me.
Oh, well, Dr. Crowley, I know you're upset.
I'll be all right. I'll manage.
Look, while you were on the phone, something happened.
What? What happened now?
His arms moved.
Again? Let me see.
Now they're stretched out.
Out to the side. Out to the side like he was flying.
Oh, floating.
Like a free fall with a parachute.
Oh, gliding. I think his arms are moving a little, sort of waving.
No, they're not. No, they're not moving.
Oh?
It's not possible for his arms to be moving or waving or anything. Look, Dr. Hatch is going to try to come in.
Oh.
He said so. He might get her any minute. Meantime, I'll manage. Somehow, I'll manage.
Cynthia? Cynthia? Where are you? Oh, I'm having such a good time. I'm getting around so fast. It's marvelous. Oh, the things I have seen. The things I've done. Cynthia? Where are you? I've got so much to tell you.
I'm here, James.
Cynthia, there was a lady at a dinner party, and they were having lamb chops. Little tiny lamb chops. And she said, oh, my, what a treat, and how delicious. And she picked one up in her fingers, and she started, Cynthia, it went down the wrong way into her esophagus, and she was choking, and the other people pounded her on the back, and she was turning blue. And I just reached in and pulled out the lamb chop, and she's all right. She was on the point of dying, but now she's all right.
That's very nice, James.
And let me tell you about the holdup.
The one in the bar?
You saw it?
I'm not sure I saw the same one.
Well, this one was in a cheap little bar. This man came in with a gun. He started waving it around like a crazy man, and I thought somebody's going to get killed for sure. So I went to the police box on the corner, and I turned an alarm, and sure enough, when the hold-up man heard the police siren, he ran out of the bar so fast.
So nobody got hurt?
Well, wait. I haven't finished telling you. The hold-up man ran down the street, see? And with the police after him, and he turned into an apartment building and started running up the stairs. I guess he was trying to get to the roof. So I followed him. Of course, it was easy for me. So when he got to, about the 4th floor, I guess, all of a sudden, door opened. Door to one of the apartments.
What's going on here?
Well, the whole hold-up man swiveled around, and he had his gun in his hand, and he pointed it right at this man standing in the doorway. I slammed the door so fast, Cynthia, just in time.
That was very nice, James.
And then there was this woman who got up in the middle of the night to take some medicine, and she went into the bathroom, and she didn't turn on the light. Oh, I have done that so many times. It's well, anyway, she took the wrong medicine out of the medicine chest, the wrong bottle, a bottle full of something that would have killed her. Of course, I knocked it out of her hand. She thought she was just clumsy, but she did turn on the light, and then, well, imagine how she felt.
I can imagine.
And imagine how I felt.
James, listen.
I haven't given you a chance to say anything, have I? It's just that I am having such a wonderful time, leading such a wonderful life. What did you want to say, Cynthia?
I said listen.
I am listening.
Don't you hear it?
Yeah, hear what?
That jetliner is in trouble, James.
I hear it. I hear it.
258 people on that jetliner.
I see it. I see it. I'm coming. Wait for me. I'll get there. Oh, I wish I knew more about airplanes. At the library once, I read a book. I can't remember exactly what it said.
You'll remember.
I don't know.
You'll think of something.
Right, yes. I'll think of something. Wait for me. Wait for me. I'll think of something. I will. I'll get there in time.
Dr. Crowley, his fingers have been behaving very peculiarly.
I know.
First he crooked one finger, and then he
I know all about it. I was standing there, too, you know. I saw it all.
Are those all reflex actions?
They've got to be. Haven't they?
Well, I guess they do.
I mean, what else?
Look now. Look at his fingers.
Why, they're moving like mad.
Dr. Crowley, that's an awful lot of reflex action.
Maybe that's Dr. Hatch. I hope so. Hello?
Crowley?
Dr. Hatch.
Is you Crowley?
Me, yes.
Are you all right?
I'm all right, Dr. Hatch.
Well, my wife's feeling better. Temperature's down.
Oh, that's good. That's fine. I'm so glad.
Well, I'll be leaving the house pretty soon. You managing all right, Crowley?
Managing? Oh, in a way. I mean, I'm managing, but I'll be glad when you get here, Dr. Hatch.
Well, I'll be there in a little while.
Thank you, Dr. Hatch. Dr. Hatch will be here any minute. Everything will be all right.
I hope this is right, what I'm doing.
It's bound to be, James.
I hope... What's this little gadget? It worked! It worked! 200 people, you said, Cynthia.
258.
My goodness, that's my best score yet.
I think there's a war starting.
A what?
A war. Lots of uniforms, guns. Looks like mobilization.
Cynthia, I can't handle a war.
Lots of people are going to get killed, James.
I know, but...
All by accident.
I suppose that's true.
It is true.
But to save everybody from getting killed in a war... Cynthia, I'm only one spirit. I'm all by myself in this thing.
Oh, well, maybe there won't be a war.
I just couldn't handle it by myself.
Maybe it won't happen.
If I just had some help.
Well, if you did, maybe you could save all the people who are starving.
Starving, you said? You mean starving? Starving to death?
Millions of them.
But I can't. Why are they starving?
Well, maybe it's the weather. Maybe it's, too much food in one place, not enough in another. I don't know, James.
I can't change the weather. I can't take food from one place and put it in another place. Cynthia, I'm all alone.
Then come join us, James.
I can't. Not just yet, Cynthia. I can't. Not yet.
I got a different stethoscope. I thought maybe the other one...
He's quiet now.
There's no heartbeat. None at all. It wasn't the stethoscope.
Oh, he's really dead, all right.
You know, for a minute I thought it was me. Thought I was losing my hearing. When I couldn't find any pulse, I thought, well, maybe I've gone numb from fright or nervousness or something.
Are you still nervous?
Well, not as nervous as I was. Now that he's stopped all that, you know...
A reflex action. Well, he's very quiet. Very quiet.
After all, he's dead.
Yes, I suppose he is.
You suppose? He is dead.
Oh, I know that, but...
But what? What? What are you staring at?
His face.
What about his face?
Oh, look at it.
He looks very, very peaceful. Just like the way he's supposed to look. The way all dead people are supposed to look.
I know, but look closer. Look at his eyes. Did you ever see a dead person who was crying?
I've never seen a corpse who cried. Still, why shouldn't the realization that all things are swallowed up in death be a cause for tears? But how many corpses cry, if cry they do, for their own death? And how many cry for the deaths of others? Cry that they cannot save them all from being swallowed up. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. We left the body of our hero, James Blake, age 24, lying prone on a table in the headquarters of the medical examiner's office at the city hospital, while the spirit of that same James Blake floated through the great spaces between this world and the next, bound on a great mission to rescue all those destined to die as he had died by sheer accident.
He hasn't moved for quite a while.
And he isn't crying anymore, Dr. Crowley.
Do you think I ought to wipe his eyes? There are a couple of tears left.
Oh, do you want me to?
No, I'll do it. After all, I'm the attending physician. How am I going to explain?
Maybe you won't have to explain anything. He's very quiet.
I wouldn't know how. I wouldn't know what to say. Dr. Hatch would think I'd freaked out.
Look, why don't you go get a drink? It might help.
A drink? I'm on duty.
Well, at least go get yourself a cup of coffee. I think it would do you good to get out of here for a few minutes.
Oh, what if Dr. Hatch...
Oh, well, I'll tell him something.
What could you possibly tell him? Who would you say you are?
Well, I'll say I'm your fiancé. Oh, by the way, my name is Daisy.
My name's Fred.
Well, go on, Fred. Go get yourself some coffee. You need it.
Oh, well, I'll be right down the hall. The nurse's station. There's a coffee machine. Call me if he does anything.
I will. Don't worry.
I know he's dead. I'm positive of that. But, well, you know.
I know. Well, run along.
Oh, I really appreciate this, Daisy.
Oh, that's all right, Fred. Why were you crying, Mr. James Blake? What made you so unhappy? First you looked angry, and then you looked almost pleased. And then you cried. Why, James Blake? You see, I feel a very special interest in you because I saw you get killed. I saw them come and take you away. I followed you here. I was the one who called the police, and they called the ambulance. I never saw you when you were alive, but I've seen you almost constantly since the moment you died. Oh, please, tell me why you were angry. And tell me why you were pleased. Tell me why you cried. Oh, please, tell me, Mr. Blake. Oh, I better answer. do you wish to speak to?
Dr. Crowley, this is Dr. Hatch.
Oh, yes, Dr. Hatch. Well, Dr. Crowley had to step out for a minute. He'll be right back. He said to tell you if you called or if you came in.
Tell him I'm just about to leave the house, and I'll be there about 10 or 15 minutes.
Oh, I'll tell him. Oh, please, James Blake, please tell me why you cried. James? Where are you? James, it's Cynthia.
I'm here, Cynthia.
Are you ready to join us?
No, I don't think so. Not yet.
You'll like it here.
I still like it here. Sort of. Did I tell you about the stick-up at the bank?
No, you didn't. We haven't talked in a long time.
Well, this man came into the bank, had a gun in his hand. I kept my eye on him. On the gun, mostly. Because it wouldn't be any of my business if he just took some money, as long as he didn't take somebody's life.
Of course.
Well, it was just like every stick-up you've ever read about or seen in the movies. The man said, this is a stick-up. And everybody got frightened and simply froze, and the man went to one of the teller's windows, handed the teller a note. They all do it the same way.
Then what happened?
Well, as I said, everybody got frightened and froze. Everybody did except one old lady. This old lady wasn't frightened, and she didn't freeze. She walked straight toward the man with the gun. She said in this loud sort of a voice,
"Just what do you think you're doing? You've got no right to take other people's money, don't you know that? I'm ashamed of you. Ashamed of you."
The man with the gun ran out of the bank, and that was that.
What about the old lady?
She cashed her check, and then she left.
What about the gunshots?
Oh, well, I caught the bullets in my head. It's really quite easy once you get the hang of it.
You've done it often?
Oh, sure. Crazy people are always shooting up places or defending themselves against people who never meant them any harm or just showing off.
James, you sound so sort of tired.
Well, it's just that there's so much to be done, and there's just me to do it. It seems so endless. It just goes on and on. Yes, I am tired, Cynthia.
Then why don't you stop? Come be with us.
I can't. Not just yet. I think of the poor, innocent people, all the animals. Oh, I hope I don't start to cry again. I will soon join you, Cynthia. Only not just yet.
I brought some coffee back for you.
Oh, thank you, Fred.
How is he?
Oh, he's been very quiet. Oh, Dr. Hatch called. He says he'll be here soon, 10, 15 minutes or so.
That's good. He moved his hand.
Yeah.
Just now, he moved his hand. He's doing it again.
Yes, he looks as though he's catching flies.
I thought you said he was quiet.
Well, he was. Oh, there he goes again, sort of snatching at things.
3 times. Don't tell me that's reflex action. Not after all this time.
Well, then, what is it?
How do I know?
It must mean something.
The man's dead. How can it mean something?
Oh, I don't know, but I wish it did.
I thought for a minute there he was going to cry again.
No, he hasn't cried again, but... Oh, Fred, he looks so sad. I never saw anybody look so sad. James, where are you? I'm worried about you, James. Where are you?
I'm here, Cynthia.
Oh, my dear. You sound so tired.
That's because I am tired.
Tell me what you've been doing.
Well, there was this little old couple from Grand Falls. They were shopping for a sewing machine. She thought she wanted a sewing machine.
Oh, look at that one, Herbert.
Where? Which one?
In the corner of that window.
How much?
I can't see from here. Come on.
Darling, don't push me.
But you're pulling me.
I am not pulling.
Oh!
What happened?
Oh, look there.
Boy, it's a window box.
It must have fallen from that window ledge.
From way up there.
Oh.
Somebody's leaning out of the window. There's a whole row of window boxes, and this one fell from way up there.
Oh, Herbert, it could have landed right on top of us.
Killed us both for sure.
If you hadn't pulled me.
If you hadn't pushed me.
When I think what might have happened if you hadn't pulled me.
You mean if you hadn't pushed me?
I didn't push.
That was an easy one, of course. They're all easy, as a matter of fact, only there's so many of them.
I know.
Cynthia, I'll never get around to the wars and the famines.
I know.
It's too much. It's just too much.
I know.
Still, I have to do what I can.
James, please.
There's a man coming out of his house on Birch Street. See him?
Carrying a little black bag?
Yeah, that's the one. Cynthia. Looks like a doctor. Gotta get to him. He doesn't see it.
See what? See what, James? James, come back! Come back!
I've checked everything for the umpteenth time. I'm positive he's dead. Imagine. I even did that old-fashioned trick of holding a mirror in front of his mouth to see if it would cloud up.
Oh, well, Dr. Hatch will be here soon.
Daisy, we're not going to tell him anything, are we?
Well, like what?
Like all those movements, like the crying. Maybe we just imagined all that.
Oh, you know we didn't imagine it. Not any of it.
I know.
But it is the sort of thing you have to have seen before you'll believe it.
And Dr. Hatch didn't see it.
He wasn't here.
Morning. Morning. Sorry to be late, Crawley.
That's all right, Dr. Hatch. Doctor, this is Daisy.
Oh, Fred said I could stay here. I saw the accident.
Oh, you're the young lady who answered the phone.
Oh, that's right.
Well, don't worry. I won't upset Fred because he let you stay here.
Thank you, Dr. Hatch.
Let's have a look at him. Fetch me my stethoscope, Crowley.
Yes, sir.
In my black bag.
Is he... He's dead, isn't he?
He certainly looks dead to me. Oh, say, you know, I damn near didn't make it this morning. Damnedest thing happened.
Oh, what was that?
Coming out of my house, I slipped on some ice. Now imagine that. I lost my balance completely. I tried to stop myself every which way, but I couldn't. I thought, great Scott, I'm lucky if I wind up with nothing worse than a concussion. And lucky if I don't kill myself. Then you know what happened? I swear to you, my head was an inch from the sidewalk when all of a sudden, I righted myself.
Well, how did you do that?
Darned if I know. I just did. I must have better muscle coordination than I thought. I swear it felt as though somebody had caught hold of me and put me back on my feet. Well, this one's dead all right. Been dead for almost an hour, I'd say. Yeah, about an hour. Hey, look at him.
What is it, Dr. Hatch?
Look at the expression on his face. I never saw a cadaver look like that. He's smiling. Big, broad smile. Never saw such a happy-looking corpse in my life. Actually smiling. Cynthia?
Right here, James.
It's wonderful to see you, Cynthia. After all this time.
It's wonderful to see you, James.
Is this where we're going to live?
This is where we all live.
It's beautiful.
I knew you'd like it.
I do like it. Cynthia, I tried. I really did try.
I know you did, James.
I helped a few people.
Yes, you did.
But I couldn't do it all alone.
Nobody can.
Cynthia, imagine a war where no one got killed.
Yes.
Imagine a world world where nobody starved to death. You're smiling.
Come along. They're all waiting for you.
I was all ears and took in strains that might create a soul under the ribs of death. So wrote the great poet of the 17th century, John Milton. And with the music of the heavenly voices, James Blake enters the place of everlasting bliss, having given at least a portion of himself to his fellow man. If not in life, then in death. Who knows what happens to us when life has left us? Certainly not I. Why couldn't it be that the soul lingers for a while? As long as no one really knows for sure what the soul does when stripped of its body, why not pretend? Why not imagine that it leaves the body gracefully and a little regretfully, pausing to consider what it is losing before dashing off to see what it is gaining? Our cast included Tony Roberts, Christopher Tabori, Suzanne Grossman, Bryna Rayburn, and Dan Acco. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Lipton Soup present Inner Sanctum Mysteries. Good evening, students of the mystic marvels of manifold murder. This is your host, extending a cordial invitation to step through the creaking door of the inner sanctum, where we probe deep into the dark and cavernous depths of men's souls to see what makes them kill. Our clinic here is the whole vast world of crime. And you who listen in may hear us dissect our characters at a safe distance. And unless your nerves are strong, you'd better take my advice and keep your distance.
Why, Mr. Host, that's not the kind of advice to give folks. It sounds unfriendly.
Well, what would you suggest, Mary?
Well, give them some sort of friendly advice. Like pointing out to them the extra delight they'll get from a cheering cup of Lipton tea. Then go on to tell them why Lipton's is so downright delicious. Tell them that the reason is Lipton's brisk flavor. And don't forget to mention that brisk is the tea expert's own word for the spirited, full-bodied flavor of Lipton's. So refreshing and so zestful. Explain that Lipton's brisk flavor is never flat, but always lively and satisfying. And in closing, remind them to try Lipton's soon, because in every cup of Lipton's there's extra enjoyment. And now that's the kind of advice you should give folks.
Well, Mary, you seem to have given it to them already. So we can go ahead and get launched on Skeleton Bay. That's the title of tonight's story. An original radio play by Emil Tepperman. It's about a lady novelist, a writer of mystery stories.
It opens at a swanky hotel with private cabins, situated on a storm-swept, rock-bound coast. The story itself is all about... you guessed it. Murder. And here's Betty Lou Gerson as Carol De Winter, the lady novelist, who will give us a blow-by-blow description.
I'll tell you first about the night I met Michael Barrett. It was in August at Skeleton Bay. I'd come to the hotel supposedly for rest. That was what I kept telling myself. But in reality, I didn't know why I'd come here.
Skeleton Bay.
I'd seen the name advertised months ago.
Skeleton Bay.
Since then, it kept hammering at the inside of my brain. It's like the voice of implacable fate commanding me. Because I didn't like crowds, the hotel manager had given me a cabin near the beach all to myself. It was the middle of the night, but I couldn't sleep. The wind came in from the ocean, howling like a hungry beast across the shoals. And the pounding of the surf mingled with the angry, baffled growl of the sea. I sat at the window in the dark, staring out at the beach. I was restless, excited. It was then I saw the signal. It was just a winking little light a few yards away on the beach. Someone was blinking a flashlight. On and off. On and off. I was able to make out the figure of a man in boots and a leather jacket. He was signaling toward the hotel. But to whom? I had the answer in a moment. A man moved past my window, going down toward the light. He had his collar turned up against the wind, his hat brim pulled low. But I knew who it was. Mr. Field. A small, furtive man who'd come up on the train with me. The two men met, barely a stone's throw from my window. I could hardly see them huddled closely together. This was excitement, mystery, intrigue, the stimulation I wanted and needed. I had to know what was going on. I threw on a raincoat, opened the cabin door. The wind swept my hair in a streamer, and the spray stung my face as I hurried down the beach. My blood began to race, my heart to pound. For those two men were not engaged in any conference. They were locked in struggle. It was a deadly, silent struggle with only a grunt now and then. I saw the flashing gleam of a knife. But I couldn't tell who had the weapon. The tall man in the leather jacket or the furtive Mr. Field. And then I saw the blade plunge home into the throat of the furtive Mr. Field. I felt a sudden surge of wild elation. This was murder. I had witnessed murder. The tall man let the body of Mr. Field slide down to the sand. Then he looked up and saw me. He stood there with a bloody knife in his hand, and we looked at each other.
Who are you?
I'm Carol De Winter. I have this cabin here, number 5.
You saw me kill him?
Yes, I saw you.
What are you going to do about it?
I'm going to help you dispose of the body. He told me his name was Michael Barrett. He lived on the opposite side of the bay in the house high up on the cliff.
It won't be so easy to get rid of the body. If I had the boat, I could take him out and drop him over, but it's too rough tonight. If there was some place to hide him for a day, I could come across on the boat tomorrow night.
You can hide him in the closet in my cabin. Nobody will look there.
Better lock the closet door.
Yes, of course.
You sure nobody will come snooping here?
Nobody comes here but the maid.
All right. I'll be back tomorrow night with a boat.
Did you pick up the knife?
Yeah. Got it in my pocket.
Well, I guess that's all.
Good night, Carola.
Good night, Michael. All night I sat up alone, with the locked closet door between me and the staring, sightless body of Mr. Field. At breakfast the next morning, they'd already discovered the disappearance.
And the maid says his bed wasn't slept in at all. Think he could have committed suicide in the ocean. You such a
I hurried through my breakfast listening to the gossip all around me. Now, in broad daylight, I could hardly believe the thing had really happened last night.
You know, the hotel manager thinks it might be murder. I heard him phoning for the police.
The police? I hadn't counted on that.
Anything wrong, my dear? You look sick.
I do feel a bit dizzy. I think I'll get some fresh air.
Oh, poor dear. It must be quite a shock to her. She came up on the train with Mr. Field, you know.
Out in the open air, I let the wind cool my fevered face as I hurried down toward the beach. It was only 9:30 in the morning. A whole day. A whole evening before Michael could come for the body. And the police would be around all day investigating, snooping. And all the time, Mr. Field would be sitting in my closet, staring blankly out of his sightless eyes. When I reached my cabin, I put a hand on the doorknob. Suddenly, I went cold all over. The door was unlocked. I stood still as a statue, listening. Yes, there was someone inside. Someone moving around. I only had my handbag. I had a pistol in it. I always carried it for protection. But my handbag was inside on the dresser. Slowly, I pressed the door open. Half inch, an inch. And then the door creaked.
Is that you, Miss Winter?
The maid. It was only the maid, of course. She'd be making up the bed. Why hadn't I thought of that?
Miss Winter, is that you?
Yes, it's I. What are you doing in that closet with those keys?
Why, they're just my pass keys, Miss Winter. I was just going to tidy up the closet.
I didn't ask you to do anything to the closet.
Well, but that's part of the job, Miss Winter. I'm supposed to do that in all the rooms.
Well, you leave this one alone. Keep away from that closet, do you hear?
Yes, Miss Winter. But I was only trying to help.
When I want your help, I'll ask for it. Now, please leave at once.
Just as you say, Miss Winter. I'm sorry if I did anything wrong.
Did she suspect anything? I hadn't liked her tone. Why had I been so sharp with her? Now she'd surely think there was something in the closet. Something she shouldn't see. At lunchtime, I didn't want to leave the cabin. I sat at the window. And I could almost feel the sightless eyes of Mr. Field staring at me through the closet door. Someone at the door. Who? Just a minute.
Miss Winter? Miss Carolyn Winter?
Yes, I'm Miss Winter.
I'm sorry to trouble you, Miss Winter. I'm Detective Sergeant Smith from headquarters. May I come in for a moment?
Well, yes, please do. What can I do for you, Sergeant Smith?
We're out here investigating this Field business. He hasn't turned up yet.
Well, I'm sure he will in time.
Well, I wish I could be so sure, Miss Winter.
What do you mean?
We've gone through his room. Found some mighty queer things.
Queer things?
It seems this Mr. Field's in some sort of racket. There's a good chance he may have been murdered.
Oh, you don't say.
I understand you came up on the train with him.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah. Did you have any conversation with him on the train?
No, none at all.
You're the Carolyn Winter who writes the mystery novels, aren't you?
The same.
Yes, I've read every one of them. They're darn good, Miss Winter.
Why, thank you.
Do you think you'll get a plot out of this? Mr. Field.
Why, I can't tell yet. I wish you'd keep me posted on developments in case it does turn out to have a plot.
Well, I sure will, Miss Winter. By the way, we found this picture among the papers in Field's room. I'm showing it to everybody around in case they might recognize it. It's an old newspaper item, about 10 years old. Can't figure out why he was carrying it around. It's about a guy named Wycliffe. It's wanted for murder in Canada. Here, take a look at it.
I felt the blood racing in my veins, pounding at my wrists. The picture of the man named Wycliffe, who was wanted for murder in Canada, was a picture of Michael Barrett.
It looks as if Michael Barrett is a lucky guy. With a beautiful woman ready to commit murder for him. But what'll he do when she runs out of victims and begins looking at him with a calculating eye? As for Carola, she sinned heavily. Because murder is the greatest sin. Yes, if you ask me, she'd better hope for a depression, then all wages will go down, including the wages of sin.
Well, I never knew that murder and economics were related, Mr. Host.
Oh, definitely, Mary. Take the high cost of living, for instance. Why, those prices are murder.
Oh, yes, Mr. Host, it is difficult when the cost of living starts to climb. But then, so often, the things that really add up to good living are just simple, inexpensive pleasures. Like that piping hot cup of Lipton tea that many of us find waiting when we come down to breakfast each morning. As you read the morning paper and sip that cheery cup of Lipton's, the whole world seems brighter. It's simply wonderful the way that lively, spirited Lipton tea gets you off to a fresh start. For Lipton's brisk flavor gives you all the natural zest of tea at its best. Gives you extra delight, extra satisfaction. So remember this, folks. At breakfast time, dinner time, or any other time when you want a grand, refreshing drink, pour yourself a cup of Lipton tea.
And now, let's get back to the rock-bound coast of Skeleton Bay and see how Carola entertains the grisly guest in her closet.
I don't remember now how I got rid of that Detective Smith. I told him I'd never seen the man in the picture and sent him away. The day was interminable. From my window, I could see the guests moving about the beach, but none of them went in swimming. The weather was too rough. I wondered if Michael would be able to bring the boat over tonight. If not, how much longer could I sit guard over Mr. Field in the closet? Now and then, I'd see Detective Smith poking around on the beach. And then, without warning, he was standing over the very spot where Michael had stabbed Mr. Field. I watched him bend down and examine something. Was there a telltale drop of blood there? Did Smith know that was the murder spot? I saw him frown. Then he stood up, walked quickly away. I had to know what it was he'd seen there. I slipped on a coat, went out. Started toward the spot on the beach.
Going somewhere, Miss Winter?
Oh, it's you, Detective.
Going anywhere in particular?
No, I'm just going up to the hotel for dinner. It's almost dinner time, you know.
Oh, fine. I'll walk up with you if you don't mind.
Not at all.
Hey, can I help you? I'll take your arm there.
Thank you. The sand is so soft.
Yes, it's still wet. We had high tide last night. Oh, Miss Winter.
Yes?
You a sound sleeper?
What? Why do you ask?
Well, I just thought maybe you might have heard something last night. Like a fight or something.
Fight?
Yes. I was just looking at the sand back there, down near your cabin. It's all messed up, stamped around.
What's that got to do with me?
Oh, nothing at all. Except I think there was a fight there last night. Maybe that's where Mr. Field was killed.
You think Mr. Field was murdered?
It's beginning to look more and more like it, Miss Winter.
Somehow, I don't know how, I managed to get through with the dinner. I hurried back to the cabin. I stopped at the door, shocked and unbelieving. There was a light inside. Someone was in there. This time, I had my handbag with me. I took the pistol out. Once more, I inched the door open. It happened. The thing I feared. The closet door was open. And there was the maid, stooping over the body of Mr. Field. What are you doing there?
The body. It's Mr. Field. You killed him.
Suppose I did.
What are you doing with that gun?
What do you think?
No!
The wind was high, and the weather was rough. Unfortunately, no one heard the shot. I pushed her body into the closet next to the body of Mr. Field and closed the door. Now I was a murderer, too.
Who is it?
Let me in, Carla, quick.
Yes.
Michael, I thought you were coming. It's been a terrible day.
What happened?
Come here, I'll show you.
Is he still in there?
See for yourself.
Great Scott, a woman. Who is she?
The maid. She opened the closet while I was out.
You killed her?
Yes, Michael. I had to kill her. There are detectives at the hotel looking for Mr. Field.
I suppose if I was smart, I'd kill you, too. Then there'd be no one to talk.
Yes, Michael, that would be smart. Go ahead. Kill me, if you can. I knew he couldn't kill me because I'd seen it in his eyes. We were two of a kind, both wild, both reckless, both eager for the thrill of danger. He, too, wanted to be like the wind. We'd both been brought together here by some force stronger than either of us. And we loved each other.
Carola, darling.
Michael. No more now, Michael. We have work to do.
Yes. I'll take them down to the boat.
I'll help you. We carried Mr. Field and the maid down to the boat.
I'll take them out away and dump them.
And after that, Michael?
After that, then I'm going home.
To your house on the cliff on the other side of the bay?
Yes, Carola.
Michael, take me with you.
What?
Take me with you to your house up there on the cliff.
I'm sorry. I can't.
You can't? Why can't you?
There isn't anything I can tell you.
What are you hiding up there in the house on the cliff?
You mustn't ask. Please, Carola, you mustn't ask.
Why, you're married. You have a wife up there.
No.
Then what?
I can't tell you.
But you're going away, leaving me forever.
Not forever, Carola. Go back to the city. I'll come to you soon.
I returned to the city and waited. I waited a week, a month. But Michael Barrett did not come. I wrote to him, but there was no answer. And then one evening, I saw him. I was returning home in a taxi, and I saw him standing across the street looking up at my window. And he saw me get out of the cab. He turned and started to hurry away. Michael! Michael! Michael, don't go away! Michael! Michael, why did you try to run away?
Don't you know?
Well, you're afraid.
Yeah, let's call it that.
But you love me, Michael, don't you?
Carola, it's no good. There's nothing but ruin for both of us if I stay.
We'll be together forever.
It's impossible.
I won't let you go back to that house on the cliff. I don't care what it is you're hiding up there. I won't let you go back.
Goodbye, Carola.
Wait.
I'm going. Better forget about it.
Don't go yet, Mr. Whitecliff.
So you know about that, too?
I saw the old newspaper clipping Mr. Field carried.
I see.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Do you know why I killed Mr. Field? Because it tried to blackmail me about that old murder.
But, Michael, dear, I'm a good deal smarter than Mr. Field. You see, I write mystery novels. I know how to handle such things.
What do you mean?
Wouldn't do you any good to kill me. I've written out all about you. Your real name and about that old murder in Canada would be found if I should ever be killed.
Oh.
Michael, darling, I'm blackmailing you. There's only one thing I want from you. Your love. It shouldn't be so hard for you to meet my terms.
All right, Carola. You win. We'll be married tonight.
Soon after we were married, Michael began going out evenings. Once, sometimes twice a week. Staying out all night. He'd return late the next day. When I asked where he'd been, his temper would flare up into something terrible. I stopped asking, but I couldn't rest. I had to know where he went. One evening, I followed him. He boarded a train for Skeleton Bay. At Skeleton Bay, he set out to walk from the station. And I followed. It was no longer summer. Trees were bare, and the night was forbidding. I kept behind him when he skirted the bait of the narrow road that led up toward his house high on the cliff. It was a small stone house, and the wind whistled around it, against it, and above it. I stole to one of the windows. It was barred, like a prison. Carefully, I raised my head above the sill, peered into a lighted room. Michael was there, with a woman. For the first time in my life, I knew the meaning of frustration, jealousy. Michael told me he wasn't married, but this woman, I'd helped him to do murder. I'd killed for him. I'd lied to that detective for him. And all the while, this was the secret he'd been keeping from me. I opened my handbag. I took out the pistol. I looked into the room again. The woman was alone now. Michael was gone.
So you came up after all, Carola.
Michael, you sneaked out. You knew I was here.
I'm sorry you saw through that window, Carola.
Is that your secret? That woman?
Part of it, but it's the part you mustn't know.
But I do know it now.
That's why I've got to kill you, Carola.
That knife. You still got that knife?
Yes, Carola.
I've got this, Michael. He fell at my feet. I looked down and watched him die. Now I knew why I'd really come to Skeleton Bay that first day. It was for this. To kill Michael Barrett. So he's dead. At last. You've killed him. You. The woman in the house. You saw me kill him? Yes, I saw you. What are you going to do about it? Help you dispose of the body, of course. Help me dispose of the body? Well, those were the very words I'd said to Michael Barrett down there on the beach. Now this woman was saying them to me. Who are you? I'm Lisbeth Wycliffe. I'm Michael's sister. Sister? And you want to help me dispose of his body? See the bars on those windows? Yes. I've been a prisoner in this house for 10 years. You what? Michael killed the man I was going to marry 10 years ago in Canada. He murdered him. But this house, this prison... Michael brought me here. He's kept me a prisoner because he knew if I got free, I'd tell the world he was a murderer. And that's the secret. The secret he wouldn't even tell me. I shot her. Yes, I killed her, too. There outside the house, and she fell beside Michael. And I rolled both bodies over the cliff, down into the sea. This is the end of my book. The best mystery novel I've ever written. I know that in writing it, I deliver myself into the hands of the law. But I can't stop. I can't help myself. So now, I'm finished. I will mail it to my publisher and wait for Detective Sergeant Smith to come and get me.
Well, it looks as if Carola's mystery novel will earn a lot of money after she's executed. Yes, but I'd say it's tainted money. Why tainted? Because she'll be dead, and a ghost can't own money. So taint hers. The trouble with Carola was that her conscience was too little and too late. It told her not to commit murder after she'd done it.
Well, that's certainly too late, Mr. Host.
Oh, yes, Mary, especially for her victims. And now, what's on your mind?
Well, Mr. Host, right here, I'd like to say a word to our listeners on behalf of our veterans. You know, friends, ex-servicemen are returning to civilian jobs with a lot to offer their employers. They've had valuable training and experience in highly specialized service jobs. Many of them were able to keep up with their civilian jobs and learn new trades through special correspondence courses. And they're coming home fully equipped to do the same fine job as civilians that they did in the services. So let's give them every employment opportunity to put their increased skill to work.
And so, friends, we take our leave of lovely Carola Winter. She would have been better off if she'd remembered that the pen is mightier than the sword. Because the sword is leading her right back to the pen anyhow. Oh, yes, and remember, friends, when you go on a vacation, always insist on plenty of closet space. As you never know what unexpected guests might drop in or drop dead. By the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is Death in the Limelight by A.E. Martin. And next week, the makers of Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup will bring you another Inner Sanctum mystery directed by Hyman Brown. It's about a young chemist who discovers the secret of perpetual life. But he made the mistake of getting involved with death. So, until next Tuesday, good night. Pleasant dreams.
Here's a swell dish, folks, that's easy to make and mighty easy to take. Lipton's Noodle Soup. You can prepare it in a jiffy, and the whole family will love its delicious chickeny-tasting broth, so full of tender golden noodles. Lipton's Noodle Soup has all the fresh-cooked, homemade flavor of grandmother's noodle soup. Yet it's economical. It costs less and makes lots more than canned soups. So get Lipton's Noodle Soup Mix tomorrow. And don't forget to tune in next Tuesday night for another Inner Sanctum Mystery.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. The people who make 76 gasoline and Triton Motor Oil, Union Oil Company, present The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis. If some of you have wondered where Mike Shayne has been during regular office hours the past few days, you'll find the answer on the front page of this evening's San Francisco papers. That's right, the murder trial of Jack Holmes. At this moment, which is along about 6:30, Phyllis Knight has one of those newspapers spread out on the desk before her. As she glares at the headlines, Mike is talking on the phone to Inspector Faraday.
Yeah, Faraday, yeah, I just got back from court.
Didn't take the jury long to decide. Less than 2 hours, Mike.
That boy is no more guilty than I am. Sure, somebody killed the watchman, but not Jack Holmes.
Now, don't take it so hard, Mike, just because his sweetheart hired you to investigate.
All right. Maybe I'm sentimental about those two kids, but I say Jack Holmes isn't the killer type. And with a nice girl like Janet Miley, oh, Faraday, I let him down, and Janet was so certain I could help him.
Take it easy, Mike. You did your best, but the evidence was against you.
Yeah, sure it was. Is that unusual? Why, I've cleared dozens of guys when it looked like...
Janet, what's wrong?
Hello, Mike.
I'll talk to you later, Faraday. The girls just walked in.
Janet, are you sick? You're white as a sheet.
Here, get her some water, honey, quick.
Yeah. Mr. Shayne.
Yes?
Jackie.
Yeah?
Jackie.
Oh, here, sit down, honey. Let me help you.
Oh, the poor kid. She's all unstrung about the verdict.
No, it's more than that. Her hands are like ice.
He didn't do it. I just discovered the grocery.
What? Janet, what are you trying to say, honey?
My room. Somebody went through.
Huh?
Oh, just... Here, Janet, drink this water. Janet?
12:15. I just discovered. I went and told him. Thought he would.
Mike, she's fainted. I'm going to call a doctor.
Phyllis.
Yeah?
Call Inspector Faraday. She's dead.
Okay, Mike, I fixed it. We can go to Jack's cell now.
All right. Now remember, honey, not a word about Janet's death. Jack will go all to pieces and we'll learn nothing.
I know, but it seems so hard-hearted.
This way, kids.
Ah, boy.
Sad business, I guess the girl figured after that jury's verdict she didn't have anything left to live for.
Suicide? No. If Janet found something she thought would clear Jack, she certainly wouldn't take poison.
Unless she took the poison before she got the information that would clear Jack.
No, then she would have called the doctor. If we can believe her dying words, she went first to some man, told him her discovery, then came to us. She didn't even know she was poisoned.
All right, but who did it? We only knew what she was trying to tell us.
Better pipe down. That's Jack's cell with the jailer standing outside.
Oh, yes, sir. Now let me do most of the talking.
All right, Morrissey, open it up.
Yes, Inspector.
Hello, Jack.
Hello.
How do you feel, Jack?
Top of the world. It's so cheering to be condemned to death for a crime you didn't commit.
You had a fair trial, my boy. The jury could decide only on the evidence presented.
I told them I left the warehouse that night way before it happened. At 12:15, I was at home. But no, they take the word of that cab driver.
He did pick you up at the warehouse door, and he said the clock in the drugstore read 12:15. I checked the clock myself the next day. It was an electric, right on time.
So did I, Jack. Unless the cab driver was lying, and he seemed like an honest guy.
I see. Even my loyal detective, Mr. Shayne, says I'm guilty.
Oh, no, Jack, you don't understand.
Go ahead, say I killed the watchman. Say I stole the diamonds. You never were working for Janet and me.
Yes, we were, Jack, and we still are. That's why we're here. It's about Janet. She's not so good.
What? What are you trying to say?
She came to the office a little while ago and tried to tell us something, some new evidence she had found, but, well, she got sick.
What's wrong? Is she all right? Where is she?
Now, easy, son, easy. She's still at the office. She said a lot of mixed-up things, Jack. Her room had been ransacked, something about a grocery, that you weren't guilty, and she had discovered proof and told him so.
Him? Who's him?
Oh, that's what we don't know. Does Janet have any close men friends she might go to?
Not that I know of. We've been engaged for almost a year now. She never mentioned any. Our boss, Mr. Phillips, is a good friend of both of us.
Yes, yeah, he's paying the fee on the case. She might have gone to him. Or maybe to his partner.
Mr. Russell? Oh, no, not that old crap.
Well, why come to me? Janet's the one to tell you.
Well, as we said, Jack, she's all busted up over this thing, and she isn't well.
Well, she can talk, can't she? Can't she?
Jack.
I can see it in your faces. Something's happened to her. What is it? Tell me. She's dead, isn't she?
We're awfully sorry, son.
I see. You went out to my home, Mr. Shayne.
That's right, Mr. Phillips, and your wife told us you were working at the office this evening.
Yes, Russell and I spent so many days in court on the trial. We had to work evenings to keep up with business.
Now, I wouldn't imagine there'd be such a turnover in the wholesale jewelry line.
You'd be surprised. Our firm cuts and mounts gems for at least half the better jewelry stores in the city.
Then the robbery and loss of the diamonds didn't hurt your trade?
It would have, Inspector, except for the capture and trial of Jack Holmes. Of course, we're covered by insurance. If you'll step into the office.
Oh, Mr. Phillips. Mr. Phillips.
Yes, Bauer?
May I see you a moment, sir?
Yes, excuse me, please. Go right into the office.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
Well, good evening, Mr. Russell. Miss Russell.
Good evening.
I believe you and your sister know Inspector Faraday.
Of course.
Yes?
How are you, Inspector?
Fair enough, thanks. So the lady executives work nights around this company, too.
If she's the treasurer, she does.
I'm sorry to keep you waiting. And now, Mr. Shayne, I suppose you'd like your fee, now that nothing more can be done for poor Jack.
Well, I'd hardly bring Inspector Faraday along just to collect the check, Mr. Phillips.
Well, I assume...
The case is cracked wide open again. Janet Miley has just died.
What?
Janet? She was poisoned.
She staggered into our office about an hour ago, gasped out a few words, and she died.
I was afraid of this. Remember, Ann, I said to you, if the jury brought in a guilty verdict...
It wasn't
no...
suicide, Mr. Russell. I said she was poisoned.
Poisoned?
Her dying words were that she'd found new evidence. And that she had gone to him, some man, and told him.
Well, of course, she came to me, but she didn't say anything about evidence.
What time was this, Mr. Phillips?
About 6 o'clock. She was crying and hysterical. Begged me to help Jack to get a retrial or an appeal. I tried to comfort her.
Excuse me, Mr. Phillips, but I thought you'd like these invoices.
I'm very busy, Mr. Bauer.
Oh, yes, sir. I'll leave them here on the desk.
If Janet found any new evidence, it'd hardly be likely to clear Jack Holmes. I'm pretty well convinced that young man is a born criminal.
Mr. Russell, that's unfair.
Is it? Look at the court testimony. Phillips and I found shortages in Jack's account books. We called him back to the office that night to explain. He couldn't. Said he wanted to spend the night checking back through his records. Phillips and I left. Next thing we know, 1,300 carats worth of diamonds are missing. Night watchman's found dead.
You never found the diamonds?
Of course not. He hid them.
I'm afraid it's true. The watchman's clock was smashed. It stopped at 12:10. The cab driver picked up Jack at 12:15.
Mr. Bauer, would you mind leaving the room?
Oh, yes, sir. I'm sorry.
He's new here. Bauer is the nosiest secretary I've ever hired.
Now I remember.
Remember what?
Well, I was in the outer office this evening. When Janet came out of this room, Bauer stopped her. I heard him say something about going out to a bar and having a little chat.
I'm going to call him back.
A bar, eh?
Do you suppose the poison was slipped into a drink?
Mr. Bauer. Oh, Mr. Bauer, hold on. Stop! Inspector, what's wrong? He's running for the front door.
We'll return to Michael Shayne and his adventures in just a moment. Week in and week out, a lot of motorists go along wondering why their engines lack power without realizing that much of their trouble may be due to dirty or worn-out spark plugs. Yes, that's right. Defective or worn spark plugs are to blame for a great deal of poor engine performance. For example, engineering tests show that faulty spark plugs can waste 1 tankful of gasoline out of every 10, which not only cuts down your mileage, but causes your engine to lose power. So, friends, if it's been 3,000 miles or more since your spark plugs were checked, or if your engine has been losing power, it's a pretty safe bet that the Union Oil Minuteman Spark Plug Service can do you some good. Union Oil's spark plug inspection is scientifically performed. The condition of each plug is carefully measured on a special machine, and you can see the results for yourself. If your plugs are dirty, the Minuteman will clean and adjust them. Or if new plugs are indicated, he can quickly install them. The cost of this service is only a few cents per plug, and you'll soon save that in extra mileage. You'll find Union Oil Minuteman ready to serve you wherever you see the sign of the big orange and blue 76. While Inspector Faraday hurries off in pursuit of the fleeing Secretary Bauer, Mike and Phyllis have set off on an errand of their own, and now in the hallway of a certain apartment house.
303. Oh, here we are. 327. Oh, let's fill it here.
Mike, that Secretary Bauer, he's tied into this somehow. Snooping around to hear what we've said and then running from the inspector.
Well, leave that problem to Faraday, usual. Wow. Place looks all in order. Hey, wait a minute, honey. Her bed. It's not made up, it's cut to pieces.
Yeah, the stuffing pulled out of the mattress. What on earth were they looking for?
Let's go in here, let me see. Oh, the bathroom.
Mike, look at the medicine cabinet. And the floor.
Uh-huh. Bottles and jars scattered all over the place.
Oh, every one of them with its top or this cold cream jar. Here, the cream's been scooped out and dropped all over the basin.
Huh? Oh, that's an old trick, honey. Hiding gems in a woman's makeup.
Mike, you don't think that she had the diamond?
Well, somebody thought so. Maybe she did. No, that's too dizzy. Well, come on, let's check the other room again. Here, there's something worth looking into. A desk.
Yeah, somebody else found it, too. Drawers yanked out, everything's a mess.
I doubt if there's anything left for us, but I'll just double check. Bills, searching. No, just the usual stuff. Say, how about that wastebasket, honey?
How about it? Here, put in my thumb and pulled out a plum. What a big girl am I?
Yeah. A check torn in half. Paid to the order of Janet Miley. $2,000. And signed by... Well, I'll be a...
Anne Elizabeth Russell. I think this note went with it, Mike. It's the same handwriting.
Janet, take this and do as I say. That's all. Take this and do as I say.
Which apparently Janet did not. $2,000 is a rather expensive no thanks.
Well, stuff this in your purse, Angel. We're about to go places and ask questions.
You know, if you ask me, Miss Russell...
Somebody's at the door. Quick, snap off the lights. I'll flatten against the wall. I'll jump him when he comes in.
No, Mike.
All right, buddy. Come on, up with your hand. What? Let go of me, you dope. What? Faraday. You?
Yeah, me.
Oh, I thought you were chasing Bauer.
Got away. I phoned Phillips for Bauer's home address. Turned out to be a gas station.
Oh, a phony, eh? Well, we've got a lead that may be better. Come on, let's go.
Give the doorbell another push, Mike.
You know, I wish these people would stay put. First we go to their homes, but they're working at the office. Now they're not at the office, they're home.
Somebody's coming now.
Yes? Oh, it's you again.
Don't strain your enthusiasm, Mr. Russell. May we come in?
Yes.
Mr. Russell, we would like to talk to your sister.
Anne? Oh, well, she's upstairs.
Will you ask her to come down, please?
Yes, if you'll go into the living room. Anne? Oh, Anne, will you come downstairs? May I ask what you people want?
Oh, you'll hear it. Oh, by the way, sir, I believe your sister is treasurer of your company?
Yes.
For how long?
6 or 7 years.
How long was Janet Miley with your firm?
Several years. She worked in the same department with Jack Holmes. Look here, I insist on knowing what this is about.
Alfred?
In here, Anne.
Oh, so you're all back.
Yes, these people say they want to talk to you, Anne.
Phyllis, give me that check and note.
Ready and waiting.
Miss Russell, would you look at this note and check, please?
So Janet gave them to you. What did she tell you?
Right now, I'm more interested in what you told her. What was Janet to do for your $2,000?
$2,000? And what's the meaning of this?
I was merely trying to save you from yourself, brother dear.
Save me?
I've watched you for a long time, Alfred.
What is...
I saw the way you were mooning around Janet.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, don't you? I know you proposed marriage to the girl. And now with Jack out of the way, you thought she'd say yes. But I'm not going to have another woman in this organization. I have trouble enough as it is.
That doesn't explain the $2,000, Miss Russell.
Of course it does. I offered her the money to get out of town and not come back.
And what right had you? You're not running my life.
Well, this puts a new slant on everything. Could be that Russell wanted Jack out of the way so he could have a clear track with Janet.
Mm-hmm. The diamond robbery might have been conveniently arranged.
That's a lie.
If Miss Russell didn't want her brother to marry Janet, and the girl wouldn't buy off, then perhaps Big Sister thought of another way out.
You mean the poison route, Phil?
How dare you? You
mustn't. I know some naughty names, too.
Oh, surely, Mr. Shayne, you've got some brains. You don't believe such insane twaddle.
Are you referring to my colleagues, Miss Russell, or to your story?
No.
It could be possible you and your brother Alfred have been putting on a little act for us.
I'll answer that remark, Mr. Shayne, but right now you're wanted on the phone.
What? Oh, thanks. Hello?
Mr. Shayne, Mrs. Bauer.
Yeah?
I've got to see you at once.
What? Where are you?
Listen, I have the real dope on the murder. Meet me at the old Dutch windmill in Golden Gate Park.
What time?
Let's see, it's just about 10 o'clock. Make it 10:30. And come alone. Don't tell anybody.
Okay, Bauer.
So it's Bauer. Where is he, Mike?
Quiet, Inspector. Well, Mr. Russell, I think we'll be running along. If we have any more questions, we'll be back.
I'm sure you will.
No, please. Don't bother to see us to the door.
Mike, where are we going?
Golden Gate Park. Bauer wants to talk to us secretly.
A great secret for somebody listening on the line.
What? Who's listening?
Miss Ann Russell on the extension phone right in the hall here. What time is it, Mike?
10:28. Now keep back in the shadows with Faraday.
This guy Bauer certainly picked a romantic spot to meet the old Dutch windmill in the loneliest corner of the park.
Not to mention spooky. Look at those four huge veins above us, like the arms of a giant hovering over our heads.
Oh, Angel, your poetry picks the doggonedest times to bust loose.
But I can't help it. I'm nervous. What time is it now?
10:29.
I don't know. This may be a trap. Bauer may be after you, Mike. I don't like anything about that bird.
I don't like anything about tonight, period.
I see a light through the bushes. Car's coming around the turn.
Got your gun, Mike?
I'm all set. Now keep back in the shadows.
It sounds like he's driving fast.
What was that? Sounded like a gun.
Why, Grandma Faraday, your nerves. Here he comes.
Mike, he's passing you. Mike?
Hey, Bauer! Bauer!
He's skidding.
Is he hurt? Is he hurt badly?
Can't tell yet. Open his shirt, Mike.
Oh, it's a waste of time, Inspector. Look at the back of his head.
Oh, guess I was right. We did hear a shot.
But who would do it? Who knew he was coming here to Oh, that phone call.
Yeah, Ann Russell. Well, I guess there's no mystery about this killing.
Hey, Faraday, here's his wallet. Maybe it will answer a few things for us.
Let's see.
Well, what is it? What is it? I'm old enough to be told.
Mr. Bauer wasn't any ordinary secretary. He was an insurance detective.
Planted in that office to find the missing diamonds.
Well, then maybe he ransacked Janet's apartment.
Yes, he did. It says so here in his pocket notebook. Searched girl's room, no evidence, no jewels. Janet went in to see Phillips. Something's up. Took her to bar. Told me to check on mistake. 12:15.
12:15. Mike, remember?
Huh?
Janet tried to tell us something about that.
12:15. That was when Jack was picked up by the taxi driver.
Yes, according to the clock in the drugstore window. Inspector, let's telephone the coroner and then...
Then what?
Go take a good look at that clock.
Oh, this is a waste of time, Mike. I checked that clock the day after the robbery.
So did we, Inspector, before the trial began.
It's an electric. It keeps perfect time. It couldn't be wrong.
Save your breath, pal. Mike's in another stubborn spell.
Oh, the drugstore's closed for the night.
Yeah, but there's the clock. You can read it 100 feet away. Neon hands, neon numerals.
It says 11:10. What time have you got, Faraday?
11:10. Now are you satisfied?
Jack came out of the jewelry place 2 doors north of the drugstore. The taxi picked him up. The driver saw the clock in the window. The window!
What are you staring at, Mike?
The grocery store over there. Inspector, call a cab and get the driver who picked up Jack Holmes.
In just a moment, we'll return to Mike and Phyllis. A few minutes ago, we mentioned some of the advantages of Union Oil's spark plug service. As a featured part of this service, the Minutemen also inspect your ignition cables. These cables are the small, fine wires which deliver electricity to the spark plugs. Normally, they give little trouble. But if anything happens to them, if they get broken or frayed, or if the insulation is damaged, even brand new spark plugs won't help your driving. In other words, a faulty ignition cable will leak electricity. And by the time the charge gets to the spark plug, there isn't enough juice left for the rich, full spark needed for complete combustion. So for a careful check and double check on your car's firepower, have a Union Oil Minuteman service your spark plugs and ignition cables. You'll get honest, accurate work, and you'll notice the increased power and snap from your engine as soon as you drive away. You'll find Union Oil Minuteman ready to serve you wherever you see the sign of the big orange and blue 76. It's a few minutes past midnight. At a lonely street corner in the commercial district, Mike, Phyllis, and Inspector Faraday are talking to a scared little taxi driver.
Look, fellas, it's just like I said in court. I'm cruising along here and I see this guy.
The Inspector and I know that, Smitty. Now, we just want you to show us. Now, do exactly as you did that night.
Yeah, cruise down the street and pretend you're picking up Jack Holmes.
And we'll get in the back seat and ride along.
Okay, climb in.
Here, darling, come in.
Thank you.
I turns this corner here, see? And I moseying along when I spots him crossing the street. He waves at me, so I slows down. I stops right about here.
Jack was standing in the middle of the street. You opened the door. Which one?
The right one. He climbs in and gives me the address.
Well, go ahead. Open the door, Smitty.
See, ain't you got no imagination?
Now, Smitty, When did you see the clock?
Right now, when I leans over to close the door. Everybody's in the window, see? All lit up with neons.
Okay, look at it. What time does the clock say?
Gee, it's just like that night. 12:15.
Mike, you were right.
He made the same mistake all over again.
Look at it again, Smitty. Look hard. Now, come on, look hard.
What do you mean, look hard? The clock says, hey, there's something screwy. The numbers, they're backwards.
Right, Smitty, right. You're not looking at the clock. You're looking at the reflection in the grocery store window.
The real clock is across the street in the drugstore.
The drugstore clock reads 11:45, but the reflection looks like 12:15. 30 minutes difference, Smitty.
Gee, I could have sworn. Say, I did swear. You ain't gonna pinch me, are you?
No, Smitty. Now, are you willing to do something for us?
Me? Yeah, sure. Anything, fellas.
All right. We're going to pick up 3 passengers, and one of them is the murderer.
Here we are, folks. Here's the office.
Right.
Mr. Shayne, I doubt we'll find anything in here that the police haven't already gone over.
Well, they had the wrong slant, Mr. Phillips. You see, someone planned to steal those diamonds, but they needed a fall guy, Jack Holmes. So they faked the shortage in his account books. Then they called him that night, very indignant at discovering his dishonesty.
Just a minute. I was the one who found him out.
Shut up, Ann.
Jack said he wanted to check back through his records. He didn't leave till 11:45. About midnight, the thief came here and stole the diamonds. The night watchman surprised the thief and was killed.
Then the cab driver blundered about the drugstore clock, and Jack was really on the spot. For the killer, it was a beautiful out.
Janet discovered the mistake this afternoon. She told it to Bauer. He checked her story. When he discovered Janet was dead, he tried to tell me what Janet told him. That's why he was killed.
Oh, that's rubbish. Bauer ran away from the inspector. Why? He must have had a reason.
He had. He wasn't ready to talk yet. You see, there's one detail we didn't tell you people. Bauer was a detective himself.
He was what?
Oh, yes, hired by the insurance company to find those diamonds.
You mean that he was...
Do you think he found the diamonds?
I'm sure he didn't. If we can step inside the office, Mr. Phillips, I'll show you why. Now, Bauer had a suspect, but it was the wrong one. He did know, however, that Jack was innocent. And when he telephoned me, the same call you listened in on, Miss Russell, the killer knew he was trapped unless...
I don't believe it. I didn't hear anything on that phone.
Oh, yes, you did, Miss Russell. You ought to have recognized it. Now, perhaps you will now.
Mr. Shayne, stop this cat and mouse business.
Please, please. That clock on the bookcase there, in 5 seconds, it's going to strike the hour. Now, listen. 1, 2, 3...
This is fantastic.
4... Well, distinctive chimes, aren't they? This is the same clock I heard strike while I was talking to Bauer on the phone. He called from this very room. There was only one man who knew where I was, who could tell Bauer where to phone me. Mr. Phillips.
Me? You're insane.
Am I? Bauer told you Jack was innocent. You sat there in your chair and heard him say to meet me at the old Dutch windmill at 10:30. So you killed him.
He trusted the wrong person, just as Janet did. She came to you, told you about the drugstore clock. You had to stop her tongue. You poured her a drink from this water jug on your desk with poison in the glass.
You anything to say to that, Mr. Phillips?
No. No, nothing.
I thought not. All right, Inspector.
Oh, come on in the house, kid. Mrs. Faraday will be glad to fix us some eggs and coffee.
Oh, no. It's pretty late, Faraday, and I think we all better get to bed. Look at Phil here. She's almost asleep.
I am not. I was just thinking. How did you know, Mike, that the clock you heard over the phone was in Philip's office?
Oh, I heard it the first time we went there, dear. It just took me a little while to get it placed in my memory.
Clocks ran all through this case, didn't they? The watchman's clock stopped at 12:10, the drugstore clock that convicted poor Jack, the office clock that caught the murderer.
Yeah, sometimes a clock can tell more than the time of day.
Oh, Mike, that's corny, but I knew you'd say it. I was just waiting for it.
Well, I guess Michael's entitled to a little corn off the cob tonight. That was neat thinking, my boy. A clock reflected in the window and the hands reversed by 30 minutes. Doubt if I'd have thought of it myself.
Oh, Faraday, please, Mike's ego.
Huh?
Besides, I think I know why he's so leery of clocks lately.
Oh, now listen here, honey. If you mean yes,
Go on,
please.
Phil. Let's have it.
Well, Mike had a date with me for 6 o'clock, and he was an hour late.
No, Angel, please,
and
no.
guess what his alibi was?
What?
He thought he saw a clock that said 5 p.m. It was a grocery scale with 5 pounds of potatoes in it.
This is Mike Shayne again. On June 4th, we come on the air 1/2 hour earlier. Remember now, that's not next Monday night, but the Monday following, June 4th.
Tune in again next week at 8:30 for another adventure with Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis, with Joe Forte as Inspector Faraday. Tonight's story was written by Richard DeGraff and based on the character created by Brett Halliday. Music was composed and directed by Bernard Katz. This is John Lang saying goodnight for the people who make 76 gasoline and Triton Motor Oil, Union Oil Company. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
It was hot, boiling hot that night. I wanted to grab a beer and turn in early. So what happens? I get my beer, but with it comes a gunshot, a beautiful woman in trouble, and murder.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime mystery, CBS presents his most famous character, brought to you now in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. With Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's unusual story, Red Wind.
There was a rough desert wind blowing into Los Angeles that evening. It was one of those hot, dry Santa Anas that come down through the mountain passes and curl your hair and make your nerves jump and your skin itch. On nights like that, every booze party ends in a fight, and meek little housewives feel the edge of a carving knife and study their husbands' necks. Anything can happen when the Santa Ana blows in from the desert. I closed up my office early. I got tired of reading Philip Marlowe, Private Investigator, backwards on the ground glass of my office door. So I locked up and decided a nice cold beer would taste good before I went up to my apartment.
Killer up again, Mr. Marlin?
Marlowe.
Marlin.
Yeah, Marlin's a fish.
Yeah, I know.
Marlin's also the name of a lady on the radio. Marlin, Mary, the story of.
Yeah, my wife listens to it.
Yeah, good for her.
Hey, you bartender. Another rye.
Yeah, that drunk again.
What do you expect in this business? Autograph hounds?
Make it sappy. You hear?
Be right with you, sport. Gotta draw this man a beer. Crying out loud, these stumblebums.
Hey, Bud.
You got another customer, Bacchus.
Hey, Bud, you seen a lady in here lately?
A lady?
Tall, good-looking, brown hair, a print bolero jacket, and a blue silk dress.
No, sir.
No, sir.
Nobody like that, Spinion.
All right, straight scotch, fast.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
As the man drank, I noticed the drunk was grinning at him. And then, without changing his grin, the drunk swept a gun from somewhere so fast it was just a blur coming out. Made a couple of hard snaps and a little smoke. Very little.
You other guys, don't move. So long, Waldo. Don't move, you two. Poor Waldo. I bet I made his nose bleed. So long, boys. Drink up.
Get on the phone, kid. I'll get his license number.
Holy smoke.
Too late. He drove away in the dead guy's car.
Maybe he ain't dead.
No, he's dead, all right.
Oh.
That guy was using a .22 target pistol.
Yeah.
When they use that kind of gun, they don't make mistakes. Where's your phone? This is for the police. Prowl car boys were there in 5 minutes. Waldo was out of business, all right. Nothing in his pockets told who he was, but he had about $700 on him. And with that kind of heavy coin, you can buy a good 1910 automobile even today. Well, I told the cops what I knew, including about Waldo's brown-haired, pretty girl in the bolero jacket. It was about 9 o'clock when I stepped out of the elevator in my apartment house and almost walked right into a brown-haired, pretty girl in a bolero jacket, waiting for the elevator on my floor.
Oh, excuse me.
Just a minute, lady.
What is it?
I'm a great admirer of bolero jackets.
What?
Now, take the one you've got on, for instance.
I'm sorry, but I'm in a hurry.
No, wait.
If you'll be good enough to let me... Oh, you've made me miss the elevator.
It's just as well.
What?
Well, it's better you don't go out in those clothes.
Just what do you mean?
Tall, good-looking, bolero jacket, blue silk dress. Mm-hmm. Lady, might I take the trouble of telling you that you're in trouble?
Trouble?
Yeah, the cops are looking for you. In those clothes.
I haven't done anything.
Maybe not. But if I were you, I'd have a little talk with me.
I've all the
I'm in
nerve...
room 41 across the hall. And I know things about you.
Well...
Good girl. Come along. It took a firm grip on her arm, but I managed to get her to my room. I rustled up some drinks, but when I turned to give her hers, I saw she held a small automatic. She looked at me steadily. I put down both glasses slowly so I wouldn't be misunderstood. Look, sister, I know it's hot tonight and heat does funny things to people, but let's put that little thing away and have a nice cool drink, huh?
Don't move.
Oh, I'm strictly frozen in my tracks.
Stay that way.
Okay. But wouldn't you like to know that I'm a private detective?
Private detective?
Yeah, I can prove it if you'll let me. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, I don't like those things pointed at me.
I'll have that drink.
Oh, good. I don't often give good liquor away like this. I can't afford it.
Why are they after me?
Well, a man was just shot in a bar down the street. Before he got it, he'd been asking about a tall, pretty girl with a bolero jacket.
What did he look like, this man?
Oh, he was tall, about 5'11". Slim, dark brown eyes with a lot of glitter. Dark suit, white handkerchief in the breast pocket. And he must have seen you early at night to know how you were dressed. Am I getting anywhere?
He used to be my chauffeur.
You had an appointment with him, didn't you?
He
asked for you, didn't he?
Yes, I had an appointment with him. He'd stolen something from me when he left 3 days ago. I was going to buy it back from him.
Why didn't you tell the police?
I couldn't tell him.
It was valuable, wasn't it? Valuable enough for Waldo to steal.
$15,000.
Peanuts.
But it wasn't the value. You see, it meant something to me. The man I loved gave it to me. And now he's dead. He was shot down over Germany. Now go back and tell my husband that. He probably hired you.
He did? How much is he paying me? And where is this husband of yours?
He's at a meeting.
This late at night?
He's a very important man. The hydroelectric engineer.
Never mind about him. What about Waldo? Why was he knocked off?
You mean he's dead? Waldo is dead?
Yes, sister, he's dead, very dead. Screaming won't bring him back.
I'm not going to scream. Who would that be?
There's a dressing room behind the door. Hide there. Take your glass with you.
All right.
I went to the door, making a loud, yawning sound. Foolishly, I didn't have my gun. That was a mistake. Because when I opened the door, the guy on the other side certainly had one. A .22 target automatic that had already killed one man that night. And I knew the bald head, the flat, shiny eyes, and the face like a poisonous lizard. Baldy put the muzzle of his gun lightly against my throat. I backed into the room and Baldy kicked the door shut.
You alone?
Look for yourself.
I'm asking, not looking.
I'm alone.
You and that dumb bartender saw me dust off Waldo.
What did Waldo do to you?
Who's asking?
Just making conversation.
He stilled on me on a bank job we did together. Got me 4 years in Michigan Penn. How is he?
Dead.
Well, I'm still good. Drunk or sober. Tell me why I came here, pal.
You heard the barkeep and me talking. I told him my name and where I lived.
That's how, pal. I said why.
Skip it. The hangman won't ask you to guess why he's there.
You're pretty tough at that, ain't you, pal? But you're slamming off.
All right. But, could you get that gun out of my neck and try somewhere else? Just any place.
This better? This suits you all right?
Yeah, just so it isn't my neck.
Say when, pal. It's your party.
I leaned against the gun weakly. The door of the dressing room showed a crack of darkness. The crack widened. I began to shake a little in spite of the heat. The girl came quietly into the room, but there was white all around her irises. She was scared. She had a gun in her hand, but I was sorry for her. Dead sorry. She tried to make the door a scream. Either way, it would be curtains for both of us.
Scared, mister? Worried about any little thing?
I couldn't talk. The girl floated in the air somewhere behind Baldy. And her horrified face was drifting toward us. My mouth was as cold and dry as yesterday's toast.
Well, kid, how's it feel? You ready yet? Say the word.
Well, don't take all night about it. If you're going to do something about it, do it.
Why not, pal? I like this.
Suppose I yell.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hey, look! Thanks, sister. That buys me. Everything I have is yours, now and forever.
Is he dead?
Flatter me no end, lady. I only punched him. Now get out of here while I call the cops down on this killer.
Yes. Good night.
Wait a minute. That jacket marks you for the cops. Leave it here. You don't need it in this kind of weather.
Oh, yes, here.
Okay. See you again.
Why?
I don't know. Who am I to be the rival of a dead flyer and things like that? Now, on second thought, forget the whole thing. I'll see that the police get Jesse James here. Good night, lady. Yeah? You mean me?
Yes, please.
Oh, you again.
Get in. I want to talk to you.
You want to know what happened at headquarters?
Yes.
I went down to headquarters with the law and gave them the story. I left you out of it.
Oh, thanks.
And you saved my life. So no one knows anything about you. Incidentally, neither do I.
My name is Mrs. Frank Barsley. 212 Fremont Place. Olympia 24596. That what you wanted?
I guess so.
Well, there it is.
Now, why'd you really come back?
I wanted my pearls.
Oh, no. Pearls, too?
Yes.
All right, tell me about the pearls. We've had a murder, a beautiful mystery woman, and a sadistic killer, and an heroic rescue. Now we will have pearls.
I was to buy them back from the man called Waldo.
Well, I saw everything that came out of his pockets. There weren't any pearls.
Could they be hidden in his apartment?
It's possible.
Waldo lived on the same floor you do, in this apartment house.
And why didn't I know him, at least by sight?
Well, he just moved in last week. He managed to get a sublet.
Sort of amateur magician on the side, huh?
It's getting rather late.
Yeah. What about your husband this hot, mysterious night?
He's still at his meeting.
Good.
Why did you say that?
I didn't have any answers. We just sat there looking at one another. I was suddenly aware of the hot desert wind stirring up the night. I took hold of her and I kissed her. She sat very still. I was shaking when I let go of her. Her voice trembled a little when she spoke.
I meant you to do that. Oh, I wasn't always this way. Only since Johnny Dalmas was killed in the war. He gave me those pearls. 41 of them. With a diamond propeller clasp. I'd have loved them if they were wooden beads because he gave them to me. I loved Johnny. The way you love just one time. You understand that?
Yes, I can. What I don't understand is how you could explain a $15,000 pearl necklace to your husband.
Told him they were imitation. That I bought them myself.
How did Waldo latch onto them and what they stood for?
When my husband was in Argentina, Waldo and I would go for long drives. I was restless and wretched because of Johnny. Sometimes Waldo and I had a little drink together. But that was all.
But you confided in Waldo about those pearls.
Yes.
And when your husband came back, Waldo stole the pearls and offered to sell them back to you. He'd tell Papa.
Oh, I was a fool.
And now you think the pearls are upstairs in Waldo's apartment.
I suppose it's a lot to ask.
I've been paid. I'll go look. Wait here. Was I gone long,
No.
Lola?
Well,
No.
no pearls?
No pearls.
Oh.
There was a man in Waldo's room.
Man.
You know a guy named Leon Velasanos?
No, not by name. I don't know him.
Mexican, South American, about 45, small, iron gray hair, very neat. Fawn-colored suit, wine-colored tie.
No, I don't think I know such a man. You say he was in the room?
Yeah.
What did he say?
Very little. In fact, nothing. He was dead.
You are listening to the adventures of Philip Marlowe, created by one of America's most outstanding writers of crime and mystery fiction, Raymond Chandler. Our story for today, The Red Wind, continues in just a moment. But first, a message of interest for all young men. How would you like to be up there in the wild blue sky, flying America's mightiest bombers, fastest fighters, and newest jet jobs? Believe me, it's a great feeling to know that you have the skill, the courage it takes to become a pilot officer in the United States Air Force, the Air Force that's second to none. Keep your eye on the local newspapers and your nearest Army Air Force recruiting station. An aviation cadet recruiting team will be in your community soon. If you're between the ages of 20 and 26 and a half years of age, single, and a high school graduate, plan to see the aviation cadet interviewing team. If you pass the mental and physical examination, you'll be accepted for the 52-week aviation cadet training program. When you graduate, you'll be a second lieutenant in the U.S. Air Force, the mightiest of all. And now, back to the adventures of Philip Marlowe. With Gerald Moore as our star, we continue today's adventure.
I sat with Lola Bosley in her car, listening to the hot wind gallop around in the midnight streets. I just told her about the Latin-looking man I'd found in Waldo's room in a very dead condition. I held her hands until they stopped trembling, and then I gave her the few remaining details. He had a gun in his shoulder holster, but someone had strangled him before he could set up in business with a gun.
Someone. You mean Waldo?
Maybe. You see that convertible coupe 2 cars ahead of us?
Oh, it's been there for hours. There before I parked here to wait for you.
Well, Leon, the guy in Waldo's room, came in that car. But according to the key container he carried, it isn't his car.
Well, whose car is it? And does it matter?
Yeah, it belongs to a lady, according to the tag on the car keys. Eugenie Kolchenko, West Los Angeles.
Never heard of her.
Mm-hmm. Well, you better go home now.
What are you going to do?
I'll drive that flossy convertible around and wave at my friends. Impress people. You run along now. Me, I've got another date.
Yes? What is it, please?
Miss Eugenie Kolchenko?
Yes? What is it?
Did you lose or misplace a pigeon gray convertible coupe?
What are you saying?
Now, don't be alarmed. I found it, brought it home to you.
Come in, please. It is a reward you wish. Shall we say...
Snap out of it, dragon lady. Who was he?
Was who?
The little guy, Leon, you loaned your car to. He's dead. Who was he?
Oh, no. No.
Eugenie.
Darling, come here, please.
What's the matter, my dear? Who is this man?
I came about Miss Kolchenko's car.
What about a car?
Well, the gentleman who borrowed it couldn't return it on account of he isn't alive.
He's dead, darling. He is dead.
That's putting it more bluntly, of course.
Dead, huh?
Yeah, completely.
Who are you?
Philip Marlowe, private investigator. My card.
Have you told the police yet?
Never do at once what can be profitably deferred pending negotiation. Aesop.
I might negotiate.
Peachy.
Just what do you know, Marlowe?
Well, a man named Waldo was shot in a bar tonight. I happen to have the inside as to who he was, and when I visited his apartment tonight, I found this Leon Velasanos dead.
He wouldn't have had $500 in 20s on him, would he?
No. But this Waldo had over $700 on him when he was killed in that cocktail bar, mostly in 20s. Is there a basis for negotiation yet?
Very well, Marlowe. There were certain bills for some stuff Miss Kolchenko here had charged to my account.
But, darling, you told me I might charge to your account.
All right, my dear, so I wasn't bright.
That might be the understatement of the decade, but go on.
I had the bills safely in my briefcase. Somehow this Waldo had a chance to steal the briefcase. I hired Leon, gave him $500 to buy back those bills from Waldo.
Instead, Waldo took Leon's coupons, was forced to kill Leon in the process. Then he went out to keep another date and walked into an old pal hostile enough to blow him down, huh?
And somebody still has those bills, and I'm in for a divorce suit, huh?
The man who shot Waldo got away in Waldo's car with your briefcase in it, could be. Cops caught him.
And the police have the briefcase?
Maybe. But the police are interested in solving crimes, not in tossing mud for the benefit of sensation eaters. I have a friend or two at headquarters. Let me see what I can do.
It's worth $500 to me, Marlowe.
Then that's what it'll cost you.
All right. Good luck, and thank you, Mr.
Marlowe. Philip Marlowe, remember?
Marlowe. My name is Frank Barsley.
Barsley? Oh.
And just what does that mean?
The big hydroelectric engineer.
Yeah. Yes, how'd you know?
Never mind. May I use your telephone? Someday I must tell you about Ibarra. Now he's a salt-of-the-earth Ibarra, detective lieutenant over at Central Homicide. Well, I phoned Ibarra from Miss Kolchenko's house and told him where he could find a well-dressed cadaver named Leon, and furnished a few small details. I gave Ibarra time to check my tip, and then I went down to see the good lieutenant and told him why I'd been up in Waldo's room, only to find Leon instead of a certain lady's string of pearls.
Pearls, eh?
Yeah, I thought Waldo might have had them up there.
Whose pearls were they?
The ladies.
Go on.
Or they might have been in Waldo's car that Waldo's killer drove away in.
Yeah?
What, yeah?
They might have.
Yeah. Also a batch of bills charged to the account of a certain Frank Barsley.
Yeah?
The police aren't interested in domestic scandal. They want to prevent or solve crimes, right?
So?
So I've got $500 for the police fund. If those pearls and those bills are returned to their rightful owners.
Quit your kidding.
It's a valuable necklace.
Yeah. There's your necklace. Take it away.
On the level, Ibarra?
Just tell me straight what it's all about. All I ask.
Sure. Well, you see, this Waldo was blackmailing a wife with the pearls and her husband with the bills. Barsley, that's the guy's name, sent Leon to get the bills from Waldo. Waldo killed him and then stepped out and got nailed by that guy in the bar he'd stool pigeoned against once. Well, if Barsley's name stays out of the papers, I get $500. It goes to the police fund.
Thanks. We'll keep them out.
I'm not in this case for money. I just want to get back the bills and the pearls.
Sure. And like you say, Marlowe, the police aren't in business to sling mud.
Look, you can deliver the pearls to the lady yourself if you like.
No, you better take them to her, Marlowe. You see, except for that diamond propeller clasp on them, they're phony.
Phony?
But look, Marlowe, I know pearls. Real pearls feel gritty between the teeth. These are hard and glassy. Try.
Yeah.
They're phony. All but the clasp, Marlowe. All but the clasp.
I took the pearls and had them appraised the next morning at a gilt-edged place in Beverly Hills. Phony, all but the clasp. An imitation as good as these couldn't have been made that fast. These were the pearls that Waldo had stolen. I took the glass pearls to a dive on Melrose and had them duplicated for $20. I had the jeweler attach the diamond clasp to the $20 duplicate string of pearls. Then I called up Lola. Hello, Lola. Okay, you're in?
Oh, Mr. Marlowe. Yes, it's okay here.
I have a string of pearls for you.
Oh, really, Philip? Really? Did you get...
Now, wait a minute, Lola. Waldo was getting set to gyp you. He sold the real pearls and made up a string with the diamond clasp.
Oh. Well, may I at least have the clasp?
Sure. Meet me at 4 at Nikolaev's.
Nikolaev's at 4. I'll be there.
There you are, Lola. These are the pearls the police found in Waldo's car.
You're right. They're not my pearls.
I'm sorry, Lola.
No. I still have the clasp that Johnny gave me.
Well, I'm happy if you are.
Happy. No, not quite happy. See, this morning my husband told me we're to separate.
No, I'm very sorry, Lola.
You've been very kind.
That's all right.
This is goodbye, I suppose.
Yeah. You'll never get over Johnny Dalmas. Goodbye, Lola. And if anybody ever bothers you again, let me know, huh? Name's Marlowe. Philip Marlowe.
I'll remember. Philip Marlowe.
I drove almost to Malibu. Then I parked. Then I walked. Way out on a rock cliff jutting into the Pacific Ocean. Then I reached into my pocket and dug out the string of Bohemian glass pearls that Lieutenant Ibarra had found in Waldo's car. I cut the knot at one end and slipped the pearls off, one by one. One by one, I flipped them into the water. Should have seen the gulls swoop down on them. Then they flapped up again, screaming indignantly. Phony pearls. They'd fooled Waldo and Lola Barceley. But they couldn't fool a seagull. I said aloud, to the memory of Johnny Dalmas, just another four-flusher. I listened a while to the wheeling seagulls. All at once I realized that the wind had died. The Santa Ana had blown itself out. The red wind was done. It was over. It was cool again.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, created by Raymond Chandler, stars Gerald Moore and is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. In tonight's story, Red Wind, Lola was played by Peggy Weber and Barry Kroger was Baldy. Joan Banks played Eugenie Kolchenko. Jeff Corey was Lieutenant Ibarra. Parley Bear was Barsley. Lou Krugman was Waldo, and Wilms Herbert played the bartender. The special music was conceived and conducted by Ivan Ditmars. Philip Marlowe will be back in just a moment. Young man, be a Marine. Combine travel, adventure, and education at no expense to yourself. When you're a Marine, you can travel to the far places of the earth and carry on at the same time your own educational program through free Marine Corps Institute correspondence courses. You have plenty of courses to choose from, and an ideal way of studying geography or history is to take a course dealing with the background of the area in which you are stationed, or any of the more than 160 Marine Corps Institute courses. Thanks to this Marine Corps Institute, thousands of Marines are making continual educational advancements during their service in the U.S. Marine Corps. That opportunity, upon becoming a U.S. Marine, is yours for the asking. Check with your nearest Marine Corps recruiting office tomorrow for complete information. Next week at this same time, be sure to tune in for another adventure of Philip Marlowe, when Marlowe says...
I was low, very low the night I set out searching for the girl with the strange hazel eyes. The fog which hung over Los Angeles didn't help. And I felt even worse when I found her. For by then I had death on my hands.
If you like your laughs mingled with spicy music, be around tomorrow to hear the premiere of Alka-Seltzer Time, featuring Herb Schreiner and Raymond Scott's quintet. There'll be guest stars, too. Here's a show that's guaranteed to keep Monday from being blue. It's coming your way Mondays through Fridays over most of these CBS stations. So consult your local newspaper for the time of Alka-Seltzer Time. This is Roy Rowan speaking for CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
I felt low, very low the night I set out searching for the girl with the strange hazel eyes. The fog which hung over Los Angeles didn't help. And I felt even worse when I found her. For by then I had death on my hands.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character as CBS presents The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. And now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's gripping story, The Persian Slippers.
One of those thin, chilly fogs had sneaked in from the Pacific, and it hung vaguely to the streetlights along the Sunset Strip. It was a kind of a fog that you could see through, but everything was out of focus. It made you start wondering what you were going to do when you were 90 and you were all alone. I'd have liked to have spent the night in a room full of noisy extroverts playing charades. But instead, I had to eat a quick dinner and drive up into the secluded Hollywood Hills to meet a guy. A guy who had nothing but trouble on his mind. When I pushed the buzzer, I had the feeling of wishing I was someplace else. Carl Delaney himself opened the door. He was grim and brusque and to the point.
Marlowe?
That's right.
Come in, Marlowe. I appreciate this. You're coming up here after business hours, I mean. I wouldn't have asked, except, well, perhaps I waited too long as it is. Sit down.
Thanks. Waited too long for what, Mr. Delaney?
36 hours ago, my wife disappeared. Marlowe, you've got to find her for me. Find her just as fast as you can.
Wait a minute. Disappeared, you said. Would you mind playing that part back a little slower?
Norma simply walked out that door, got in her car, and drove off to get hold of herself, as she always does when we've quarreled. And always before, she's come back in an hour or so. But this time...
This time she simply didn't come back, is that it? Look, Mr. Delaney, I could...
You'd better let me finish before you do anything. Lately, my wife has been brooding over something serious that she refused to discuss. I've caught her crying several times, and she's not a woman given to tears. Marlowe, I'm sure that unless we move fast, when we do find her, we're going to find her dead.
Suicide?
Yeah.
With his thick, blunt hand, Delaney reached for a color portrait lying face down on the table and gave it to me. I looked and saw the face of a dream. A beautiful dream with strange hazel eyes and soft black hair. I felt Delaney watching me as I glanced up in time to catch the fading end of a very ugly expression on his face. I handed the picture back to him, and he laid it on the table again, face down. Then he took me upstairs to Norma's room. It was a nice, frilly room, typically haunted by elusive, sweet smells. There was only one incongruous note. What was the horoscope doing on her desk? From the looks of a picture, I knew that Norma was attractive enough that she didn't need to look to the stars for a future. A horoscope?
Yeah, you know how women are. Marlowe, will you find her for me?
Well, I'll try. My rate is $25 a day plus expenses. And remember, you hired me to find her, not bring her back.
Fair enough. You just find her. I'll be satisfied.
I'll need a starting point. Were there any phone calls or letters or anything that might be a lead? What about friends?
We have no close friends. Norma always stayed to herself. Wait, there was a phone call yesterday from, Madame Jeanette, I think it was.
Who's that, a dressmaker?
I haven't any idea. She wanted to speak to Mrs. Delaney. I told her Norma was out, and she asked that my wife call her when she got back. That's all there was to it.
Anything else you can tell me?
No. No, it's not much to go on.
I'll see what I can do, Mr. Delaney.
I'll be here all night, Marlowe. Call me if you need anything.
Yeah, I'll do that. Good night. I drove back through the persistent fog to Sunset Boulevard. Yeah, it was 9:30. I knew it was going to be like tracking a hummingbird through the petrified forest by the bent twigs, but I got a classified directory and I started digging. I checked the hairdressers, the manicurists, and the milliners, and I was just about to start on the interior decorators when I remembered the horoscope on Norma's desk. I quickly turned to the personal consultants. Yeah, there it was. Madame Jeanette. Her establishment, located in a dubious neighborhood south of Olvera Street, turned out to be a tacky cottage set back next to an alley. It was as dark inside as out. I was pounding on the door like a vampire at sunrise when a newsboy came up the path.
Looking for Madame Jeanette?
Yeah, you know her?
Sure, she tells fortunes. Says I've got a great career line. You want to see it?
Not right now, thanks. And I'll say for her that she's a sound sleeper.
Maybe, but not so early as this. About this time, she's always hanging around that bar on the corner. Tonight, she's throwing a farewell party in there.
Farewell party? Who for?
Herself. She's leaving town.
Oh, thanks a lot. Here, kid.
Gee, a buck. My old man will swear I've been shooting crap again.
Give me another one, Charlie. Not every night I say goodbye to my dear old neighborhood.
Muscatel again, Jeanette?
Yeah. Did I say dear old neighborhood, Charlie?
I think you did, Jeanette.
Must have had one too many then. Because of all the low, flea-bitten row of shacks I ever lived in, this is the new low.
Ah, Jeanette, that's no way to talk. You hurt my feelings.
Pinky, there ain't nothing like a little beer to soothe hurt feelings.
Yeah, you said it. Jeanette, can I have another?
Yeah. Charlie, give Pinky another. This is his last.
The last? I thought you said it was a farewell party. Hey, you with all your dough.
This dough's to get me out of this rat trap of a town, see? It's the last I want to see it of it in all my life, see?
Yeah,
Another muscatel, Charlie.
Hold on, Jeanette. Hey, what'll it be, mister?
Something just a bit drier than muscatel. Say scotch?
It's on me, mister. It's my party.
Well, this is indeed a pleasure. You're the Madame Jeanette, aren't you?
Yeah, why?
You're all of 20 years younger than what I expected.
Probably the life I lead. Hey, wait a minute. Why should you be expecting anything about me? I don't know you.
Perhaps not, but I know you.
From where?
Oh, you're more famous than you think. Your reputation is spread far beyond Olvera Street. In fact, it's gone up as far as the Sunset Strip, Madame Jeanette.
No kidding.
How would you kid a fortune teller? Don't you know all, see all, and tell all?
Well...
And judging from that Spanish shawl, your Hungarian skirt, and those embroidered Persian slippers, I'm beginning to think your fame is not only local, but international.
Say, you're beginning to make me feel like I shouldn't be giving up this racket after all.
Giving up fortune telling? No.
Yeah. I'm leaving town on the midnight train. Gonna spread my talents all over the East, and I'm not coming back.
Don't tell me your crystal ball has laid a golden egg.
So to speak, yeah. I come into some lettuce. Suddenly.
That's always nice. Well, I guess it means you won't be interested in the few paltry dollars I'd intended to spend with you.
Hey, can I have another beer, Jeanette?
Shut up, Pinky, blow.
Ah, just a...
Traveling lady can always use a little extra moolah. What was it you wanted, Bud?
I'm looking for someone. Norma Delaney.
I'm afraid I don't know anybody by that name.
I'm afraid you do.
What's your angle? Who are you, anyway?
I'm Philip Marlowe, private detective.
Some private dick you must be to have to resort to fortune tellers.
Come on, Jeanette. Look into your crystal muscatel. See if you can spot Norma Delaney.
I told you once. I don't know the dame. Now blow.
Just a minute, Doc Eyes.
Hey, Charlie.
Yeah?
This bird's crabbing my party. What kind of a joint is this, anyway? Lady can't sit here and have a farewell party without being insulted by every jerk that drops in.
Well, mister.
I haven't finished my drink yet.
You got pockets, ain't you? Just pour a drink into one of them and take it along.
You ain't finishing it here.
Charlie reached under the bar for his pick handle, so I left without pursuing the subject further. But I knew Jeanette was lying, writing a purple lipstick about Norma. I walked back to my car, lit a cigarette, and spent a few precious minutes trying to decide whether or not to break into her place and snoop. Then I caught the shadow of a figure slipping up on me from behind. I turned.
Wait, don't swing, man. Don't swing. It's only me, Pinky. I was in the bar when you was talking to the madam. That tightwad, Jeanette.
Yeah, I saw you, so?
She did something the minute you left. I figured you might like to know what it was.
That all depends.
Well, I thought it might be worth something to you, like a saw, maybe.
Come on, you.
No,
Spill it.
Wait a minute.
Spill it.
Wait.
If it's any good at all, it's worth a $5 and no more.
Oh, all right. She made a phone call.
Who to? What'd she say?
Nothing. Just some swear words in Spanish. The line was busy. But I kept my eyes open and I got the number.
All right, let's have it. If you can still remember it.
Oh, I can remember it easy. 5 first, huh?
Here.
Thanks. The number was Crenshaw 1929. But you get it? Like the year of the big crash.
Thanks to the thirst of an underweight lush, I wasn't at the end of my rope yet. I drove as far as the nearest drugstore, dropped a nickel in the slot, and dialed. Crenshaw, the year of the big crash.
Hello?
Hello, let me speak to Norman Delaney, please.
I'm afraid you must have the wrong number.
Look, I'm trying to locate Mrs. Delaney. I suggest you help me.
How did you get this number?
From a client, Mr. Carl Delaney.
But that's impossible.
Let's stop sparring. We can save each other a lot of wear and tear if we get together and talk this over.
Maybe you're right. Yes, that sounds sensible. I'm at the Beechwood Apartments, number 4.
Check. I'll be right out. Mr. Pierre Gillum, it says here on the door.
Yes. Are you the man who called?
Uh-huh. Philip Marlowe.
Come in, won't you? You said you were looking for Norma Delaney, Mr. Marlowe. Tell me what's wrong. Has anything happened to her?
Well, her husband seems to think she might have killed herself, but I have a hunch that you might have something interesting to say.
No, poor kid. Poor Norma. Well, I'll tell you what I can, Marlowe, but it isn't much.
Oh, I'm all ears, and I'll sit, thanks.
Well, I was in love with Norma once, briefly, a long time ago. She was a wonderful girl, but her husband was insanely jealous.
Mm-hmm.
Even though she hadn't loved him for years, he refused to give her up. He even threatened to kill her first.
Oh?
Norma and I realized that serious trouble lay ahead, so we parted. Good friends. And I haven't seen her or heard from her in months.
I buy it all but the last line. You have seen or heard from her, and recently.
I'm not going to argue that. I've told you the truth. You can take it or leave it.
I leave it.
Suppose we both put our cards on the table. You lied to me when you said Carl Delaney gave you my number. I know because Madame Jeanette called me shortly after you did.
Touché. But why did she run to call you at the mention of Norma's name if you two broke up months ago? And incidentally, how did that ersatz oracle Jeanette get mixed up in this in the first place?
That is a long story, Marlowe.
Good, I like long stories. I'll bet it begins just for a lark. Norma and I went down to Olvera Street once to have our palms read.
Yes, that's exactly how it started. Madame Jeanette was an unusual woman, a character, you might say.
Uh-huh.
Well, we became friendly with her. Norma got quite sentimental about her. One day we made a sort of pact. If ever either of us was in trouble and needed the other, we'd go to Madame Jeanette or get a message to her. She would notify the other.
So when I walked in asking for Norma, the madam assumed she was in trouble.
Right. Called me immediately because she herself was leaving town in less than an hour.
I know. Well, Mr. Gillum, it's all very interesting, but it's getting me no place. Thanks. If I need you again...
Oh, no, wait, Marlowe, don't go. I know a lot of details about Norma that I'm sure will be helpful. For instance, she drives a Nash Coupe, powder blue.
Powder blue coupe, huh? Thanks, that'll help.
Oh, and she has a fondness for white gloves. Wears them quite often.
I see. Well, I better get moving.
No, wait just a minute, Marlowe.
I've got to go.
Now, listen, Marlowe.
I told you I was in a hurry.
Now, take it easy. Stick around a while.
Get away from that door.
Well, just who do you think you are? Come busting in here, prying, asking questions, you dirty...
You asked for it, Gillum. You got a left, too, huh? So have I, brother. I left Gillum sprawled all over his coffee table, as limp as a 5-cent salad. Outside, I glanced at my watch. Madame Jeanette's train left in 40 minutes. I ran through $22 worth of red lights, getting down to a cottage because I was sure Gillum's attempted stall was tied in with a departure, but I couldn't figure out why. That is, I couldn't until I switched out my lights and coasted to a stop in front of her place. Then I saw it. Half hidden in the shadows back of the house sat a powder blue coupe. I got up on the porch close to the front door and listened. Jeanette was talking to a woman. I couldn't catch what they were saying, but one thing was certain. The woman was Norma Delaney. All at once I realized the talk had stopped. That was my cue. I shoved open the door and went in. Jeanette sat at a table alone, facing me.
Oh, Mr. Marlowe, you've returned. What is it this time?
I'd like my fortune told.
Yeah? Now listen close, Gumshoe. I'll make this a short and snappy reading because I'm catching a train in 15 minutes. There's a woman very close to you. In fact, she's right behind you, sucker!
What? Oh! When I finally opened my eyes again, nothing changed. It took me a long time to figure out that the lights were off and it was dark. I climbed up the table leg hand over hand and switched on a lamp. Jeanette's house was absolutely quiet. I had caught a glimpse of a white glove holding what is known as a blunt instrument just before I dozed off. And that reminded me what I was down here for. I wobbled through the kitchen and out the back door, but the powder blue coupe was gone. It was 12:15. My head and the fog both had gotten a little thicker. So I just stood there, useful like a ping-pong ball in a bowling alley. It was the sound of footsteps that finally moved me, and the newsboy was back.
Well, how you again, mister? Did you ever get a hold of Madame Jeanette before she left?
Yeah, but not tight enough. Say, a blue coupe left here a few minutes ago. Did you see it?
Nope, I did. Gee, I'm sure sorry she went away. She gave me $1 tonight, too. Said she was coming into a fortune.
You and your career... Say, what's that down there, in those weeds?
I don't know. It looks like some kind of a shoe. Yeah, it is a shoe. Here, see?
What do you know? A Persian slipper. I took the slipper along as a souvenir from my scrapbook and walked back to my car, trying to fit Norma Delaney's lovely hazel eyes in with that crack on the skull. But I couldn't. Between throbs of my headache, I figured Pierre Gillum was why Norma had dropped in on the madam so close to train time. I decided to go back and ask him.